true love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
हाथ, ये जो हाथ है ना, सिर्फ लकड़ी ही नहीं, हमारा कल भी तराशते हैं। बंद हो या हो कोई स्ट्राइक, इनका शटर हमेशा खुल जाता है। इन हाथों का यही तो आपसे नाता है और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है,
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi. After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी,
Jingle, 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 jingle.
बस आज का
Jingle, 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 jingle.
चल करें थोड़े
Single, 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 single.
क्योंकि तू है
Single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, a show that solves all your stock-related queries. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me is Mahima Vachajani, and over the next hour or so, Mahima will try and solve all these stock-related queries as well. But before we do that, a lot more, let's quickly take a look at how the markets are doing, because very important session today. We got some cues yesterday from the European markets, some cues from the American ones that we could have a decent start to today's trading session. And while we fizzled out, so let's look at the heat map for the Nifty 50, and that'll give you that perspective in terms of where we started off. We were over 100 points. Come back to we will come back, of course, to the 78 to 80 point level, but shows you the perspective of the markets today. When you look at the key winners, Mahima, though, largely over the last few days has been on the oil and gas space. ONGC, Oil India, has dominated the news flow, so has Tata Steel, and largely continues to be that those stocks likely and largely flat today in today's trading session. So continues to be a very interesting juncture where the markets are, because you've seen yesterday that there was profit booking in those counters, but largely today you see those individual moves continuing to dominate the news flow.
I think on the the overall look, if we take a look at the Nifty 50 right now, you have a lot of these counters which were trading with a lot of cuts yesterday in the green. So that's a sigh of relief for sure with regards to where the benchmarks go. The broader end of spectrum, if you can try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 as well, is kind of showing some relief as well. The mid cap 150 is up 0.7%, slightly doing better than where the benchmarks go. The mid cap 150 also trading around 0.5% higher, but still not making up for the kind of loss that we've seen in the past couple of days. So we'll have to wait and watch out for as to how that recovery happens over the course of next few odd days. So that's with regards to where all of these numbers go. But with that, let's also welcome in our guest for the day and start with our queries. We're joined by Mr. G. Chokalingam, founder and MD of Economics Research, and of course, since it's Thursday today, we're joined by Kush Bora in the studio as well. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good morning to you. Kush, before I take on the queries, a quick take on the markets right now. Some relief is what we're seeing, at least in the green, is what we're seeing on the Nifty today. What is the kind of support and resistance that you're seeing?
So first of all, very good morning, guys, and it's a good day to be in the studio, right? And
sure.
On Ask Profit especially. But I think this is more of a relief rally. See, we all know the kind of drubbing that the markets had, a lot of stocks and a lot of sectors had. So some relief rally was around the corner. With the news flow not doing too much, we're getting that. Does it mean we're seeing any kind of a meaningful reversal from here on? Too early to call. So I wouldn't still be overly jubilant or excited and go out and buy the whole hog. Maybe stock specific trading can be done, but again keep your position sizes rather limited.
Okay. All right. So that's the view on markets. So we'll take up the first question, which is coming in from Suman, who's writing us from Kolkata, asking about ITC Hotels. She's got 530 shares at an average price of 200. It's almost 16% of her portfolio, and wants to know if she should buy more, hold it from a long-term perspective. Mr. Chokalingam, a very good morning to you. Your view on ITC Hotels?
Short term, it may not give much return, but long term looks quite good. Price correction has happened. Now, PE also has shrunk to around 42. Of course, it is still stretched for the short term. But definitely, if somebody wants to hold it for beyond 1 year, it can give a decent return.
Got that view, Mr. Chokalingam, and welcome to the show. The next question, that's coming in, it's likely on and largely on Sagility. Now, our viewer from Mysore actually has bought into this counter, and he had actually sold it at 46.5 Kush. And since now that there has been, that impact because of AI amongst other factors, he's asking if he can buy for bulk at this particular rate. Would you suggest that?
Puneet, at any other time, I would have said a blanket yes for this, right? I have been constructive on Sagility despite the kind of knockdown that it's seen over the last few months, right? But I still remain constructive. That 38 to 40 zone is a very strong support zone. But do you buy in bulk? That's the question. Bulk being the operative word here. Not the time or the situation to be buying in bulk. Do you nibble into this and do you reinstate some quantity that you had sold off? Yes, a part of it most certainly you should, but not buying in bulk. Largely, like I said, because of whatever else is happening with the world, not with the stock alone. 38 to 40, that's a strong support zone. Good point to start accumulating.
Okay, so that's if you're coming on Sagility India. The next one is on Asian Paints. Manju is asking this from and writing us from Amritsar, Punjab. She's holding 70 shares of Asian Paints bought at the levels of 2180. Wants to know if she can continue to hold or maybe sell and switch to some other stock. Mr. Oaklingam, I'll come to you on this one. There was a sigh of relief in the last quarter, seeing some uptick or at least some recovery in terms of where the volumes go. But now, because of crude prices, again, the coming quarters will be impacted. If of course this continues, right? What is your view on Asian Paints right now, considering the stock has taken quite a bit of a knock?
A time like this, one can consider selling Asian Paints and move to defensive stocks like Apollo Hospital. Apollo Hospital is insulated from the current ongoing war in all manners. Already the industry had a lot of headwinds in terms of two large industrial houses entering and creating additional capacity to the extent of 50% of the existing capacity. On top of it, now all of us know the oil price is shooting up and it's going close to 52-week high, which is definitely going to impact forthcoming results. So I would give a sell call and buy on Apollo Hospital.
Got the view, Mr. Chokalingam, but Vedanta is the next counter. That's a very interesting question on, and Sunil, actually, for our viewer, is holding shares at 228. So he is materially into gains at this point of time. He's asking if he should continue holding Kush, book some of those gains that he's made. What would you recommend?
Why?
Why
Why book, right? Unless he's in need of money. Just seeing too many gains and being bored of that is a good thing, right? Don't worry about it.
We all know that.
Sorry?
We all know that.
We all know that. We all hope for that, right? So you're in an enviable position, Sunil. I would suggest continue holding on to Vedanta. Of course, there could be volatility, but on the whole, the metal pack has been one of the outliers. Vedanta, in particular, has been doing rather well. Even now, if you see, the volume accumulation is fairly healthy in a market like this. So when you've got a stock that you've been holding on for such a long time, is doing well, the long-term trend still intact, I would suggest a hold. However, like I always do, I will suggest a positional stop, and that comes close to the 600, 625 zone. If that is broken, this current rally could perhaps fizzle out. Not to say that, that the trend changes drastically, but the current rally could fizzle out. So positional stop at the 600, 625 zone.
Got that view, Kush. But the next question that's coming in is on Indigo, and we have been actually getting this question quite a while in this particular week. Mr. Chokalingam, Suresh from Kerala is asking if it's a good stock to look at now from a one-year perspective. How are you viewing, this instability essentially with the war and what it does to travel stocks, Mr. Chokalingam, at this point of time? And is it a good time to buy for the next 1 year?
I believe it is a good time to buy, airline leader like Indigo for a minimum 1 year time perspective. A, the price has corrected a lot, and B, I don't think this oil price spike is going to be a permanent phenomenon. The war, if any compromise is found out, the oil price is likely to crash. I'm putting it on record that it is likely to crash if there is any compromised solution is found out. Eventually, that has to happen. Otherwise, the way the market is living with the Ukraine war since 2021, that is also possible, and therefore oil can correct. So the risk is only if oil price goes above $100 per barrel. In case I go wrong and oil goes to $100, one can sell. Otherwise, I think it's a good buy because airline industry has got a lot of positive triggers in the domestic economy. And this is the most efficient among all the players. So I would give a buy call for medium to long term.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on the aviation space. We've Sanjeevani calling us from Chennai. Sanjeevani, hi, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my query was basically I wanted to get an idea of where we can deploy about 2 to 3 lakhs of capital in the current market scenario. Since it's been a little up and down, and considering the geopolitical situation that's happening, any stock specific or sector specific, that we can deploy for the next 1.5 years.
Okay.
So we can kind of capitalize on this movement.
Got it. Got your question, Sanjeevani. I'll take this up with Mr. Oaklingam. For the next 1.5 year, Mr. Oaklingam, where would you advise Sanjeevani to kind of park his money? 2 to 3 lakhs of capital is where he's looking at.
I would give a balanced view, of putting off in large cap, off in small and mid cap. So I like Apollo Hospital, ITC, Geo Financial, and HAL in the large cap. And small and mid cap, I believe Nesco, Bombay Burma, ISGEC, Bayer Crop Science. These are the 4 stocks I'm extremely bullish. Among all the stocks, we personally hold Nesco and Bombay Burma.
Got the view, Mr. Chokalingam, and thanks so much for those, some key stock picks in both the large as well as the mid-cap space. Hopefully, Sanjeevani, that answers your question. The next one that's coming in, Kush, and we've asked you this multiple times. I think we'll continue to on Ola Electric. A key stock there, Deepak from Mangalore actually holds 700 shares of Ola Electric bought at 50 rupees. He's asking now if you should sell it, keep it, hold it. What would you recommend?
If it weren't for the deep loss that he's making, I would have made it a rapid fire answer. I am not constructive on Ola. There is no reason to be, except for the fact that there has been, massive selling. The stock is oversold. It saw some uptick yesterday, some uptick in volumes also, by the way, not just price. So maybe some recovery could come about, but on the whole, not very constructive. A very objective answer to this one is exit. But if you want to still give yourself some chance because of the loss that you're already incurring, I would suggest hold it with a stop loss at 21. But like I said, any rebound in this should be taken as an opportunity to, exit out of Ola.
So sell on the rise should be the strategy for this one. All right. We've got Saraswati calling us from Bengaluru. Saraswati, hi, very good morning to you. What's your question about?
Hey, good morning, Mahima. How are you?
All good. How are you?
Good too. So I wanted to know about the BEL stock. So currently I have 450 and with average price of 449.
Okay.
And I'm profit of 3,000 to 280 currently.
Okay.
So my question is, should I hold or should I book the profit? I'm looking for a short term.
Okay, Saraswati, got your question. I take this up with Kush. Kush, BEL, what are the charts suggesting? She's already sitting on some profits. Should she wait?
Yeah, so it's a good trade, Saraswati, by the way. Even in the midst of all this, you've managed to find that one stock and that one sector that is doing well. So kudos on that. I would suggest continue to hold on to this one, right? Because amongst the entire defense pack, this is a lone star. This has been doing phenomenally well. Near-term momentum also positive. I would give you a technical answer also, but even from a trading strategy point of view, if you've heard me a few times, keep your buying price as your trailing stop loss right now, or maybe just over it. So 449 or 450 should now be your trailing stop loss, right? And you should continue to hold. On the way up, there is a resistance at the 460 mark. Even if you see the call option data, there is congestion around that 460 call option strike price. So there could be some resistance coming in. But if that is taken out in the recent rally, you could have a short covering rally that could come in and take the stock to 475. And that's when you keep trailing your stop losses higher. So for now, hold BEL, keep 414 and 450, your trailing stop loss.
Got your view, Kush. But the next one that we're getting is another stock that we've spoken about quite a bit this week is on CDSL. Now, Mr. Chokalingam, a viewer, Nina, actually wants to invest 1 lakh rupees in this counter. Would you recommend her to do that or any other in that space? What's your view?
I have extraordinary conviction in CDSL. Personally, I do not own, but I like the stock a lot. So stock correction is a great attraction. And why I like is that it's a play on the capital market and there are 2 depositories. I don't think the regulator will go for increasing the number of depositories, considering the nature of the business and sensitivity of holding, 450 lakh crore worth of shares between HDCL and CDSL, which is very important to maintain this market structure, which will be favorable to the company. And every week, more than 7 lakh new investors are coming into the market and registering for the first time on BSE platform. That is also positive. So I'm very, very optimistic on the stock for a medium to long term.
Okay, all right. So that's the constructive view coming in on CDSL. We've got our next caller. Yogesh is calling us from Jaipur. Yogesh, a very good morning to you. How can we help you?
Good morning, Mahima. How are you?
All good. How are you?
I am fine, very fine. Actually, this Holi is given a very good rainbow, but this rainbow is given only my red rainbow, red color rainbow.
That is true.
So this is opportunity for me. Actually, today I bought Gujarat Gas 392. This theory is for my kuch bora. Actually, I want to know कि कुछ भी क्या मतलब मुझे अगर मैं इस रैली को मैं रहना चाहता हूँ तो can I hold for? I am investor for next 2 or 3 years. तो what I do? मेरे पास 1000 बायर है, 1000 शेयर है मेरे पास 392 रुपए के. So what I do for that? That I want to kuch bora.
ठीक है, Yogesh, got your question. And Kush, he's entered Gujarat Gas during a time when we're, kind of facing the gas crisis because of Strait of Hormuz shut. But technically, what is the view on the charts?
अगर इन्होंने मुझसे मारवाड़ी में पूछा होता तो मैं शायद मारवाड़ी में जवाब दे देता. You know, I think we have that common connect in terms of the places where we hail from. But नहीं योगेश जी, thank you so much for directing that query at me. मेरा सुझाव रहेगा कि आप गुजरात गैस से निकल जाइए. अभी भी इस स्टॉक में जो आज फॉल आई है, कल बहुत चल गया था, आज जो फॉल आया है उसके बाद भी अगर आप देखें तो आप अभी भी मार्जिनल प्रॉफिट में हैं, आपके कॉस्ट प्राइस पे है. मेरा सुझाव रहेगा कि एक स्टॉक जो मार्केट रैली में नहीं पार्टिसिपेट करता है उस स्टॉक में नहीं बने रहना चाहिए. इससे विपरीत, इससे बेहतर मैं आपको ये सुझाव दूंगा कि जो सेक्टर और जो स्टॉक्स चल रहे हों उनमें ध्यान रखें. और सबसे ऊपर उस लिस्ट में आते हैं पीएसयू बैंक्स. तो पीएसयू बैंक्स में जो ओवरहीटिंग हुई थी वो ऑलरेडी करेक्ट हो चुकी है. तो एसबीआई, यूनियन बैंक, बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, ये कुछ स्टॉक्स हैं जो हमने अक्सर इस चैनल पे डिस्कस किए हैं. मेरे हिसाब से बिकॉज आप अभी कॉस्ट टू कॉस्ट हैं, इट्स अ गुड आइडिया कि आप गुजरात गैस से निकल जाएं. स्टॉक एक मैसिव अंडर परफॉर्मर रहा है और आने वाला समय भी इसके लिए थोड़ा सा और मुश्किल वाला भरा हो सकता है. तो बेहतर रहेगा कि आप फाइनेंशियल में शिफ्ट हो जाए. हमारा प्रेफरेंस, जैसे मैंने कहा, पीएसयू बैंक्स होंगे इन दिस डिक्लाइन.
Got that view, Kush, and thanks so much for that, and thanks so much for keeping it in English and Hindi only for the benefit of our viewers. But we were talking about Gujarat Gas. Oil marketing companies are actually back in the red as higher crude as well as a weaker rupee are pushing the marketing margins sharply into the negative territory. Now, analysts are putting in that perspective and saying that the losses on petrol and diesel sales are mounting again, and it's important to get that perspective. So let me go across to Somit real quickly, who joins us with all these details.
On intraday basis, we did see a sharp fall coming in the share prices of the oil marketing companies, that is HPCL, BPCL and IOCL, and this is largely because analysts are now saying that despite the rise in crude oil prices, the fall in OMCs have been very limited. And if current level, if you see at the current crude price level, if you see, oil marketing companies are incurring a loss of nearly 20 rupees per litre on sale of every litre of petrol and diesel. This is the gross marketing margin number that analysts are talking about. That's a negative rupees 20. Now this is largely because in the past few days we have seen a sudden surge in the crude oil prices, and we have also seen rupee depreciating, and both these factors have led marketing margins to the negative territory. Now before the war, margins were at around 2 to 4 rupees per litre on the positive side, but now with the surge in crude oil prices and rupee depreciating, this has come down drastically for the oil marketing companies. However, the exact financial impact of this could not be ascertained at this moment, but the gross marketing margins have turned negative of rupees 20. On the positive side, the Singapore gross refining margin, that has surged back to around $25 per barrel. This is after the Chinese news that has come in, and given the fact that there is a less refined product available in the market, Singapore gross refining margin is the Asian benchmark for refining margin, that is standing at around $25 per barrel, and the Indian gross refining margin, that is also trading around the $24 per barrel mark, and this is quite positive for Reliance Industries, Chennai Petro and MRPL as well.
Okay, Somit, thank you so much for getting us those details. Mr. Oklingam, I'll take a quick question with you on this one. OMCs versus all these oil exploration companies. What's the holistic view that you would like to give us considering the situation?
One is making profit, they should sell them.
Yeah.
My strong view is that oil price is going to crack in a big way in medium to long term. If you look at even China, the service economy share has gone up from 42% to 57%. So all over the world, service economy is growing. Oil intensity in economic growth is coming down. OPEC Plus is increasing the oil supply. Renewable energy has taken off in a big way in Europe and China and India. And so the moment you see some resolution to this ongoing war, oil price is going to fall badly. So therefore, I would be a seller of all these stocks now.
Got that view, Mr. Chokalingam. But the next question that's coming in, questions on Usha Martin. A viewer, holds roughly shares, 100 shares at 460 and asking a 3-month view. What would you recommend on Usha Martin?
Would that be 460, 460?
460, yeah.
Okay, so right now the stock is in a downward sloping channel, and it has been, if you see, since October last year, right? Any rise, towards that channel has been sold into. So while I remain a little constructive in the sense that, there is buying and there is support at the 200-day moving average, which comes close to the 395-400 zone, a massive up move in this will perhaps take time. So I would suggest a hold approach. There would be, a gradual recovery if this 390-400 zone is held, and as we've seen, that the buying is rather massive when it comes to those levels, and test those levels again. So hold with 390-400 zone as your stop loss, but don't expect a massive, upswing or a massive V-shape kind of a recovery. The turn could be gradual, and I think around your price there is a resistance, so maybe you'd want to exit close to your price, not in a very big profit.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on Usha Martin. The next question is on Polymedicure. Mr. Patrudu is writing us from Visakhapatnam asking about this counter. He's got 50 odd shares, wants to know a view on fresh buy at the current levels from a medium term perspective. Kush, would you recommend that? The stock is down by about 3% as we speak.
Has he masked his query, just to put it out that he's not averaging it? Has he masked his query that way? Because if he's a regular follower, he knows I'm going to say no to averaging right away. But no. There are certain cases when averaging makes sense. Polymedicure right now falls in that case, and let me tell you why. If I were to deploy fresh 100 rupees, would I buy Polymedicure right now? If the answer to that is yes, then you average. Right now, Polymedicure fills, fills those boxes, ticks those boxes, and hence I say the stock's been a massive underperformer. No two ways about it. But now you're starting to see, volume upticks at lower levels. You're starting to see positive RSI divergences on weekly. It's oversold, so it's got a few things going for it. So yes, I would consider Polymedicure as a fresh allocation, or in his case averaging, but a tight stop loss at the 1240 1250 zone. If that is broken, this rally could fizzle out. If not, the risk reward ratio from here on is very attractive.
Got that view, Kush, but time now to take a deep dive into the BSE F&O setup for today, and Sharad is joining us for exactly that. Sharad, over to you.
Well, after 3 days of stress, we are seeing some kind of a good moves coming in. But remember, today's Sensex expiry also at play. You might see volatility in the last hour of trade as well. But looking at the numbers is pretty strong. NTPC, Reliance holding the fort. Even Tata Steel, you're seeing a good reversals happening. Kind of a sell-off little bit continuing for IT. It's like a reverse trend, but net the technical level bounce which has come in for Sensex and even BankX, that is strong enough. Let's just see how the BankX is performing. It's slightly, you could say, a bit mixed performance because SBI is not supporting, but HDFC Bank and even Bank of Baroda stocks are doing well in trade. But of course, stock-specific moves coming in. And a long build up for Mazgaon Dock and Nalco. Remember, most of the metal stocks are rallying in trade, and this is because, of course, the impact of the geopolitical tensions also coming in. Let's look at the short covering candidates, and this includes ONGC on the rise of higher Brent crude prices, and even Bharat Dynamics as the defense pack also is seeing a good buying. Long unwinding for Bosch and Godrej Consumer, not a good trade to be made, to be honest, in these two stocks. If you look at the key short build-up, that is TCS and Swiggy. Interesting, Swiggy saw a good recovery last trading session, now again in the red. So we'll be looking at these stocks as well. But extremely stock-specific moves is something we should be watching out for as we are there on the Sensex expiry today.
Thank you so much for getting us those details. But with that, it's time for our first rapid-fire round of Ask Profit. Kush as well as Mr. Oklingam, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is on L&T, and Udit Guru is asking this question. He wants to know if you can continue to hold this counter from a long-term perspective. Mr. Oklingam, your view.
Yeah, I maintain a buy recommendation on L&T.
Lalita is asking a question on REC. She's bought it at 354, currently sitting on a loss, Kush. Should she continue to hold?
Exit.
Okay, Lemon Tree is the next one. Biswajit from Kolkata wants to know if this is a good time to buy for the next 2 years. Mr. Oklingam?
I prefer East India Hotel to Lemon Tree.
IRFC bought at 100 rupees, Kush, 78 shares. Would you consider letting her buy more right now at this point of time?
No, most certainly not, but you can continue to hold with a stop loss at 95.
Kirloskar Oil Engines. Can this be a good buy right now for the next 3 months? Bipin from Kochi is asking. Kush, your view?
It has been a buy on our advisory, continues to remain so. My answer is yes. I would suggest a stop loss at the 1350, 1365 zone.
Would it make sense to dabble in Petronet LNG is what Anil is asking, Kush. He's bought the shares at 320 rupees. What would you suggest?
No, I would suggest an exit.
Okay, Suzlon is the next one. Our viewer wants to know if this is a good hold, buy or sell. Mr. Oklingam, your view?
It's a good to buy for medium to long term.
Mr. Chokalingam, Guru is asking if it's a good time to buy Andhra Cement right now. You've seen a correction across the space now. What would you recommend?
I'm sorry, I have not analyzed the enterprise value per ton of cement, so I'm not able to give view on it.
Okay, this is an interesting one for you, Kush. Hindalco, an intraday position. Would you advise that?
Hindalco an intraday trade?
Yes.
Well, stock at the day high, you could consider tight stop loss at 970, 990, and then a little over could be your targets.
The next question that's coming in is on yet again IT, TCS, 3391 rupees per share is what our viewer Ayan holds, roughly 21 shares. Mr. Chokalingam, is it a good time for him to average now?
I will not make aggressive buy on any large IT stocks.
Got it. Well, that's the end of the rapid fire as well as the first round of rapid fire in this edition of Ask Profit. But a lot more stock related queries on the other side. Stay tuned to Ask Profit.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power's solar roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
Where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला हुआ तो सब एक आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप आपको पता क्या होता है कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया
इट्स ओके यार
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Program now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Program. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी
Jingle, 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 jingle.
बस आज का
Jingle, 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 jingle.
चल करें थोड़े
Single, 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 single.
क्योंकि तू है
Single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
I'm being joined by the promoters, Mr. Uday Kumar Parekh, he is the chairman and managing director of the company, as well as Mr. Paras Parekh, the whole-time director, as well as chief financial officer. Gentlemen, to both of you, thanks so much for joining in. Firstly, many congratulations for this momentum occasion in your company's history. I just want to quickly start off with the space that you operate in. It's very interesting in that space because going into very specific components for your clients, as well as the need for technology being so high, and it's a very evolving space in India at this point of time. Could you give us some perspective about the company as well as the reason for going for listing at this point of time?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you, and good morning. So it's a very good question. So we are into the precision engineering solutions providers to the large energy, motion control and automations and industrial equipment divisions. So if you see overall these segments, large OEMs and multi-billion customers, they are all procuring the precision engineering products and assembly and services from the worldwide global supplier base. So that's our primary business. And coming to the overall segments, so energy segments, motion control and automation side and industrial equipment, that all segments are pretty growing business in terms of international market and domestic market. So we are extremely bullish about that. So coming to the IPO proceeds and going into the IPO, as we are expanding, we have grown around 30 to 35% of the CAGR growth in last 4-5 years, and we are expecting some of the growth trajectory in the coming years. Apart from that, we have a strong order book that we have to fulfill into the coming years to the customers, and again we have a 90% plus our repeated customer base. So that is giving us very good insight for a further investment, and for doing the large investments we have come for the public IPO.
Got that view, Ms. Parekh, and largely then, continuing what you mentioned, because you are repaying almost 50 crores in terms of borrowings, but almost in 2 tranches you are setting up 2 proposed facilities as well, by investing roughly 230 odd crores. Now I wanted to just understand what's the company's current capacity utilization, as well as in these particular plants, will you be continuing the products that you are already making, or will this be new avenues of growth which you will be targeting?
Yeah. So in our present facility, which we have started in April 24, that plant have utilization is around 65%. So in the FY27, we are going to utilize that capacity, spare capacity from our existing plant. From the little bit on the IPO proceed, we are investing in our existing plant also. That will increase our capacity, which will help us to grow in FY27. And whatever the new 2 facility we are investing, that will give us start effect in the FY28.
And at this point of time, when I was looking at your financials, there's a very big jump that you've recorded in FY25 in terms of revenue growth. FY24 was largely flattish. Is that largely the reason that you've just mentioned for the flattish growth that we've seen in FY24? And going forward, what could be some of the run rates? Because the growth that you're projecting, as well as the size of the industry, your growth should be quite higher compared to what we've seen with your peers as well, which operate in the mid-20s to the high 30s in terms of growth. Is that something that you are also targeting?
Yes, exactly. So in these segments, our peers are also growing in the pretty good growth rates, and we are also, if you see over FY22 to FY26, we are also in the CAGR growth of more than 30%, and we are expecting by for next few years, we are expecting for these growth rates. And if you see, our peers are also doing the same thing.
Okay, so that was the management of Omni Tech. The stock currently trading with cuts for about 6.8 odd %. But I mean, in these markets, even this is not a bad situation. But speaking of markets, there is a recovery that we've seen. The Nifty 50 is now up by about 0.7%. So now around almost 170 points of an uptick is what we're seeing on the Nifty 50. The Bank Nifty is also seeing an uptick of around 0.5%. And overall, if you can try to pull up the broader markets and see if there is further recovery in the broader end of spectrum as well, the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250. Not much. The mid cap 150 is still trading above 0.7% and the small cap 250 around 0.5% higher. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But the next query that we have is on Moschip. Mahesh he says from India is writing in. He's bought 250 odd shares at the levels of 218. He wants the near-term outlook for this particular counter. At what price level should I kind of see the support and resistance for this one? Kush, what's the view like?
So the overall structure is not looking too exciting. However, there was some sort of a recovery attempted just before this fall started this week, on the back of the news and the war escalation. There was some consolidation that was going on. But like I said, the broader trend, the medium-term trend is still downwards. As far as the support goes, I think 165, that's a good support zone. And on the way up, major resistance comes in the 190 to 195 band.
Got that view, Kush. But the next one, Mr. Chokalingam, coming your way on Bank of Maharashtra. Now, I know it's a stock that you've liked in the past. Venkat Ramani is actually directing this question to you. Holding 530 shares, bought at 41. Now, he's asking if he should, continue to hold this particular counter. Is it advisable to buy more? Would you suggest that time has come to buy more, Mr. Chokalingam?
Since the stock has moved up quite significantly, we have revised our buy target to hold target. And therefore, I would maintain the hold. And I would prefer to give buy call on Central Bank of India. At current price, it is trading at 10% discount to adjusted book value. I find it very strange. And the bank has improved both the business growth, quality of assets phenomenally in the last 5 years. So I prefer to give buy call on Central Bank of India.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Bank of Maharashtra. But the next question that we have is from Sagar, talking about Hindalco. He's bought 12,400 odd shares at the levels of 136. So he's bought at really attractive levels, and he's sitting on a profit of over 1 crore rupees. So kudos to that, Sagar. He wants to know as to how much more steam is left on the upside for this particular counter. And he's also, kind of done his research very well, because he's saying that fundamentally global commodity prices have been in a rise. Kind of whether it's war or not, we've seen this because of entire geopolitical uncertainty, right? What's the outlook for this one? What should he, consider doing right now with something like a Hindalco? Mr. Chokalingam, your view?
I would give a short-term hold because aluminum prices are looking good. Yeah. So one can continue to hold in the short term.
Got it, Mr. Chokalingam. But the next question that we're getting now, it's from Manav from Gurugram, and he's dialing in for a stock query. Manav, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your question?
Hi, good morning to everyone. So today I have a query on Suzlon. So I'm holding approximately 150 shares of Suzlon at an average price of 58 for just above more than a year as of now. So I have no issues in holding it for a little longer, maybe 2 years or 3 years. But would it be advisable at this current juncture to average it down, or should there be some other strategy should I follow?
Got it. Mr. Chokalingam, would you advise Manav to average down on Suzlon? We've also seen a corporate update yesterday, them forming on an executive council. But what would you recommend for Manav to do?
Yeah, since I hold only research analyst license, I would give my research view on the stock. I would give a buy recommendation on the stock because renewable energy capacity build-up is going to be very strong, short to medium to long term. Only limitation is that the solar power growth is much faster than the wind power. But however, the stock price has corrected a lot. So therefore, it becomes quite attractive, Suzlon, at current price.
Okay, the next question is from Ganesh, who's writing us from Bengaluru. He says he's got 1 lakh to invest in for a year, and he wants to know if he can go ahead and invest this in E2E Systems or Power Finance 50/50 or any one of these. Kush, I'll come to you on this one. Where do you think that from a slightly long-term perspective, charts are more constructive? What would you do?
It's a tough one.
None of these.
Yeah, if that's an option, I would go with that.
Okay.
The reason being that we know why E2 is doing well. I mean, it's in the thick of things. It's in the middle of news flow, and it's done well. But you see, around that resistance zone of about 3,000 odd, that also fizzled out. And PFC, even REC for that matter, hasn't really done all that great. I mean, there was a recovery that was happening, but even that has met with resistance. If I were to pick one of the two, then I would still go with PFC, only because the margin of safety here seems to be relatively higher than E2E. But otherwise, I would say stick to auto names, stick to some of the PSU banking names that we've discussed. I would go with these. But like I said, between the two, PFC with the margin of safety angle seems a little safer.
Since you spoke about auto, but we also had a question of auto stocks to enter and invest roughly 2 lakhs. You have any names that you can recommend?
Absolutely. I think Mahindra & Mahindra has become very attractive after the kind of fall that you're seeing. The tractor sales, you would actually know a lot better on that. Has done well, all of that. I think Mahindra & Mahindra is something that you should consider on declines right now, for sure. From the auto space. Also, Bajaj Auto. This one's had a very steady up run. Every time it dips close to the 20-day and the 50-day moving average, you see some kind of recovery. Yes, it's dipped with the market, so that actually presents a good opportunity. So if I were to pick the two names, from one each, then it would be Bajaj Auto and Mahindra & Mahindra.
For Mahindra, do you think that this level, because we saw buying from this level actually the last time around from 3,300, now war-led effects or whatever you might call it has led it to come back to this level. Do you think this is now a level that it could see that support being built in?
Absolutely. The daily setup has an RSI positive divergence, which means the last time around it was a 3,300 versus now the strength in this dip is actually more, in the sense that the strength in the stock is more. So it is suggesting that this could perhaps be a near term bottom. Of course, war escalation could take any stock anywhere, but just on pure technical basis, right now it's on a good footing. This would be a good time to consider Mahindra & Mahindra for an entry.
Got that view, Bakush, but time for a very, very short break. A last 15-minute stretch, viewers, to send across your queries and we'll take all of them. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
The screens that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है,
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सभी
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay, yeah.
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी,
Jingle, 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 jingle.
बस आज का
Jingle, 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 jingle.
चल करें थोड़े
Single, 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 single.
क्योंकि तू है
Single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your auto.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. For viewers who are just tuning in, you can either give us a call or send your queries on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screen up there. We've got Bharat calling us from Vijayawada. Bharat, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Good morning, Mahima madam. I am buying Quality Power 500 shares at the price of 916.
Okay.
So what is the price? What is the target of 3 to 4 months target of this price? And I will talk to Kush Bohra, sir.
Sure. Kush, this question is directed towards you. He's sitting on a loss of 61,000. What would you recommend?
Sure. So first of all, thank you so much for directing the query at me. The stock has been fairly volatile, mind you. If we exclude the last 2 weeks, though, there was a very good recovery underway and on the back of very good volumes. So, a little disheartening to see the loss it is making. But in times like these, the stocks do take a knock, even good ones. My suggestion would be continue to hold. 750 is a good erstwhile resistance zone. Now will act as a support zone. So keep that as your stop loss. Continue to hold. My concern is on the upside though, Bharat. On the upside, 900 to about 920, that's been the resistance zone where the stock actually spent a lot of time, about 5-7 trading sessions and then fizzled out. So if it does come to your price, you might want to shave off some quantity, not exit completely, but at least shave off some quantity because that's the resistance zone. If that is taken out on the upside, then you've got targets of 980 and 990 that could very well play out. So hold with a stop loss at 750, partial exit at about your cost price, and then you could hold the rest for 990.
Got that view, Kush. But a short-term query coming from Nitya now, and she's asking on Tejas Networks as well as on Canara Bank. Now she's asking if it's a good time to buy into this and invest 1 lakh rupee each. I know Canara, much more stable name, Kush, but what would you recommend?
Yeah, so incidentally, Puneet, Tejas is something that Alex and I have been discussing for the last two sessions in the morning show and the opening show, right? If you were a holder, then you would have held on to this one for a very long time and at a very high price. So right now this is more of a recovery mode for Tejas, and hence I don't suggest a buy. Even from a very near-term perspective, if you're looking at a fresh allocation, as is the query, the stock is already overheated. So maybe some dip close to the 450-55 zone could perhaps present an entry, but I wouldn't really focus on Tejas just yet. Canara Bank, definitely, like you said, a much more stable name. The overheating in PSU banks cooling off, and 145, that's a good support zone, so it's already close to that. So if you want to consider Canara Bank over Tejas Networks.
Okay. All right. The next question that we have is from Tulsi, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about Tata Capital. She's bought 46 shares at the levels of 326. She's saying the stock is pretty volatile. Can she continue to hold or sell? Mr. Oklingam, I'll come to you on this one. What's the view?
One can hold for minimum 2 years because it is trading at around 3.4 times price to book value. In my view, that is a fair valuation in the short term. So anywhere minimum, at least beyond 1 year, it can have some potential because we know this industrial house can support consistent growth of this financial service company. But short term, most unlikely to give any attractive return.
Got that view, Mr. Chokalingam. But the next question is on Black Box now. I don't know, Mr. Chokalingam, if you track this counter, but Aniket was asking if it's a good time to invest for the next 4 years. The counter was also in focus on the back of an acquisitions, but do you cover this counter?
No, I never studied it.
Kush, any quick tech check on Black Box? Any view?
Yeah, not something that I track regularly, but right now it seems to be in a consolidation mode. On the downside, you've got supports at the 475 zone, and on the upside about 575, so about 100-point range that it's trading in. So, could be a range play, but not something, like I said, I track very closely.
Okay, the next question that we have is from Harsha, who's writing us from Vijayawada, asking about Bharat Forge. If this is a good time to, kind of make an entry from a long-term perspective. Mr. Oklingam, your view?
Okay, all of us know, but valuation is not great enough to attract in my view. I would give a sell call on Bharat Forge, and I would, buy something like ITC or Apollo Hospital.
got that view, Mr. Chokalingam. But the next caller, actually dialing from Mumbai now. And Vivek has a stock query for us. Vivek, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. So this is a query for Kush. And this is technically, if you can make a recommendation on the small cap and mid caps, any very good stocks which are technically at 2023 levels, 180 DMA, where, he thinks, that this can be a great buy technically at this level for a long term.
Got it. Thanks for your question, Vivek. Kush, what would you recommend?
First up, thank you, Vivek, for directing the query at me. I'm a little. I would perhaps want a little more clarity. The price point he mentioned, is he looking at a particular price point for a stock, or is
No.
Oh, sorry.
Basically, like what Mr. Chokalingam just mentioned, then I checked Suzlon, so it's available at a very good price. So similarly, if but Suzlon is a very popular stock. Any 4 or 5 stocks which you would like to recommend, which I can keep, in my list.
Got
where, as the prices come, and I'm basically looking at November 2023 levels, somewhere around that,
Okay, that was the difference. Got it.
थोड़ा अच्छे stocks बताना please.
विवेक, कोशिश तो सारे ही stocks अच्छे बताने की होती है और सारे ही अच्छे ही बताते हैं. But no, I hear you. I will recommend a list of stocks. You could definitely keep this on your radar. You would have heard me recommend these, on the channel multiple times. RR Kabil, Thangamayil, Union Bank, MFSL, Max Financial, and Kirloskar Oil. These are the 5 stocks that I feel at any declines should be added. They've had their share of correction. Some of them have actually had a fantabulous run, and any kind of decline should be taken as an opportunity. These war-like situations do present an opportunity to get in. Thangamayil was something that we recommended very recently. Yesterday, it had a very sharp round of profit booking. If you're not holding it, then I suggest this presents a fantastic opportunity. Same applies for the likes of RR Kabil also. So just to repeat that list: RR Kabil, Thangamayil, Union Bank, MFSL, and Kirloskar Oil.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for that, Kush. The next question is from Satyan. I think we've made sure that we ask at least one query from Satyan in the morning or the afternoon show, and he makes sure that he always asks a combo view. So Satyan, you have to next time just ask me one stock query, but this time I'll make an exception for you. He's saying that he's holding DLF at the levels of 620 since a few months. He's saying that there were kind of adverse news plus technical breakdowns happening. Do you think this is the opportunity to kind of add more in this counter or switch to something like a Nesco from a slightly long-term perspective? Mr. Chokalingam, I know that you're constructive on Nesco, but overall a holistic view on his query?
Both are similar businesses. DLF also has a good land bank, but I have a bias for Nesco, not that because I am holding it. As a professional, I am extraordinarily convinced in Nesco. I may be wrong. Weaver has to take his own view. I am positioning this stock as a next generation stock for last 13 years. I initiated this stock about 13 years back. I continue to maintain that it's a great wealth creating stock, but I have invested, company invested, my family invested. So I request viewers to consult their own investment advisor before listening to my judgment.
Well, got your view, Mr. Chokalingam, and thanks so much for that. But viewers, time now for the rapid fire round in this edition of Ask Profit as well. Let me actually go across and take a query that we had on call, but we couldn't go to the call because of time constraints. On Natco Pharma, 800 rupees per share is what our viewer had bought. Mr. Chokalingam, your view?
One can hold it at current price.
Okay, Eternal is the next one. Srikanth from Hyderabad is holding 2,000 shares at the levels of 60. Would you advise him to continue to hold from a long-term perspective, Mr. Chokalingam?
Stock name, please. I missed
Eternal.
Long-term, I am negative.
The next question is on Texmaco. Actually, Kosh bought at 159 by our viewer. Should he continue to hold or average or sell?
Sorry, what's the buy price?
159. So much above.
Yeah, no, I would suggest an exit.
Okay, Shriram Finance is the next one. Satish from Bengaluru wants to know if he can sell the 100 shares that he purchased at the levels of 780. Kush, would you recommend that?
No, you should continue to hold. Keep a stop loss at 990, 985 zone.
Birla Soft Kush, Srikanth is holding at 450. So and it's been since 2021. Should he continue to hold or average down? What would you recommend?
No, don't average, but hold with a stop loss at 360.
Nalco is the next one. Manu from Abu Dhabi is writing in. I hope he's safe. Is this the right time to buy Nalco, Kush?
hold up just a bit. If it crosses and closes above 400, that's when you consider.
The next question, that's coming in is on Raymond Realty, bought at 770. Now, is she asking a short-term view on this stock? What would you recommend, Kush?
Hold with a stop. Yeah, it's negative, but there could be a rebound coming about. So hold with a stop loss at 385.
Okay, Dixon Tech is the next one. Mehul from Bengaluru wants to know if this is a good time to enter from a 2-year perspective. Mr. Okalingam?
With a little risk perspective, one can buy for long term.
Tattva Chintan bought at 1325, Mr. Chokalingam. Should our viewer Rajesh continue to hold this counter?
Fundamentally, I'm not comfortable. Maybe tactically one can hold for some recovery.
Okay, Sriram is asking this question. He says he's 100 shares of Himadri Specialty Chemicals and wants to hold this for the next 20 to 25 years. Do you think that's the right thing to do, Mr. Okalingam?
One should have that perspective, but every quarter one has to review it. It's a hold or even buy for medium to long term.
Okay.
Mr. Rao is asking a question. Eureka 4 was Mr. Chokalingam. Do you track this counter? A view? What could be the key expectations?
No, I have not studied recently.
Okay.
Okay, Whirlpool is the next one. Dina from Coimbatore wants to know if this is the right time to buy. Kush, your view?
No, I'd avoid.
UPL bought by Nand Kumar Kush at 650. It's gone through a corporate restructuring, but what would you recommend in a short-term view?
Exit.
KPIT Tech, can I average from a 1-year target perspective? What is the view on the charts, Kush?
Wait up just a little more.
Okay, all right. So that's about it. We're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. Mr. Chokalingam as well as Kush, thank you so much for taking all the time and helping us answer those queries. Yet again today we've hit the 60 mark. We'll see if we're able to take 40 more questions in the afternoon edition. So do stay tuned and go ahead and ask your questions. But like I said, completely out of time. KYC up next. Do stay tuned.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
बिटिया की शादी है हमारी।
बधाइयों बधाइयों।
कुछ पैसे मिल जाते समय पे लौटा दूंगा। जिंदगी में जरूरत के वक्त हम अक्सर अकेले पड़ जाते हैं।
इसीलिए तो केपरी लोन्स आपको गोल्ड लोन देके अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। केपरी लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सभी
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया
It's okay, yeah.
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े जिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है जिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders.
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit. Of course, a lot of readers keep writing to me on KYC to get in newly listed companies as well. Of course, the track record is on the lower side, but nevertheless, we get you these companies. But I'll give you some hints before you can guess the company. Let's put out the hints. The Media Solutions SaaS company, software as a service company. Of course, recently SaaS companies have taken a derating after AI has come. But will this company actually come up with something surprising? That's something to look out for. The second hint is it was listed just last month itself, January 21st. You could say just more than 1 month now from 2026. It's a very recently listed company and we'll go into more details about it. The third important hint is the stock is still in a really bad market or a volatile market. It's up 19% from listing price. That is really strong as well. So these are the key hints I'd like to focus on. But remember, General Atlantic, Premji Investment, this is of course the private family office of Azim Premji, and you see a very strong backing coming for this company. Very interesting. Also, a couple of more hints is a lot of live events which you have been seeing. The company has been, at the back end of it, be it Grammys, NFL, and a lot of sporting events as well. We'll get to that. But the company in focus is Amagi Media Labs. That's what I am talking about here. And it's just been 1.5 months since it's listed. So we need to delve deep into the company, what it actually does, and is the street actually giving the valuation which the company deserves or not. But why are we calling this company? Let's ask the important questions. The first one is, of course, AI. Is it a friend or a foe when it comes to infra SaaS? We have seen what has happened to the SaaS companies, but is the company having a moat? Has the company been discovered by Dalal Street that it is a bit different than others? That's what we will ask the company. The Q3 adjusted EBITDA margin, that was 14.3%. Will this sustain going ahead? How does the margin profile work of a media SaaS company? We'll ask all these questions to the management. The capex plans for AI investments. What's the strategy ahead? Management was bullish in their Q3 con call as well. So will they walk the talk or not? And if yes, what will be the amount for the capex investments? Kharch kitna hoga AI mein? Let's talk about the other important factor, and that's the media entertainment ecosystem. What are the key growth triggers looking like? Everyone is also migrating from the cable to the digital space as well, and this company is playing a very very pivotal role actually in this segment as well. So it will be very interesting to catch about this and the demand trends and the client confidence, especially in the non-US market side, because US side concentration of revenue is definitely on the stronger side. But how does the company expand in the European markets, in the Asia Pacific markets? All these questions will be answered in KYC, so stay tuned for that. And the AI usage, any kind of incremental benefits which are coming in, and if yes, can it be quantified? Interestingly, the management has also spoken about that fixed cost component. That's almost 2/3 of the total cost. That means revenue has a better upside potential, and of course the new product categories, because they are concentrated totally in this media and education entertainment. And to give us all the details on the show, we'll have Bhaskar Subramaniam. He's the co-founder and the MD and the CEO of the company, where he'll give us all the details about the company. But when we talk about the company, karta kya hai company? Kya karega aage? These are the questions which comes to your mind. So I'll try to give you all these details one by one. Listen in slowly. It's a media solutions company. It was founded in 2008. Listing, of course, was very recent, and this was listed on January 21st, 2026. But there are a lot of other details about it. Now they have launched, managed, distribute, and monetize a lot of contents, and then it goes on to the on-demand content creation. There's, of course, you could say this happens in cable, OTT, and the fast platforms. This is where the future lies when it comes to the streaming. That's what the company is holding, all in all, entire pipeline of products here.
They're catering to content providers, distribution folks, and the advertising platforms and advertisers as well. So you could say there is a flywheel kind of getting developed, but majority of the revenue is still coming from distribution and playout services, and the monetization or you could say the sales ad revenue that has started to pick up as well. They have served over 400 content providers and over 35 distributors, and the presence, of course, you could talk about it, is across 40 odd countries, serving almost 75 advertisers. They have also maintained that almost you could say 80 to 90% of the listed largest players in this segment also are their clients. Also, let's see the geographical revenue breakup. Almost 73% comes from American region, especially US markets. So that'll be very much interesting to understand more that what's the company's, European and the Asia Pacific and even India's expansion plans. However, India is just 1.5 or 2% from the total revenue. Also, the key clients, these are the biggest names in the media space. We have Vivo, Lionsgate Studios, DAZN, EW Scripts, Sinclair Broadcast Group, and even Vizo and Roku make it to the list. These are the large players in the media who will be using this. Remember, this company is into B2B, just to keep that in perspective. Recent works, I'm sure you must have seen at least the break of NFL Super Bowl. That's what they have done recently. It's very interesting, these important events which are coming in, and the company is at the background of it. Grammy 2025 Grammy was also done, and this Amagi Media Labs was behind this, and 2026 Winter Olympics also coming in. So very interesting company, but behind the scenes, it's a B2B play. So it'll be very much interesting to understand कि स्क्रीन के आगे क्या है, and that is why we are getting the management. Almost a global industry trend is a $498 billion global broadcast and streaming market. So barely the surface has been scratched, and $3 trillion of the total numbers to look at, out of which Amagi wants a small pie. 10% media corporation is there, where these operations are on the cloud, and this is where Amagi Media Labs is currently focusing on. And the important thing is the shift from cable to OTT. I'm sure you must be seeing this video in the live television, but later on you see it online as well, and that's also very much important. So definitely look out the socials at NDTV Profit. But there are a lot of questions also. Has the market understood this company after it's getting listed? Infra SaaS in media. Is there a moat in this business model? How different it is with its peers? Because locally there are no peers for this company. Total addressable market is $16.9 billion. So what's the global market share for the company looking like? That's the key question we'll be asking. The third question, very much important, is what's the threat coming in from the larger players or a rising competition? Is there an AI update which can spoil the business model of this company? Who knows? SaaS players have been impacted. That's a big question to be asked. And of course, after IPO, they have money in the bank. Are they looking for further acquisition plans? Because of course, media industry has seen a lot of consolidation, and this also applies to the B2B players as well. So very interesting company, interesting questions, and the company itself is in the middle of migration. Their entire business model comes in is from traditional to, I could say, the modern, or you could say the streaming segment of it. But to understand more, you need to understand our show also. And to understand our show, you need to understand the rating parameters. The holy grail, 3 numbers, financials, no changes. But I have changed a little bit of, ratings for this company, and that is what's important. Operational parameters I have taken instead of the return ratios, because the model is such, you need more time in this to actually get the average return ratios in. So operational parameters are very much important for this company. Also, let's pull out the other rating parameters. Remember, shareholding street cred is just 1 month of entire data coming in. So इसमें आपको ज़्यादा data नहीं मिलेगा. Of course, from IPO pricing, we'll see how much the movement has happened. Peer analysis is also very interesting this time I've got for you. And this time, there aren't any Indian peers, and the global peers, if you talk about it, they are not, you could say, apple to apple. Some of them are coming in one portion of a pipeline, but the company itself claims that it is having the entire product pipeline. That's what we'll ask the company. And of course, the outlook, industry and company, क्या होता है आगे? This is the most important thing which you should be tracking. But let's look at the first rating parameter, and that's the income statement. How things have moved out. Revenue, look at it, this has been growing up, 681, 879, 1163 crores. And interestingly, I would like to point about these contracts which are there for the large clients, it looks like a perpetual contract because they are still undergoing bigger changes. So this company does enjoy a moat, at least for the traditional players itself. EBITDA also, remember from FY22, the EBITDA has been, coming down as such. Of course, that path to profitability, that's the question which is there, which we ask a lot. And in the Q3 numbers, we can definitely see that the company has turned profitable. But of course, we should judge the company not just on a quarterly basis, but on a fiscal year basis also. Likely FY26, it will turn profitable. And that is where we'll start getting in more coverage on the stocks, be it the analyst community and even from the HNI segment. Q3 numbers, let's look at it, how things have panned out. Company has seen a turnaround quarter. Ghate se munafe mein. That's the word which we call in Hindi. This is very much important. Revenue decent, 22-25%. That's what company has been talking about. But profitability, that is what is very much important, and those numbers have come in. But let's give in some more time for it. This is just one quarter of it. So net, it's a neutral rating when it comes to income statement. Balance sheet for a company like this, it's an asset light model company. Debt aapko dikhega nahi. Largely, it's a very decent setup. Nothing much there. Remember, the company is coming just from its IPO. So a little bit of ESOP expense and IPO expense is also there. But largely, the cash numbers are still decent. 490 to 500 crore plus cash is something which we are seeing. That means, and the company is using or may use going ahead in acquisitions as well. Nothing major buyback or dividend announcement has come in. Abhi to sirf IPO hi aaya hai, it's just been a month, so we need to give it more time. But net, the balance sheet is strong, so I'll give a thumbs up for it. Let's talk about cash flows, and that is where some kind of question marks you will see definitely happening, especially because of the IPO expenses, and the last 6 odd months they have taken a one-time ESOP expense hit as well, and because of that there is a pain when it comes to the net cash flows as well, some kind of lumpiness also coming in. So as long as we don't see you could say a normalized operational cash flow coming in, it becomes very difficult for us to understand, and to be fair, we need to judge the company by the numbers also, and that is why I have given a negative rating for cash flow segment. But to make, and to give it a very balanced approach, I have not taken ROC and ROC, I have taken the operational numbers because these numbers are very strong. Cumulative hours were jumped up almost 64% on a year-on-year basis. You can understand content creation kitna ho raha hai, kitne TikTok ban rahe, kitne reel ban rahe, kitne shows aa rahe. You can see how important this has become. The second thing is, of course, the content deliveries. I was talking about that. It's up 37%. On a year-on-year basis. And another operational metric I'd like to point out that's doing really well is the distributors reach. Of course, distribution is the king if we have a content. So, and remember, 31% year-on-year basis reach is increasing, and these numbers are looking big as well. The monetized impressions at the end, everybody wants that. Look at that, it's up 60%. So when you see these operational parameters, you understand it takes time for a company to come for path to profitability, and if you're a traditional investor, you're getting angry, Sharad, why there's no ROC, ROE? This is the reason for that. Now, let's talk about the shareholding, how things are moving, and remember, it's just one quarter of, definition is there, which is there here, but there is a little bit of concern for me. There's a promoter holding for this type of business model because it is largely family office, PVC funded. So that's why you're seeing FI is at 43%, DI is at 32%. And there are certain limits also. So promoter, it's very low here. So that means no major control coming in from the promoter definition. But definitely it's still held by a professional team. And largely, let's give it more time to see whether any kind of movement happens amongst the institutions. And as of now, let's keep it at neutral rating. Also, let's talk about the street cred, how things are moving. We spoke about the shareholding, but street cred will give you a little bit of jhalak, and that jhalak is just till the IPO. Yaad rakhiye, the date is this, January 21st, 2026. But even in this bad market, in the month of February, we saw so much volatility happening. March also is volatile to the market. From the IPO price, it's still in the green. It's up 5%. On the other hand, there was a dip on the listing, and still from there it's up 19%. So market is definitely rewarding this company, and this is the time where SaaS companies globally took a very big beating, but ye SaaS company gira nahi. So it's a strong street cred when it comes to this company Amagi Media Labs. But peer analysis is very interesting analysis I have taken. There are no Indian peers and the global peers also. Not everybody has the product stack which the company has. It's the largest full stack cloud native solution against the peers. That's what the company claims, and I saw the RHP and I can confirm, yes, it is. It's a niche media global SaaS infra software. There's an average to it. If you could just show the average of these ratios, this actually goes in for 25 to 40 times in the EV basis. On the price to earnings basis is roughly 16 times. This is the average from the Bloomberg I have taken. This is the infra SaaS at play. But the company, if it enjoys the moat, and it is currently at least seeing from the IPO itself, and that is where it seems like it is enjoying a valuations premium, and there are no Indian peers, remember, and the global peers also. It seems like company is actually at a good advantage in terms of size and the product stack. So net peer analysis, to be fair, I've given a strong thumbs up when it comes to Amagi Media Labs. But of course, let's talk about the outlook, how things are panning out. This is the most important thing, is the cloud modernization. This is something which has been playing out for the last decade. It's expected to go in a couple of more decades as well. Also, is the streaming unification and the monetization marketplace. This is where the entire business model is set. Ye core hai. If you are studying this company as an analyst, there's a strong AI stack. That's what I have seen there in the con call, and they might command a premium in SaaS market. This is the reason why I've given a thumbs up when it comes to the peer analysis. And look at the amount, $3 trillion in global media entertainment market. So the sky is the limit, and there aren't any peers to actually compare. So it becomes quite easy to actually find this company in this niche, and that's why maybe it's commanding a premium if you compare with other SaaS players which are listed in the Indian market. This is the bullishness coming on the new video economy, the entire show, a lot of shows you see from the mobile screen as well, in the YouTubes at NDTV Profit, and you see this is the future. AI may disrupt infra SaaS models, and each time Anthropic or Claude comes up with a plugin, we see SaaS bleeding. Will that happen to the company? That's also one question mark, and of course that's the threat coming in. And the company has a moat against peers for all-in-one solutions. That's what they talk about it. And definitely there is a flywheel also. So one thing leads to the other, and all of them benefit in, and that's why I think the margins are also getting lifted as well. So net for outlook, it's a strong outlook and a thumbs up coming in, but this, of course, AI and competition fears are always there. So always take things with a pinch of salt. But let's give you the entire rating, how things have panned out, and slowly I'll make you understand the path to profitability is definitely there in the company, but let's give it more time. Balance sheet is strong, it's asset light, and you never know, the cash might be used for acquisitions. Cash flow, company needs to show. Of course, there's a lumpiness from the IPO and ESOP. Operational parameters are bang on. That's what the markets are looking, and it's actually giving that premium. Shareholding, we need to wait some time out. Remember, FIs, DIs hold almost 70+% of stake in the company. Street trade from the IPO, it has done well. It's commanding a premium against the global peers, and the outlook, that is where the strength also lies, and that is why the final rating on the higher side for Amagi Media Labs is 6 out of 8 for KYC. But I'm sure there are a lot of questions also which you need to ask, and that is why we'll be joined in by the co-founder, managing director and CEO of Amagi, Bhaskar Subramaniam, and of course he has started his career as a software engineer in Texas Instruments. Okay, there's another AI angle to it. And also co-founded ImpulseSoft. Already that was acquired by a NASDAQ listed company Surf. And interestingly, Bhaskar is a good cycling enthusiast as well. So pretty much a very interesting profile for Bhaskar. But good afternoon, Bhaskar. Always a pleasure to have you on our show. And AI is something in Amagi also. I can see there is A and I. At the first is A, at the end is I. So now how it changes, because SaaS, for a normal layman person at times gets impacted by AI. So I just want to get this, through this view in, the AI stack, how Amagi is using it, and if yes, is there any threat from the larger players like Claude or Anthropic, or is it something else which you're having a moat?
Thank you very much for having me on the show. I think AI is top of mind for all of us, and we're extremely bullish at Amagi of what the AI transformation can do for the media business. I think we're pretty much leading this whole trend line with lots of investment we're making as a company. Having said that, the delineation of SaaS, and I want to kind of give this as a understanding, important understanding, is when we talk about SaaS, largely the market's talking about horizontal SaaS. There is companies which are building tools and utility software, which people are using it for their productivity gains inside large companies. At Amagi, and like everything else, because we're a vertical software company, what do we mean by that is we are pretty much the heart of our customers' operations. We run their operations pretty much for them. So to that extent, it's a very, very deeply integrated technology platform for our customers. And this is not something you can vibe code yourself through the process. And because of it's also end-to-end capabilities. The big opportunity for us as a company that we see is, if you look at the media business historically, for every dollar of technology spend, there was at least $4 of human cost spent for you to operate these platforms, because video and audio and latencies and sports and news are very hard problems to solve. What we see with AI is a genuine opportunity to change the game by actually bringing in autonomous agentic infrastructure on top of the platforms that we built. And that's the huge opportunity that we're really going after today. So we are really, really bullish on AI.
Right. And Bhaskar, apart from that, AI investments, I see you have cash on the books as well. And of course, IPO is done now. You are a listed player. AI investment plans, have you, earmarked anything for 2026?
We have already been investing. And if you look at it, again, we don't capitalize any of our software. So in spite of the EBITDA that you see, we are continuing to invest heavily. And a lot of our investments are today going into AI investments as a company that we move forward, right? So we are very comfortable with the investments we're making. In addition to the street guidance and expectations we're providing, we're kind of managing both together right now. So we're extremely positive about the overall AI change and we're comfortable with the investments we're making as of today.
The adjusted EBITDA margins, I looked up, it's 14.3%. And in the con call, it was stated that 2/3 of your costs are actually fixed. That means there is a big upside potential for the revenue as well. So could you give me some margin or margin guidance and even the revenue guidance, any kind of ballpark figure for both of these elements? Even if it's adjusted, it's fine.
No, I may not be able to give you exact numbers from a call standpoint, given its future looking to some extent. But what you're seeing is a clear path and a track record that you would see. And again, not just one quarter, but if you look at it in the last 3 years and what we kind of announced and what we've seen, you will see the operating leverage playing out. And that's just the nature of the business. It's nothing to do with the Amagi per se. The nature of the business lends itself to a fixed cost structure, which can actually be able to repeatably provide more and more productivity gains. And that's the reason, if you look at it, the cost, our indirect cost as a percentage of revenue continues to come down, and that flows through to the EBITDA directly for you. And that's going to be the future as well. And we don't see any major surprises or challenges on that directional front.
And interestingly, a lot of business cases come in is that traditional media networks are there and they move on to the streaming. How is this process like? Just to give in a business flow, in short, if you could just explain us, because there is an advertising flywheel element as well. So if you could just give us that entire flow, and how does the company have a moat against peers? Could you just explain it to our viewers?
Okay. If you look at it, our customers are anybody who creates content. So content creators, starting from the largest TV channels or OTT operators, to people who are coming out of YouTube and wanting to create their own content and build a media company for themselves. So that's the spread of people that we work with today. And you see on the screen, we take it a DAZN or a Vizio or a Roku, all are large media companies today that are actually trying to really build things. What Amagi does first is what we call as a modernization journey. If you're a traditional TV network and wanting to be in the streaming world, we enable these companies to change all their media operations to cloud first. Essentially, today, they run on a lot of hardware, satellites, OB-vans. You've seen all of this from a television standpoint. We think this infrastructure will go away, and all of this will become software running on the cloud. That's the first part of the journey for any traditional media player. Once you do that, you want to be really building a streaming platform for yourself and also distribute content through streaming and OTT operations for everybody in the world. So we enable our customers to take their content globally, what we call as omni-channel distribution. Exactly like retail, we enable these people to take their content across the globe and sell it to every distributor that's available. That's the second part of the stuff that we do for them. Once they do that, they would like to monetize that through advertising our subscription and get the money back and the analytics of what's happening on the field. We provide them a capability to do that. If you look at it, this is the flywheel for them.
Right. Yeah. That's a very interesting take, Bhaskar. But the last question, a very short one. Somebody who's young in the 20s right now, playing around with AI agentics, and he wants to make it big in media and education industry, is tracking your business model as well. What's your view for that person?
I'm always paranoid of every new innovation that comes up, right? Two things which can allow us our own ability and agility to innovate, number one. Number two, if you look at it, this business is a very mission critical business. Our customers need longevity and reliability as a very important metric. And in fact, Amagi going public is a big vote of confidence for our customers to bet on companies which are much more both innovative and long-term looking and have a long gestation in terms of survivability and growth. Super important for our customers. So I'm not really worried about the 24-year-old yet.
Okay, so you're not worried about that 24-year-old guy tinkering with the AI agent and trying to analyze the traditional and the modern media as well as you being in the middle. Thank you very much, Bhaskar, for this very interesting interview regarding the company and the industry. And that's a pretty interesting take coming in from Amagi Media's spokesperson, the way the traditional media is moving towards the streaming space. And maybe you're watching this on the YouTube video as well. Company has done well. The KYC rating, we have given 6 out of 8. That's all, folks, for KYC. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
That brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है,
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक। आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है? कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay, yeah.
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi. After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new auto show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit, for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation. And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner.
Asian markets had a strong session in trade. Kospi jumped as much as 12%, staging a sharp rebound from its worst single-day decline. Bulls find some respite on Dalal Street today after 4 days of pain. Nifty jumps more than 80 points while the Sensex gained over 200 points. Metals got some shine back while energy and oil and gas lead the gains. IT and PSU banks are on a back foot. Oil marketing companies are back in the red as higher crude and weaker rupee pushed the marketing margins sharply into the negative zone. Analysts say losses on petrol and diesel sales are mounting again. Coal India on a tear as escalating tensions in the Middle East underpin the coal prices. Prices of European thermal coal hit their highest level since October 2023 as supply concerns linger. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar and let's take a look at the markets which is seeing some bit of relief and a rebound after many days of really a very volatile and weakness that it had seen because of the geopolitical tensions. So right now, coming out of that knee-jerk reaction, and not just our own market, but the Asian markets, they gave us the positive cues as well. And that's what is also impacting and rubbing off on the Indian markets. When we talk about Nifty 50, yes, again at the particular moment, and 25,500 level comfortably achieved and trending above that at the current moment, but still lower than the highest level that it had achieved, which was past 25,600 odd levels. Looking at some of the other internals, well, big boy Reliance Industries is seeing a lot of buying coming in, and that is adding more than 50 points to Nifty 50 as a largest contributor. Some of the other blue chip counters like Larsen and Toubro also is a big contributor, considering that it had fallen the most in the last few trading sessions, also on account of the huge business that it gets from the Middle East. Apart from that, if we really take a look at the sectoral indices, well, metals are the pack which are shining in trade because the global supply concerns are really giving a spike up to the metal prices globally, and that's really coming in well. Defense is doing well, energy is doing well, and on the flip side, it's the IT sector which is back into the red and is showing weakness in trade today. Some of the other counters like State Bank of India from the banking pack is the one which is falling the most, and that also means that Bank Nifty as a particular index is underperforming the key indices at the current moment. When it comes to mid cap as well as the small cap, they are actually trending in line with the key indices today. Let's take it across to a market expert to understand the direction of the market. Sachin Shah, who's the executive director and fund manager at MK Investment Manager, joins in. Sachin, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. How do you see the direction of the market? Of course, it's more of a rebound, some buying coming in at lower levels, but do you see this sustaining?
Yeah, hi Nisha. Thank you so much for having me on the show. Always a pleasure. Yeah, you're right. So we've actually got into that territory where it's become really uncertain. These are very low probability but very high impact events. This kind of a situation. Nevertheless, it's not that this is happening for the first time. We've seen this about 4 years back, and we've seen this many times in the last probably 3-4 decades. And every time we have seen this kind of sharp cuts on the market. But in the next 3 to 6 months, post these events are sorted, we've seen a very sharp rebound. So the way we think about it is that probably this is creating an opportunity for long-term investors to actually get into some of the businesses which were always an expensive valuation, but now they are probably getting into a very reasonable valuation kind of a zone. So I think, as we say that for investors, volatility is a friend, and this is the time to actually capitalize that.
While Sachin, you say that you can capitalize on the opportunities, and especially from the safer counters, the ones which have really shown their might time and again, and it's the time to accumulate those at these lower levels. But what are the no-go areas? Because some of the companies, business dynamics can change forever if this war continues, and on the other hand, some of the sectors which could also see a trajectory change. Any on top of your list?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't like to say anything of that sort at this point in time, because every sector, every business will find its own way as long as they have the the standing power, to ride this uncertain times. So as long as you are investing in businesses which have shown resilience in the past, particularly with their management track record and particularly with their balance sheet strength. So I think that's how we are evaluating more bottoms up, rather than trying to say that this is something that we would like to avoid. So because we have seen that this kind of times, they don't last too long, and once we are sorted with it, generally most of these businesses tend to and particularly stock prices tend to bounce back very strongly.
That's right. So overall view on for most of the experts, Sachin, has been that India will really bounce back, considering that geopolitical tensions really de-escalate, or at least the dust settles. But Sachin, if we look at the metal prices the way they are, how would you play that particular space right now?
Yeah, so clearly, if you see the metals as a sector has been in an uptrend for almost now maybe 12 to 15 months. If you see the entire calendar year 25, metal has been hugely outperforming, and these are very deep cyclical sectors. So once they are in an uptrend, they tend to do very well, and once they get into a downtrend, they also have that kind of a similar kind of a downturn. So I think it's about and every investor, the kind of the appetite that they have to play or to invest in this kind of deep cyclicals. So it depends on every profile of the investor, I would like to think.
Right. And about oil and gas, how would you differentiate between upstream and oil marketing companies, OMCs, and what would be the differentiated play in that, considering the situation really impacts this sector a lot?
No, again, over there, see, as far as Indian oil and gas companies are concerned, I think they all have a very strong moat as far as the distribution is concerned, as far as the refinings are concerned. So I'm not saying that any material changes are going to happen because of this event out here. Yes, there may be some short-term knee-jerk reactions, but structurally, I'm not worried at all. India overall demand continues to grow every year in the range of 3-4% for oil and gas products. So I think that continues. I don't see any changes out there.
Right. So no change over there, and a lot depends on how things really move. But Sachin, obviously at this current moment, we don't know the timeline of the kind of volatility that we are going to see. A lot of equity market trades are also on wait and watch. The fundraising situation has also been impacted of the companies where they can use the equity currency to raise funds at the current moment. So it has a larger impact. What would you suggest to the investors in terms of how they should stagger their cash deployment in this market at the current level, and how slow or fast could that, or cautious approach could that be?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point because, we don't know how long can this actually last. It may be a few weeks to a few months, right? And hopefully not longer than that. But yeah, so I think clearly an SIP kind of a route, or maybe investing 20-30% at every tranche of maybe 3 to 4% kind of downside in the stock prices or companies that one likes. So yes, it's a good thing to actually spread out your investments over the next few weeks. Because you might get even a better opportunity thanks to the volatility, or sometimes just to capitulation of the markets. So that's one thing that one can plan. But I think more important is where you are investing, and I think that's something is going to be very critical, because one needs to stick to really very blue chip kind of companies which can withstand this kind of the challenges in the external environment, and obviously that's a function of their balance sheet and their management skills.
All right, so cherry picking at this particular moment, and also invest in a staggered manner and in the companies with the proven track record, which are really falling the most. Some of those important points coming in. Sachin Shah, always a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for your perspective on the market. Thank you. All right, moving on then, we are still discussing how the Middle East tension has been impacting various companies. Let me focus the attention on one such company, Vishnu Chemicals. Siddharth Cherukuri, who's the joint managing director of the company, joins in now. Siddharth, thanks so much for stopping by for this discussion. Now, of course, the company supplies chromium and barium compounds to over 50 countries. You are export-heavy company where a large part of your revenue really depends on that. How do you assess this particular situation and its impact on the company?
Good afternoon, Nisha. Thank you very much for having me. Well, geopolitical tensions have definitely made global supply chains a bit more complex. Over the last few years, we have seen disruptions due to conflicts, trade restrictions, sanctions, and countries being a lot more protective, and logistical volatility. However, a company like ours, we have diversified markets and strong backward integration, which we have worked and implemented over the last few years. So put us in a relatively better position over our peers globally. Right. We supply chromium bearing chemicals to over 50 countries across Europe today, Europe, America, and Asia. So our strategy has been to maintain a diversified customer base and localized distribution partners. In fact, in some cases, geopolitical shifts have created better opportunities for us in certain end user industry. So while volatility has increased, it has also accelerated our role as a reliable alternative supplier in chromium and barium chemicals globally.
Right. So Siddharth, when you say that the opportunities have two important takeaways, it has also opened opportunities, and that you have a well-diversified geographical spread. So roughly about 46 to 50% of your revenue is driven by exports in major markets, including Brazil, USA, Mexico, South Korea, Germany. Looking at this, which are the areas which are impacted, and how has the better opportunity opened up with this situation?
Now, I would not say it has been impacted. It's really, fallen in our favor, especially with the new product mix, what we have adopted, focusing more on electroplating and other electroplating and pigment chemistry. The key markets include Brazil, US, Mexico, South Korea, Germany. During this quarter, we did see some temporary disruptions due to geopolitical tensions, logistical adjustments, and so on. However, the impact has been meaningful and not structural, I would say. Over diversified customers in over 50 countries, I think we are able to balance between the domestic market as well as exports. So while the short-term fluctuations in specific quarters, the long-term demand for chromium bearing chemicals remain relatively strong, I would say.
That's right, Siddharth. In fact, in the long term, we are not even assessing it because most of the market really expects this situation to really calm down, hopefully sooner. But with that expectation and the hypothesis that it is continuing at least for this particular quarter, a large part of this quarter maybe. Looking at that, Siddharth, you did say that there has been some disruption and some changes in the export-import mix. If you can give a little more guidance on the kind of impact that this particular quarter could see, considering the trend that we are seeing with the disruption that is on the table right now.
Given that our asset is fungible, we are able to quickly balance among the various product mix. Let's say working among various wide end user industry. If one end user industry is going through a low business cycle, we are able to balance. So there won't be any volume or volume impact. Starting from the key pre-starting raw material, and as well as we if you see in the first 9 months. We have seen a 10% year-on-year growth in the revenue and close to 13% profitability growth. And we are confident that it will continue even during this quarter and the quarters we're going to see.
Right. So your export-import mix, how has that changed at the current moment?
So we'll see some growth definitely in our domestic sales. So far it used to be a 55% domestic and 45% export. It will be a lot more domestic, because we being the only producer of chromium and barium in India, there will be a lot more demand because of the constrained imports coming from various countries. So we'll try to first address that market and exports. As of now, the things are progressing well. We don't see much of an issue. In fact, we would, given that with this logistical challenges which our clients are foreseeing, there could be actually a pent-up demand, and they'll be looking at adding more to the inventory moving forward. It could actually fall in our favor.
That's right, Siddharth. What you're saying, I'm getting that because a lot of supply chain disruption has happened and these products cannot also be imported. So probably you are also filling the gap in the domestic market, and a larger domestic market play is what you're saying. What happens to the prices? Has there been an impact on the prices of your products because of the supply chain disruption, not just by demand and supply, but even the realization? Has that been boosted, or how has it been impacted?
As we all are witnessing, all the exporters, since the last 6 months, there has been consistent depreciation in the rupee, which is definitely improving our realization. And moving forward, if the freights are going to increase, we have to pass it on in the export market. And I'm sure this will also impact our peers in the various geographies. So following that, we have to announce price increases in the domestic market as well. So it's definitely going to improve the margins moving forward, both in the terms of rupee depreciation as well as the value increases which are going to come.
All right. So one more factor, and whenever the export market is much better, and Siddharth, you can give a perspective on the company as well as an industry player. With Hormuz trade being a risky route right now, the rerouting impact, the port congestion, as well as oil price hike will all add up to freight costs being increased. What would be the impact whenever exports open, or at least you attempt? Will it be first viable? And second, what is the impact that you're seeing on the ground on freight costs and therefore an impact on the industry?
Well, what we have heard from our logistic partners, this the source of Hormuz is mostly for the oil and gas industry, where 60 to 70% of the oil and gas is moved towards the east from the west. But as such, the containerized cargo is not actually going through this, in exception if there's a cargo going to Iran. But as of now, we don't see it will really impact the container movement as such. But we have to see how things pan out. Definitely, there's going to be a cost increases going towards the west, specifically Europe. Yeah, so we are, we will be updated very soon. But as of now, the freight increases are mainly through the Middle East. As such, that's not a very big market for Vishnu Chemicals, probably 1% or even less of a revenue. Yeah, that's what I can say.
All right, Siddharth. So many takeaways coming in and a lot of clarity. And thanks so much for taking all our questions so candidly and patiently also while we are still trying to understand. So definitely some cost escalation you're expecting in your products. You're filling in, or at least the exports are being offset by the import demand. And the Strait of Hormuz is not particularly the region that you ply from. So therefore, no direct impact as such. So these are the important takeaways, and of course the price escalation will be something to watch out for your company as well. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us a bunch of clarity on how this particular global event is impacting not just Vishnu Chemicals but a lot of exporters from India when it comes to freight costs. All right, a bunch of counters in the spotlight as well in the market. Mahima has the entire list of stocks that are buzzing in trade today. Tell us, Mahima, what's in your list today?
Right, Nisha. So I'll start with Coal India first because it's been in focus since, the auction prices for Coal India came out, and, a lot of brokerages have come out with their views and the stock is buzzing on the back of that. 4.7% of an uptake is what we're seeing. JP Morgan has maintained neutral with a target price of 397, but what they're saying is that stock is seeing relative outperformance driven by expectations of higher e-auction prices. In terms of sensitivity, every 10% increase in e-auction premium for Coal India increases fair value by around 2 to 2.5%. And apart from e-auction, tailwinds like fundamentals are not yet, kind of looking very strong, and that's why they've maintained the neutral stance on this one. Citi has hiked the target price for this one to 430 versus that of 415 earlier, adding upside on a 90-day catalyst. Higher international core prices should be positive for Coal India is what they're saying. They see potential higher auction prices overall, and 30% discount to spot import parity prices suggests that e-auction prices at that rupees 3,000 per ton versus 2,400 odd in Q3. In terms of the other stock, Ramke Infra, huge order win coming in for this particular counter of 1,400 crore for a 3,000 odd crore market cap company, so certainly a big one, and the stock is spiking on the back of that. Basically, it's an EPC order which will be completed in the next 930 days, and it also includes maintenance contract for the next 4 odd years. The last one is Shadowfax, where ICICI Securities has kind of initiated coverage on this one with a target price of 175. It says that it's delivering value, market share gain led and re-rating in the medium term. Market share gains in e-commerce shipments is what it is seeing, and continued network expansion in D2C will drive the next phase of growth for this one. Hyperlocal, the next structural growth engine, operating leverage led structure margin expansion will happen because of this, and additional kind of optionality through infrastructure leverage is something that one can look at for this particular counter. So this is the overall view of what stocks are buzzing and why they are buzzing in trade today.
All right, Mahima, thanks so much for getting us that entire list that needs to be on our radar today. Now, moving on to the auto space, as JLR sales, remember, continue to slump due to the recent cyber attacks and also slow demand. Is it time for the street to really tilt the focus on Tata Motors passenger vehicles, which is set to benefit from the robust domestic demand and also the overall cost benefits? In fact, our colleague Puneet has been poring over numbers and the statistics and gets us a deep dive. Tell us, Puneet.
Well, thank you for that. It's definitely the India business which is now back in focus compared to the JLR business, which drives majority of the revenue. And when you look at the volume guidance, that's largely the reason why we're putting this focus. Compare the last 4 months since November of 2025, volumes for Tata Motors PV since the cyber attack, this is for JLR specifically, is down 37% at this point of time. And now still in the latest month, while it has lowered, still down 19% as well. On the other side, the flip side of things, Tata Motors, the India business, has shown a stellar growth led by the GST rate cuts. 26% growth was recorded in November. That jumped to almost 47% in January, but continues to be strong momentum in the month of February as well. When you also look at why this disparity, there are 2 key reasons. JLR has been impacted by the cyber attack, weak global demand, both in China, Europe, as well as in US now because of the tariffs at the start of the year. While for Tata Motors, the India business, GST rate cuts has been a major trigger in terms of growth, outpacing all the other peers in India at this point, including Mahindra as well as Maruti Suzuki. The other aspect that JLR's FY25 levels of sales will not be recovered even in the next 3 years. So they did sell roughly around 4 lakh units in FY25. That number is not going to come back until FY28 is what brokerages anticipate, and will only reach roughly around 3.8 lakhs. While for the India PV business, which sold roughly around 5.5 to 5.7 lakh units in FY25, that number will materially increase from here on, and brokerages have had their say, had their pick. MK suggests this could be jumping to almost 8.9 lakh vehicles, while Nomura also estimates at least a minimum 37% jump from this standpoint. Finally, in terms of what could be the valuations for the global peers as well of JLR, Mercedes as well as BMW have seen EBITDA, EV by EBITDA multiples cut to almost just 2 and 1.6 times versus JLR, which is at 1.4. So this shows that there couldn't be too many in terms of valuation multiple premium. And finally, the SOTP, when you look at the India business, has actually increased over the last couple of years versus reduction now for JLR. So that's the picture on Tata Motors. The India business now much more in favor versus JLR.
All right, thanks Puneet for all that detail, but this is the favorite part of the show for me. At least I am tracking sporting action today. India and England face off in a high-stakes semi-finals today, and the stage is set for a blockbuster. India arrive with momentum and a settled in-form core, while England will lean on power hitting and sharp matchups to tilt the contest their way. Now, the toss could really matter for the team, but the conditions should still reward the busy batting through the middle and control at the depth. Now, one spot in the finals, remember, is already taken by New Zealand, which really butchered South Africa last evening. Now, the other will be decided in the clash of the heavyweights today, and we here in the studio are definitely cheering for Men in Blue. With that, it's a wrap on Markets at 12, but keep it with NDTV Profit. Thanks so much.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है,
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सभी
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया.
It's okay, yeah.
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं.
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi. After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle 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 बस आज का jingle 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 चल करें थोड़े single 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 क्योंकि तू है single 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations. And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Hiral Dadia, and Sharad Dubey standing at the NDTV Profit Market Pit with all the action in the markets today. Sharad, good afternoon. There is some bit of respite that's come in for the investors in today's session. How sustainable it is anyone's guess. I think it seems that the markets are now pricing in to some extent the impact when it comes to the war that we are looking at between Israel and Iran.
Well, yes, thanks a lot for that. Good afternoon, Hiral. But looking at the markets, there is a joy after, of course, 4 days of pain coming in. But will this joy sustain going ahead? That's a very big question to be asked. It might be a technical rebound. Nifty is up almost 170 points near its day's high level. That's pretty much interesting. But Nifty Bank hasn't joined the party yet. The heavyweights have not come in. But net we see there is a Sensex expiry at play also, which we'll be talking about, but it's a technical bounce. The Asian markets, when they opened up, Kospi, hitting its upper circuit of 12%, the Nikkei, the Thai indices, all of them doing really well in the trade. So of course that follow-on benefit is definitely coming in. The Nifty Bank's technical setup is still weaker than Nifty in this bounce itself. How much this bounce will continue, that's the big question to be asked. This is the key support level which you're looking at. This is where a couple of technical bounces were repeated over the last two trading sessions. So this is something which you should be watching out for. And also the options data is still suggesting a range bound moves likely. We're not going to see a very wild move on the either sides. That's something to actually ponder upon if you are a trader. This is an important data. Metals, energy, they are doing really well in the trade, but there's a reversal happening. Yesterday IT was stable, but it's a sell-off is coming and the IT drag is there. India VIX interestingly is down 10%. If you're an options player, this is a very important data. It's going below the 19 mark. It's right now at 18.64%. So you can see how much changes or the volatility is coming down in the markets, and Sensex expiry is at play. So do not cheer a lot for the market. In the last half an hour or even 1 hour, there might be volatility in the screen. There are three key monitorables right now also. One is the US-Iran tensions, how the developments take place from both the sides. The AI trade, is it resuming or not? The earnings related news flows coming, and the US jobless claims data is just coming tonight as well. So you should be watching out for these factors. But yes, overall medium term basis, it's still a range bound market. But yes, today we'll definitely take in a good positive up move, and it is sustaining Hiral, Nifty near the day's high level.
Yeah, sustainability becomes the key from here on. Thank you so much for that, Sharad. But let's quickly look at the watch list. The metal stocks are surging in trade, and that's aluminium and metal prices. Because of that surge, that bump up is coming in. ONGC and Oil India, Brent crude is at $84 per barrel, positive for them, but pressurizing the oil marketing companies. Defense stocks, the rally continues amid the war escalation. Your Gujarat Gas also is in focus on the back of the LNG availability constraints. Coal India brokerages are positive on the counter. And again, the war situation is what is making e-auctions pretty attractive for Coal India. You have Class 8 truck orders that have come in, on the back of which you have, stocks like, Ramkrishna Forgings, all, Bharat Forge, all of these counters that are in focus as well. Tata Motors, JLR is down, India business is up in trade. So watch out for Tata Motors pretty closely in today's session. LIC, there's a strategic shift that's happening to high margin products. And that's the reason why there is some bit of a buzz coming in terms of LIC, where valuation re-rating is a potential. Port counters are positive in trade on the back of the JP Morgan initiation report. G Shipping trading at a 52-week high of the Baltic Index that has spiked in trade. NTPC buzzing on volumes. Sterlite Tech, LT Food, Sharda Crop, all of these very strong volumes that are picking up in today's session. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the watch list. But Sharad, over to you for the rapid fire. And I think who better than discussing it with Osho Krishnan of Angel One.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Hiral. Osho, good afternoon. Always a pleasure to have you. We'll start our rapid fire. Buy, sell, hold. Jaldi se. The first one is, of course, your metal related stocks. You know, we see Nalco, Vedanta, all of them buzzing in trade in Nalco also. What's your views on that? Any good medium term setup looking like here out of these three stocks?
Very good afternoon, Sharad. Yes, no doubt metal counters are into focus. There has been decent traction. So National Aluminium is looking very positive. Again, it might surge towards the zone of 418 to 420 from a very short-term point of view. So this counter can be bought into at current levels. 418 should be the target from short-term perspective.
And Osho, your views on ONGC and Oil India for last 2 to 3 sessions. The Brent crude is going up and there's a beneficiary at play. And now it seems like a medium-term setup is looking there for both of these counters. Any other further up moves? And if yes, what will be the levels?
For ONGC, it has already given a very strong technical breakout from the zone of nearly 260-65 odd levels, for which the target comes around the zone of 308 to 310. So that is the target that I am eyeing for ONGC, and positive cues also provide some kind of robust movement in the counter. So 308, 310 is the target that one can expect in this counter from short to medium term point of view.
All right, next group of stocks is NTPC and Sterlite Tech. Your views on that? Either of them, which is looking much better now?
NT power sector is looking quite positive to me. NTPC has gained strong traction from the zone of nearly 335 towards 400 odd levels. But over the last few trading sessions, the counter has again tested 21-day exponential moving average, which historically has provided cushion. So I expect that again it has a potential to retest the zone of 390, followed by 400 in the short-term period.
And in the cash market, Osho, LT Foods and Sharda Cropchem are doing well, and entirely, if you could say, 1:1 ratio is also coming in the broader indices. Anything in these cash market related stocks?
L&T Foods is looking quite positive to me, although on the higher end 430 is still a very stiff hurdle. So that should be, one should keep a track of those levels. If it surpasses 430-35, then we can see resumption in the bullish trend. For Sharda Corp, I expect the momentum has vanished away with the kind of correction that has been seen in the recent period. But 1000-1020 is a decent zone for the counter. Any dip towards the zone of 1000 can be seen as accumulation zone for this counter.
And Osho, your views on the defense stocks? All of them are buzzing in trade, especially we have taken in BL and you could say Data Patterns. These stocks are also doing well. Your views on this?
Selective approach should be there in the defense sector. BL no doubt has given very strong outperformance. Again, it is 4.5% upside move. Upside surge is there in today's trading session. So I expect the momentum should be continued. 474 is the first and potential target from a very short term, maybe like BTST or 1 to 2 trading session. But 474 is the target that I am expecting in BEL.
And Osho, your views on Gujarat Gas stock has taken a beating. Of course, the impact coming in because of geopolitical tensions. They have announced force majeure. That's an important announcement coming in from the company. But any other strict stop losses for Gujarat Gas from here?
Gujarat Gas is having a very strong support around the zone of 370. But looking at the recent volatility in the whole gas companies, there might be some again volatility continued in this counter as well. So 370 should be the strict stop loss. If it concludes or subsides above the zone of 370, then in the coming period we may see a gradual up movement. But looking at the current scenario, one should definitely keep a strict stop loss of 370.
All right, that's the rapid fire for you. Over to you, Hiral.
Thank you so much for that In fact, another stock that is in focus is a Vikram Engineering. In fact, the anchor lock-in actually opens up in today's session, but you're not seeing a major pressure that's coming in on a Vikram Engineering, because usually the moment anchor lock-ins open, there is some bit of selling pressure that comes in on any counter because of the anchors that start going and selling out. Rakesh Markhedkar, CMT at Vikram Engineering, joins in. Rakesh, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you on NDTV Profit. You know, my question coming to you is, last couple of trading sessions also we've seen promoters who have been buying. Because the anchor book actually opens up today in terms of selling, any conversations that you've had with your anchor investors in terms of progress, in terms of their vision to move out and new ones coming in, how is that picture looking like?
Good afternoon, Hiral. Actually, this lock-in expiry is a very normal regulatory milestone after listing. And now there was absolutely no dialogue with this, with the stakeholders, with the investors. In fact, if you review that last week, somewhere in the 28th of February, the promoters, we have increased our shareholding by 2.5 lakhs approximately shares, just to give the confidence to the investors and to the industry.
So moving from here on then, post IPO, because it's a recent listing, in terms of progress, where do you stand versus what you had envisioned?
So the very important thing is the way we planned. Because once after this IPO, we were moving very confidently to book our orders. And I'm very happy to say we have unexecuted order book as of today is more than 5,000 crores. That is just more than the double of the same period of last year. It was around 2,200 crores. So we are going with the very strong in the order book, at the same time with the execution. And now we are also preparing for the FY27 and 28 the new areas in the same way, the sectors, so that we maintain the profitability what we are maintaining for the last 3 years.
Rakesh, good afternoon. Sharad here. I just wanted to add more questions on this. Of course, the next 2 years projections, of course, we are talking about the outlook as well. The capex plans, if any, and what are the current capacity utilization plans looking like? If you could just share that with us.
See, as such, we are not planning any capex plan now. But we have the sufficient working capital with us to execute our current orders confidentially. So we are moving with this the current status quo of with the working capital, and then we have the funds available from the IPO, which we are utilizing 100% in the working capital. And then we are 100% on the EPC only.
Rakesh, another question I want to ask you is with regards to your expansion in the Middle East in terms of EPC as a business. With everything that's happening right now, what are your conversations? What is the status of the same?
See that, as you know, we are preparing for our expansion internationally, because all my competitors, they have more than 50% their shares in the overseas business. We are confident, we are working on that, and we started working quoting, but we don't compromise with our margins. And now, but seeing that the conditions for the last 2 weeks, we have to wait and watch for that next movement in that direction.
But anything that you've picked up so far right now, at what stage are you in terms of expansion in the Middle East? Because I remember having that conversation with you in the past as well.
We are in the registration process. We are almost closing that. This is one. We have identified the partners, and then we are preparing with the requirement of our customers to execute the project in the solar and power T&D in both areas.
Okay, so right now you're not seeing any impact, Rakesh, in terms of the war that's ongoing, and do you think there could be a delay in terms of the plans with regards to expansion there, or you think everything could be on track?
Yeah, we are very closely watching the geopolitical conditions and war situation, what is happening there. And this is what we should do, and we are working on that. And then, since we got enough order book to take care of FY27, we are nothing in hurry to take any risk and chance. So we are evaluating the situation very carefully and to taking the call for the next move.
Understood. Thank you so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you, and thank you for the update.
Thank you very much.
That's
Thank you very
Rakesh,
much. Very nice
Marketer,
talking
CMD.
to you.
Always a pleasure to speak to you, of Vikram Engineering, talking to us in terms of the impact when it comes to US-Israel war, Iran-Israel war, I beg your pardon. And the reason why we talk about this as well is because this was one of the companies that was looking at expanding their EPC book in the Middle East as well. But probably those plans will be something that could be put on hold as well as of now. But they're monitoring the situation, and there could be a delay coming in on that front. But moving on, the US-Iran war, as we're talking about, has been pushing defense stocks into sharp focus, with India's key defense manufacturers back in the spotlight. One such player is MTAR Technologies, and they're guiding for over 50% revenue growth in FY27. In fact, they have a lot of partnerships that are ongoing with Israel-based companies. Let's listen into what the Managing Director, Parvat Srinivas Reddy, told NDTV Profit.
We will be getting strong orders moving forward as well, the way things are going right now. You must have seen in the last quarter and even in the current quarter, we have received substantial orders. The execution, basically I've said, some are long-term cycle orders and some are short-term cycle orders which have to be executed within 1 year. So when I said that we are looking at a revenue guidance of 50% increase for the next year, that itself is an indication that a lot of orders are going to get executed within the 1 year span itself, and the rest will move on to the second and third year.
Okay, so that's the management of MTAR. The stock seeing gains of a little over 3%. Let's get in Sachin Jasuja, Head of Equities and Founding Partner at Centricity Wealth Tech as well. Sachin, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you. This is Hiral on this side. My question coming to you is the impact of Iran-Israel war on the defense companies, because you're seeing good momentum there. The question over here is, yes, the order book will get built up, but what happens when it comes to execution? Your views?
Yeah, again, I think you are absolutely right. Execution is the key. The only order book will not, solve the purpose. And what we have seen, with this crisis, every time we see that something is changing on the defense side, the new kind of technology is being implemented. In the recent war, we have seen that more of airstrikes war, right? So what we have seen, the role of satellite images, the role of electronics radars have actually gone up. So from that perspective, I think we have seen also the kind of companies like MTAR Technologies or Data Patterns making new all-time highs also in this kind of scenario, whereas other defense stocks have struggled. Right. So market will differentiate that what is a futuristic defense company where the money should flow. The only order book, having the large order book will not only, give the validation at this point of time. Yes, even the old names like BYD, HAL will continue to garner a lot of orders, but execution will remain the key. And the more investors' money, I think, move towards this new age defense companies rather than legacy players.
Moving on from defense, let's talk about an interesting counter, that is GE Shipping. The stock has hit its 52-week high levels. But why is the stock gaining in trade? To give us more perspective, we're joined in by Jasmeet. Jasmeet, hi. What's the reason for GE Shipping going up?
Well, sure. Thank you for that. Now, if you look at the overall stock, it's up to 66% in over last 1 year. And overall stock is buzzing on the back of the spike in the Baltic Index. Now, what does the Baltic Index do? Is it tracks the overall rate of transporting goods via the sea. And that index is up nearly 80% since the war broke out in last 4 trading sessions. And the stock has hit 20% high consecutively in last 3 trading sessions. And that's why the buzz. So higher the cost would lead to higher top line for the company. And that's why the stock is buzzing in trade and up nearly 3% in today's trade.
All right, thanks a lot, Jasmeet, for that. Sachin, want to get your views on GE Shipping right now. Is it a structural up move we can expect? Fundamentally, how does the company look now?
Yeah, fundamentals are also very strong. See, as a major tanker, operator, and we know that in this kind of crisis scenario, we realize that these are very prominent plays where we have to be dependent, and the freight rates goes up, the Baltic Index rate goes up, then they get kind of a windfall gains, and generally these kind of gains set off the kind of volumes which are being hit in this kind of supply chain disruptions. So looking at that scenario, and specifically if you talk about GE Shipping, the company has reduced debt, their interest coverage ratio is good enough, and the revenues are going up, still I think trading at very reasonable valuations. So looking at that structure in current scenario where we have seen the geopolitical scenario has been going really bad, and even in a normal scenario, I think the demand of such companies will only go up as the export import goes up, and in this kind of scenario again these kind of companies get more prominence. So yes, fundamentally, technically, I think we like the company. It has run up good, may see some correction also, but for long term also this sounds like a good story.
So that's with regards to GE Shipping. But moving on, one stock which is not really in the news but could be trending in trade, LIC, and that's back at the center of the market conversation as a mix of catalyst and constraints shape its near-term trajectory. The stock continues to trade at a discount to peers, but a clear shift in fundamentals and the upcoming IDBI stake sale could actually help narrow that gap. And at the same time, the government's planned OFS and regulatory stake requirements keep a lid on the sentiment. So there could be short-term pain when the OFS comes in, but probably that could be the last opportunity that an investor would get to look at an LIC with such low valuations. In addition to that, you have the NSE IPO also, which is planned. So that is another catalyst that one should be watching out for. Sachin, how are you looking at a LIC? We did do a deep dive today where if you talk about the stock, it's nearly at a 13% discount to its issue price. We're talking about levels of around 949 in terms of issue. And apart from that, now the fundamental shift is pretty strong. You're talking about 100% profit windfall when it comes to the IDBI stake sale. We've not really considered NSE, IPO at this juncture. And if you have to look at valuations, the price to book value, we're looking at a 3.88 times versus peers, which are in that range of 7 times to almost 10.5 times. So clearly a big gap coming in there. Do you think this could be a re-rating candidate and an opportunity to buy now?
We actually don't think like that, Hiral. We think that even though the value unlocking can happen through IDBI or NSA, IPOs, etc. But yes, what we feel that the main thing is operating business where they will continue to struggle in coming years while looking at the new fintechs coming into the insurance segment also. So looking at that scenario, and we have seen in the past also, so whenever the main business is not doing well and there are some clouds over there because businesses are generally valued for maybe 5, 10, 20 years forward. So only one-time windfall gains will not, solve any purpose. Yes, short-time we may see up move, but the company has to deliver on the numbers rather than on this unlocking of value by the stake sales at the time of IPO. So we don't think that, and I think still one should evaluate the private names which are doing quite well as compared to the public names in the insurance segment.
We spoke about LIC, but interesting data has come for the month of February, the Class 8 orders, and to give it the entire perspective about it, and of course, strength is also coming in, is joining us Puneet. Good afternoon, Puneet. What are the key takeaways from this?
Well, most certainly has been very strong, Sharad, at this point of time. Almost a 47% growth on a month-on-month basis, but 160% growth on a YY basis has come in for the Class 8 trucks in US. Now, companies like Bharat Forge, MM Forging, as well as Ramakrishna Forging come into focus at this point of time. When you look at, this is the highest orders since September of 2022. A lot of buyers were on the sidelines because of this, because of the regulations that were expected to come in H2 of FY26. Now that they have been deferred, you see that the buyers are finally making that choice to come in and purchase. So that's the number. Apart from that, also when you look at the season, which generally starts from September till August next year, has had a good offtake of almost 2 to 3 months now. So 2026 season could be the one where you could see very strong growth after a very lean period of the last 15 months.
Thanks a lot, Puneet, for that. And of course, we're seeing for second or third straight month, the overall sales has been good. Sachin, I want to get your views on this. Bharat Forge, RK Forge, all these forging companies expecting that the numbers might come up more going ahead. Your views on that?
Yes, I think truck replacement theme has really worked well for these companies, and even overall on the automobile side, we have seen the commercial vehicle segment has done really better as compared to the normal passenger vehicle segment. So even though the Class 8 has done really well because of that cycle may go forward for 1 or 2 years at least. So we may see that the Bharat Forge can break that zone of 20 to 25,000. That was the monthly sale of Class 8 trucks from the Bharat Forge. That was the average. But I think the stock has done well. The valuations are slightly stretched, and going forward we have to see because even in China now almost 35% of the trucks are EV trucks now. So a lot of technologies changes are coming into the automobile segment, even in the commercial vehicle side, and how these companies, whether it is Mother Suzumi, Bharat Forge, Bosch, so these kind of companies, how they evolve, who is gaining that kind of technology advancement first, I think that will differentiate these companies' future story.
So, interesting conversations coming in there. Thank you, Sachin, so much for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you. We've spoken about stocks that are trending and what NDTV Profit has identified, but let's see what Google Trends are also indicating in trade today. Which are the searches which are leading to that kind of move? BSC, strong volume, strong moves on the back of the derivative contract additions. HAL, BEL, both of these counters from the defense pack continue to see that up move on the back of the geopolitical concerns. Yes Bank also is an interesting one, good volumes there. And RVNL, which is seeing some smart moves in today's session. So interesting names that Google Trends has also picked up, and that should be on one's radar. But completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Trending Stocks from Sharad, the team that put the show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit for lunchtime trades.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक। आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है? कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi. New Year. New power panel. India Market Open. Now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open, your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े जिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है जिंगल 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 जिंगल
Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
Asian markets had a strong session in trade today. Kospi jumped as much as 12%, staging a sharp rebound from its worst single-day decline previously. Back home then, bulls find some respite on the last street after 4 days of pain. Nifty jumps more than 160 points while the Sensex gains over 490 points as well. Metals got some shine back while energy and oil and gas also led gains. When you talk about IT and PSU banks, they were on the back foot. Now, oil marketing companies are back in the red as higher crude and a weaker rupee push marketing margins sharply into the negative territory. Analysts, in fact, say that losses on petrol and diesel sales are amounting yet again. Coal India on a tear as escalating tensions in the Middle East underpin coal prices. Prices of European thermal coal hit their highest level since October 2023 thereabout as supply concerns linger. Good afternoon. You're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top bazaars at this hour, all while you grab lunch. Now, first things first, let's take a very quick look at the markets, and it's looking like some strength is really returning to the Lal Street after 4 days of pain. So you're looking at the Nifty as well, up about 170 odd points, almost 180 points right now as we speak. When you talk about Sensex as well, about a 500 odd point jump is what you're seeing coming in there as well. When you talk about the entire sectoral picture, that is very sharply tilted in the favor of green right now. So what's leading the gains is metals that are shining quite bright today in the session in terms of the sectoral gainers. Other than that, what's in good shape is energy, oil and gas, pharma, realty, media and auto, exactly in that order. Those are some of your top gainers sectorally. When you talk about what's on the back foot, something like IT that is on the back foot leading losses top laggard right now, and you do have PSU banks and FMCG also slight bit of losses coming in on that front when you talk about these three sectors. But with that in mind, let's quickly take a look at some of the stocks that are also buzzing away. So something like a Mazgon Dog, LT Foods as well, 9.5% uptick thereabout coming in. Garden Reach, no surprises for guessing that shipbuilding counters are doing quite well right now. So something like a Garden Reach with that 8% uptick. Cochin Shipyard as well, 5.5%, almost 6% actually uptick coming in on that particular counter. So those are some of your top gainers. Coal India also 5.5% uptick coming in on the back of coal prices gaining. On the flip side, when you talk about the list of losers as well, something like a Gujarat Gas is trading with a knock of about 6% thereabout. Netweb Tech, TBO Tech, Sagility India, those are some of your top losers as well, down anywhere between 5 to about 6%, 7% thereabout. And what's also not doing well from within the Nifty 50 pack is some of your IT names, so something like an HCL Tech, Tech Mahindra also, and even TCS trading with a cut of about 1% to somewhere between 1 to about 2%. But with that in mind, let's also get you a very quick check going on the world of commodities and get you a check going on oil as well as gold first things first, and we'll also get you insights throughout the course of the show. But first things first, when you talk about oil, that's extending rally that we've seen yet again. You do have Brent climbing toward that $85 a barrel level. You're seeing vessel movements through the Strait of Hormuz that is currently grinding to a total halt right now. So that's something that you're seeing as the broader background, which is why oil prices, in fact, are good when it comes to the prices, but even in terms of the prompt spread and the technicals. Now we'll talk about that in just a bit. Gold also advancing right now, pushing higher after the dollar also declined, and that's also something that you're seeing coming in. And other than that, of course, you do have investors seeking safer assets amid that escalation and conflict that you've seen coming in as far as gold is concerned. Other than that, when you talk about prices for silver, also trading with gains. So that's broadly the kind of setup that you have. But Ajay Kedia, Director, Kedia Advisory, is also joining us on the show. Mr. Kedia, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for taking time out and joining us. It is a fabulous week to be talking to you. And I say that because it's been quite the complex moves that we've seen as far as commodities are concerned. There's still a bit of volatility, but it does look like upward momentum really seems to be, gaining shape right now when you talk about oil and even gold as well. But first, let's talk about gold prices, because it's looking like the dust has finally settled. Do you think that these are just fundamentals, or these are just hiked up safe haven bets at this point in time?
Very good afternoon, Shachit. See, first of all, whenever there is any geopolitical tension or any term like this, so generally we see an immediate reaction in gold prices as a safe haven. On Saturday, as escalation has started, we were expecting the prices should be moving towards $5,700-$5,800 mark, at least a new high. But on the contrary, we have seen gold prices and silver prices open slightly flat to positive, then corrected. That clearly shows that whatever the war premium that has been already been absorbed in the market. And secondly, whenever this type of geopolitical tension comes, sell-off in equity market has been seen. To make this losses good, generally we see this type of pullback in gold and silver. But up till now, as gold is holding about $5,000 mark, we may see support continue to be there, but be cautious, because it's not like a Russia-Ukraine war that has been continued from last 4 years, because Iran, US, Israel, this is a very concerted situation in Middle East. So we don't expect, or even market don't expect, this will be escalating more than 1 week or 15 days. If it is so, any de-escalation point comes, definitely we can see a sharp correction in gold and silver also. But as of now, above $5,000 mark, we may see prices moving to the level of 54 as of now.
Mr. Kedia, are you willing to put a number to that pullback that you're talking about right now? When you talk about that pullback on a de-escalation, what is the kind of estimate that you're keeping in mind when it comes to that particular pullback that you're talking about?
One thing is very much clear, whenever geopolitical tension, gold will get a support. So already in the month of January, we have seen geopolitical tension, central bank buying, ETF buying, that has made gold to test a high of 5,600. So as of now, on upper side, we are expecting 56 to 58, 50 if this geopolitical tension continues to be there. But slightly be cautious. A break and hold below 5,000 level mark can find the support at 4,400 or even 4,150 as of now. Because ETF in the month of Feb, we have seen initially the numbers was quite good, but now with the volatility, the demand is been slightly diminishing, and profit booking has already started triggering in the month of Feb. So slightly be cautious. A downside support could be 44, 44.50 as an immediate, or near to 41.50 we can see.
Right, no, absolutely, and that's also quite interesting in terms of the way that the entire situation is right now unfolding as well, Mr. Kedia. But when you talk about oil prices, I wanted to also get a sense of what you think about the movements on that front as well, because the geopolitical risk premium that you've mentioned, or the war premium for the benefit of our viewers, that's also very much there, especially with the kind of the situation that is unfolding when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz right now.
I think we have seen already Russia-Ukraine, but Strait of Hormuz is one of the most choke point, because globally 20% of oil move from this choke point. And as we know, already particularly for India, that will be a double whammy, because earlier we used to import from Russia and now we have shifted to Venezuela and other countries. But this is the route which has been impacting everyone. And almost we have seen the Fed has gained, and even the, we can say, insurance premium has been continued to be on higher side. So slightly concerns would be there for crude oil. If this extension would be more than 2-3 days from here, maybe we can see prices moving to the level of, let's say, $90-$95 also. But any de-escalation could be again finding the support at $70, because We are being oversupplied since last 1 year. OPEC is trying to push more production in the market in the month of April. But timing, it's important that this geopolitical tension should not exceed more than a week. Otherwise, it will be impacting for India also, for global market also. Maximum higher side, we may expect 90-95 if this escalation continue to be there for next 1 week period.
No, absolutely, and it is very clear that it could be possible that if there's a de-escalation, then you'll see a very sharp reversal in the kind of moves that we've seen as far as the entire commodity complex is concerned. But keeping that in mind, Mr. Kedia, all things constant, of course, seeing that these triggers are something that you're looking away from. If you were to do that, and if you were to take a look at the moves coming in for oil, gold, as well as silver, all three of them, very quickly, anybody who's already placed bets on the table, especially when it comes to the precious metals complex, what do you think they should be doing at this point in time?
Right now, market is trading with a high volatility. Margins are high. And we don't know whether this de-escalation will start immediately or it will take time. Yesterday, there was a report from some reputed newspaper, but after that, it has been revoked. So unless and until there is a clarity, better stay away, because see, gold-like commodity has given a return of almost 125% in last 1 year. Silver has given a return of more than 300%. So I think here the war premium is important. Secondly, the return has already been made, because this war-like situation is not new to the market, particularly for gold and silver. We have witnessed around 6 to 7 war in last 4-5 years. So I think one should not make a long-term position at this level. Maybe for a speculative move, we can buy near to 5,100, put a stop loss of, let's say, 5,000, around 5,400, you should exit. But this is not a right time to add in portfolio gold and silver time. It may support because of safe haven against equity. What we have seen up till now, equity market is dropping and gold is steady to positive. But this is not a time to add in portfolio and sit for next 1 year period.
No, absolutely, and it is very clear that you'll have to really stay on the sidelines given all the volatility that is in the markets. Thank you so much, Mr. Kedia, for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. So there you go. That's the entire outlook coming in for the next few weeks, but also for the next few months when you talk about all three of these commodities. But airfares between North America and India have skyrocketed after airspace closures, with spot fares also surging up to 150%. So when you talk about key routes from New York and Chicago to Mumbai and Delhi, they're seeing triple-digit spikes as well coming in. In fact, Danish is joining in with some more details here. Danish.
Well, that's correct. Due to the current situation that we're seeing in the Middle East, this is impacting the long-haul airfare. And if we specifically talk about the spot airfare, so see, spot airfare is usually higher because usually people buy these tickets when certain travel arrangements are not planned well in advance. But looking at the current situation, we are seeing that there is a sudden surge in demand for flights from US to India. And just to give you a few examples, if we look about connections between New Delhi, JFK and New Delhi, which is in New York, usually the spot airfare for these tickets is between 35,000 to 70,000 rupees, and this is the economy class airfare that I'm talking about. But even now, as per the research done by NDTV Profit, we are seeing that this airfare has spiked multi-times, 2x, 3x from the current prices. And if you look at the choice of airlines that are there are very few options. If you want to travel to India via an American carrier, those flights are completely sold out. So passengers are left with other less preferred airlines, for example, Ethiopian Air. And if you look at those ticket prices, even they are surging between 1.50 lakh rupees to 1.60 lakh rupees. This is just an example from JFK to New Delhi. But similarly, if you look at the ticket prices, spot ticket prices from Chicago to Mumbai, similarly, the airfare has surged between over 150%. So this is a very surprising, and one of the major reasons why this is happening, it is because of the key airspace closure over the Middle East, which is there, because of which airplanes have to take a longer route. And if we look at the connections between India and the US, there's only Air India that has direct flights between both the countries, and then there are a bunch of American airlines that have direct connections. But then we also come to certain different airlines like Air France and KLM. So if anyone wants to even board those planes, they'll have to pay more than 1.50 lakh rupees. All in all, if we see, spot airfare has surged because of key airspace closure over the Middle East.
Absolutely. Be ready to shell out more money is the headline that you're really picking up here, Danish. Thank you so much for joining in with that update there. So there you go. That's a key update coming in as far as the airfares are concerned. But with that, it's time for a very quick break right here on Lunchtime Trades. More news and updates on the other side.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices,
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi. After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े जिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है जिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying tuned into Lunchtime Trades. Now it's time to put the spotlight on LIC that is back at the center of market conversation as a mix of catalyst and constraints shape its near-term trajectory. Now when you talk about this particular counter, it's trading at a discount to peers, but a clear shift in fundamentals is also what you're seeing. The upcoming IDBI stake sale is also a case in point that you're looking at. At the same time, you do have the government's planned OFS and regulatory stake requirements that are keeping a lid on the sentiment at this point in time. To make sense of all of these triggers, in fact, we have Hiral standing by with some more analysis.
Thank you so much for that. So clearly, it continues to trade below its issue price in the month of May 2022. Now, there is a strong fundamental shift happening over here where we're talking about Q3 numbers which have shown a significant improvement on the back of a change in product mix. Now, IDBI Catalyst is a 100% windfall gain for them because the divestment where LIC would offload around little over 30% would actually fetch them close to 36,000 crores as well. And then post that, LIC is expected to retain around 19%, and over 2028 they will have to reduce it to almost below 15%. Now, the only risk to this is the government OFS in LIC, which was likely in the fourth quarter of FY26, which is the current quarter, and they were looking at a 1.1 to 3% in terms of the OFS. That would potentially put some bit of pressure in terms of the stock price, but whether that time becomes an opportunity to buy a LIC is anyone's guess. The risk reward is seeming majorly favorable if you look across things when you talk about the IDBI stake sale, LIC OFS, the residual IDBI holding, and the regulatory exit that would be required. So all of these factors majorly are on the positive side. Very moderate or high risk are only in two factors. Valuations also are at a discount versus the peers. And if you talk about brokerages, majority of them are positive, and the highest target price that we're seeing on this one is 1,345, which is by a city, and they have a buy recommendation as well. So brokerages positive, valuations absolutely cheap as compared to private peers, and the IDBI catalyst along with the NSE IPO that would come in are the key catalysts that you should be watching out for.
No, absolutely. A bunch of triggers that you're looking at here, Hiral. Thank you so much for joining in with that entire lowdown coming in as far as LIC is concerned. But let's also get you some analysis. In fact, joining us on the show right now is Aditya Shah, founder, Hercules Advisors as well. Mr. Shah, thank you so much and a very good afternoon to you. First things first, I wanted to get a sense of what you think about this particular price paradox that we've seen when you talk about this particular counter, because you're seeing it trade below its May 2022 IPO price of 949 rupees thereabout, and it's also trading at a nearly 13% discount from its issue price. What are you looking at in terms of the key triggers? Which are the ones that make it to your radar?
So for LIC, there were technical reasons for the stock not performing. Even though the stock is cheap, the value of new business margins was near about 8% to 10% when the IPO came in. LIC is embarked on improvement of these margins. So basically, this is the margin that the company makes on any policy that the company resells. It was at 8%, whereas the strongest peer, which is HDFC Life or ICICI Pru Life, would have it close to 25 to 30%. So LIC has started a journey to improve this. They have come to about 18 to 21% in Q3, and this improvement will continue to go on. Then the second point is the increase in the risk products, which is the term plan. As that continues to really increase, you will find LIC will continue to do well. Then after that, as we see that government tried to save IDBI Bank by selling it to LIC. Now in the future, as the stake sale of IDBI Bank really happens, a lot of problem for LIC will also get solved. So from my perspective, there are a lot of positive triggers that are happening in LIC. Also, the valuation, in my view, is not cheap, absolutely. But when you compare it to the other private sector peers, they are cheap. So from my perspective, LIC could be a contra bet for the period of next 2 to 3 years. But only high risk investors should invest. Time and again, we've seen IDBI Bank trying to divest, but that divestment has not played out. So only high-risk investors should take a look here. Low-risk investors should not go into the stock.
Other than low-risk investors should really stay away from the stock right now. That's 3 points, in fact, covered in Aditya's answer itself. So IDBI catalyst that you're talking about, the valuation gap and the price paradox. Aditya, the next thing that I wanted to understand is how does it really compare versus its peers, and what kind of an upside are you also penciling in? Is there a number perhaps that you're willing to put on this particular upside that you're penciling in?
So generally, LIC does have a lower share of the risk products. Risk products, a company makes anywhere between 65 to 100% on the risk product, because the risk product, which is purely a term plan, is a lower share of their total business. That is one of the reasons why the valuation is lower for LIC. So from my perspective, that lower valuation is warranted. However, LIC is huge, nearly 30 lakh crores of investment. means they are really strong on their investment side. So from my perspective, the valuation will not come to what HDFC Life or an SBI Life is at, but it could easily go to 4.5 times. So from my perspective, an LIC, I will be positive on LIC. I don't have we generally don't tend to give any price targets per se, but long-term investors could make a decent amount of return in LIC.
No, absolutely. And thank you so much for joining in today, Aditya, as well. There you go. That's the entire analysis coming in as far as LIC is concerned, though that's 4 to 5 points covered when you talk about this particular counter. But let's also tune into something that is very important for cricket fans this evening, because third straight semi-final meeting, 1 win each. Adelaide went England's way, and you do have Guyana that belongs to India. But now it's round 3 at the Wankhede Stadium with the third title on the line. Let's take a look at this special report.
Wankhede, the ground of 2011 glory. But World Cup semi-finals here haven't always been kind to India. Both sides arrive without playing their best cricket and are still standing.
Yeah, I mean, for us, that is something we haven't really spoken about the perfect game. I think the quality of this team has been shown that, on the day somebody can put their hand up and put up a performance. And then hopefully now in the last 2 games, especially now tomorrow night, we can put that special performance in.
When it gets tight, India turns to Jasprit Bumrah. They always do. But inconsistency has trailed them. Abhishek Sharma, hot and cold, Varun Chakravarti searching for rhythm. There have been 13 dropped catches in the tournament.
Nobody looks to drop a catch on purpose. It's not like we don't train it. I mean, there's a lot of focus going into our fielding, and that was one of the key points heading into the World Cup here. So the guys do train and work hard on our fielding. At times, is it a mindset thing?
England's campaign has been patchy and scrappy. Back-to-back embarrassments against Nepal and Italy, yet they are here. 5th straight semi-final. Sam Curran has returned to the side. Will Jacks has bailed them out with 4 player of the match performances. But Jos Buttler and Phil Salt, the most feared opening pair in T20 cricket, have managed just 84 runs in 7 stands, none past the 4th over.
We've won them tight games, which in World Cups proved to be very important as well, and we've got a lot of confidence going into the deeper parts of the game. We've won games, like you said, which we probably shouldn't have won, and it just feels like we've never really been out of any game so far.
Short boundaries, fast outfield, and due later, Wankhede will demand a lot of bravery. The team that hesitates will vanish fast on Thursday night. Neither of the teams have had a perfect run into the semi-final. Captain Harry Brook of England says that you don't need to have a perfect match to win a tournament. Perfect or not, the semi-final in Wankhede on Thursday night promises noise, nerves, and possibly fireworks.
Alright then, there's a title that is on the line, 13 drop catches in the tournament, and India hopefully draws at 7 p.m. this evening. But that's all the time that we have on this edition of Lunchtime Trades. Thank you so much for tuning in. Small cap buzzers on the other side.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है,
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
first India tour in your city. Rug on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle 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 बस आज का jingle 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 चल करें थोड़े single 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 क्योंकि तू है single 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Mahima. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade either on the back of price or volume action. But first, let's look at what's on the show today. Firstly, we'll be speaking with the management of Hester Bioscience. Now, this stock is down nearly 28% in the last 6 months. So what's in store for FY27 and can these losses be reversed is something that we'll discuss with the management on the show today. Apart from that, we'll be discussing on stocks like Marcoline's Pavement. Now this is a 358 crore market capitalization company, but it has won an order worth nearly 440 crore. And in the last 1 month, the share prices of Marcoline's Pavement is up anywhere between 20 to 21% in trade. Atul Auto is the another counter that we'll be discussing. The stock is down for the 4th consecutive session. It has lost nearly 11% in the last 4 sessions. So is the EV aggression coming off for Atul Auto is something that Puneet will let us know on the show today. And lastly, we'll be speaking about Ruby Mills. Now that stock is up 31% in the last 2 sessions. Yesterday it had hit an upper circuit of 20% and today also it's up close to about 10 to 11 odd percent in trade. And if you look at the volumes, they are nearly 50 times its 20-day average. The counter has been gaining on the back of strong volumes, but is there anything more to this? That is something that we'll also discuss on the show today. Now if you look at the market, the Nifty, it has been quite a range-bound trade. Yes, the market did open on the higher note, 135 points higher, but since then, if you look at, the market has been in the range of around 24,615 to 24,675. Quite a narrow range trade that we are looking at. Specifically for the benchmark, and it has been struggling to go above the 24,700 level is something that we have clearly seen in trade today. On the lower side, support levels stand closely at around 24,560 and 24,600. And if you look at the sectoral levels, it's the Nifty PSU indices and the Nifty Metal Index that have been gaining in trade. But when it comes to small cap sector, I believe it's gaining in trade, but few stocks that you could highlight here, Mahima.
Right, so, Sumit, yes, the small cap 250 is up around 0.8%, almost in line with where the benchmarks go, and so is the mid cap 150 as well. But some specific counters that are making moves. On the negative side, you have something like an Infobeans Tech, which is yet another day of pressure for this particular counter, down by about 7%. The recent listing, Omni Tech, is also part of the small cap index, right? So it's also down by about 5%. Ganesh Consumer is seeing a downtick of about 5%. Tirumalai Chemicals is also down by about 5%. Madhav Copper is also seeing a downtick of around 5%. E-Mudra also 4% of a downtick is what we are seeing. Sugar companies are seeing reversal today. So small counters that we discussed yesterday are seeing some profit booking there. On the flip side, counters that are doing fairly well, Ramke Infra is one of them, which is doing fairly well on the back of the order win that it's received. A 3,300 odd crore market cap company winning an order of 1,400 odd crores, up 11% as we speak. Something like Jindal Films is also doing fairly well, up 9%, as we speak. TCI Express up 7% as well. Steel Exchange, doing fairly well as well. And something like DCX Systems is also up by about 5%. So that's with regards to where, the overall small cap index plus the stocks go. But, as promised, we were talking about Hester Biosciences. It's one of the companies that is into animal healthcare and kind of the second largest, or one of the largest, in fact, for poultry vaccine and manufacturing in India as well. To understand the business of the company and to understand as to what the outlook of the company is, we're joined by Rajiv Gandhi, who's the CEO and MD of Hester Biosciences, joining us now. Mr. Gandhi, thank you so much for taking out the time. Mahima this side. My first question to you is, I want to understand as to what your revenue breakup right now looks like. What are the sources of revenue, first of all, that you get? You do a lot of things in, animal healthcare. And secondly, what is the revenue breakup in terms of your domestic versus export revenues?
Good afternoon to you, ma'am. Hester Biosciences, an animal health company. Till recently, till around 7-8 years ago, we were predominantly a poultry vaccine company, and then got into poultry health products, then large animal vaccines and large animal health products. So today, even the sales are mainly driven, as far as the poultry vaccines, it drives the business. In terms of exports versus Indian business, export contribute to 10% of our Indian sales. But you also do keep in mind that we have a plant in Africa, in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, which is mainly for the African market. So the exports that were to be done from here would be now shifted onto that plant. So I think on a consolidated basis, if you see, there would be a higher percentage of exports.
Mr. Gandhi, I also wanted to understand, in Q3 you had secured a license for H9N2, which is a kind of influenza vaccine. Just wanted to understand the market share of this particular counter and what this means for you, and how much of a value add can it do to your top line? H9N2,
that's the low pathogen avian influenza vaccine, which till today was not allowed by the government of India for whatever reasons, technical reasons. And now they have allowed the licensing of it. So therefore, we now qualify to sell the vaccines. The commercial sales of this vaccine is going to start from Q4, from this quarter onwards, because getting the license, we still need to get the first 3 batches tested by the government laboratories. The total market for this H9N2 is between 400 and 500 crores market, and totally we are 3 players in the market. In poultry, not being that disorganized, of course, the overall animal health business is not that statistically strong in gathering statistics, etc. So we would say the market for this particular vaccine is around 400 to 500 crores. Once we start the commercial marketing of it in the next 10 to 20 days, I think we would really get a feel of it. But this also sometimes depends on the placement and the industry status of the poultry industry itself. But I think conservatively, we should be doing good, as we are one of the 3 players in a 400 to 500 crore market. And this vaccine also has a lot of potential for exports. We have a plant in Dar es Salaam, but in Tanzania, you are not allowed to manufacture the H9N2. We have innumerable inquiries from the Middle East, from the CIS countries for this vaccine. But yes, of course, there is a registration period. So we see a very good market for this, ma'am.
Okay. I believe you have two international units, one in Nepal and one in Africa. Can you let us know whether both of these units are profitable, and if not, by when are you expecting them to be break-even?
In Nepal, we have made our company into a debt-free company, while in Tanzania, we are at the moment, it's just been a startup over there, and we are taking things ahead. The geopolitical situation in Africa has probably slowed down the turnover which we were expecting, because it's mainly the government tender business which is being handled all across the African continent. So that's something which we are dependent on at the moment. But having said that, we ourselves are creating a distribution network, a private distribution network supplying directly to dairy farms, poultry farms, etc. And that has caught in, and it is giving us sales over there. As on now, to tell you straight, we are dependent on tender business from not only the Tanzanian government, from other countries, but this situation should change in around 2 years' time, wherein there is a big boost going to happen in the private market. There are other international players, NGOs, that are very strongly advocating to make a shift from government to private market.
Within the next 2 years, you might become profitable in the African unit?
I think we should become profitable next year, but I would like to give you a little higher horizon on that.
Okay. And if you look at the 9-month financials for FY26, your revenues were largely flat, but your EBITDA has increased. What were the factors that led to this, and is that sustainable in FY27 as well?
During all my calls with the investors, with the shareholders, I have always been talking about improving the profitability. If you look at our if you take our historical data, our profits were high, then they had dipped down. We are now again on an upward curve. We have reasons to believe that this profitability, if not on a percentage basis, we push higher, but it would definitely remain as what we have shown in these 9 months' time. And if you even analyze, our poultry vaccines business has taken a reasonable big jump. We, being a predominantly a vaccine company, our profitability comes more from the vaccines rather than the health products. Health products are outsourced and we buy from them. So there is a specified margin, but there is a lot of scope at our own end to improve the profitability. And of course, the operational discipline also something which we have focused ourselves on in the last 1 year's time, which has resulted into these positive profitability changes.
Two follow-up questions on that. Firstly, the 22.5% margin that you have recommended, or that you have said, or that you have actually proved in the first 9 months of FY26. That is sustainable in FY27, and any growth guidance number that you could share internally, what the company is targeting will be the revenue growth, EBITDA growth, or the PAT growth for Hester Bioscience in FY27. Anything you can share on that front?
I would resist from giving any forecasts or any guidances at this point of time. All that I can say is, point number one, our discipline has improved the profitability, and therefore we are aggressively on that track. We are rationalizing our products in the market where high profitability products have been given a priority over earlier philosophy of just trying to push sales, etc. Process discipline is also something that what we have done. I can comment on the profitability. At the least, they would remain at this percentage. I would not really want to comment on the top line.
Samit was just trying to ask the margin number that you talked about, 22.5%, if I'm not wrong. Because overall, if I take a look at the history, your margin profile has kind of gone down. First of all, I want to understand as to, what is kind of putting that pressure on margins, because you have been in that range of 30 to 35% as well. So just want to understand as to what is the kind of margin guidance that you would like to give for the next 2 odd years.
You see, ma'am, what I would like to say is, we were a predominantly and only vaccine company. So the margins of vaccines were definitely higher than the health products. So that's point number one. As we increased our product range, we added on products which lesser margin. And so now we are going to be launching a few newer vaccines, disciplined, internal discipline. So these are the things that is going to make us improve the margins. And secondly, the government tenders, they were slow again. For if you look at it, last 2 years they were slow. Now it has again picked up, the government immunization program. In fact, last quarter it was slow, but this quarter also the immunization program has picked up, and the immunization program is only vaccines. So these are all probable reasons for which I could strongly say that we would be able to improve our margins.
Mr. Gandhi, what is your capacity utilization looking like right now, and any plans of capex in the next 2-3 years?
There are no plans of any capex because we have created a lot of capacity in at our India plant. As you are already aware, we had invested to make the bulk drug for the COVID vaccine, and we had created a BSL-3 laboratory. That is an idle capacity that we have, which we are converting, and we would soon be making animal vaccines over there. In Africa, we are slowly but steadily trying to take things forward, and so that's something which we are working on it. If you look in terms of our capacity, in terms of million doses, it varies, ma'am. In poultry, we have dose size from 100 to 5,000, while on the large animal, which is cattle, sheep, goat, swine, we have doses from 10 to 100. So the capacity is varied from say 4 to 5 billion doses to around 10 billion doses. If you would take that, our capacity would oscillate between that. The margins do not get impacted in the smaller dose sizes in the large animal vaccines, just to make a note.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us and giving us the way forward for Hester Bioscience. Let's also welcome in our fundamental guest, Tapan Doshi, research analyst with Tapan.in. Tapan, you heard the management. How are you looking at this counter at the current valuation? Is it a good buy?
Yeah, I Sumit. No, I heard the management, and no, this last 9 months was good, but as you told, no, the sales are quite flat almost, and no, last few years the company is not doing so great. It is just in last 9 months, no, you see the change in profitability. Of course, the Tanzania vaccine facility is doing well. Animal healthcare, no, overall demand is improving as such. No, Africa market is expanding. If you see the animal vaccine demand, no, is almost 10 to 11% CAGR growth. ROC is also good, 20%. But I just wanted to see 1 or 2 more quarter, no, whether they are able to give a healthy profit, or more than that, whether they are able to increase their sales or not. So that's why it will be wait and watch. So currently I'm not getting into it, but yes, we want to see another quarter, then only take a decision.
Okay, so that's the view on Hester Biosciences. But moving on and kind of taking a look at what the F&O market is looking like and what are the cues shaping up. Shahid, any change from when we last spoke?
Well, a little bit of change definitely coming in, but overall the volatility is on the lower side. But remember, it's an expiry at play. Numbers can reverse, but good strength coming in for the defense plays, BEL, and also NTPC, L&T are seeing a good move happening. Reliance is also holding up the overall Sensex properly. Looking at Bankex, however, it's not that strong as compared to Sensex, but nevertheless, Federal Bank, HDFC and Bank of Baroda are in the green. Stock-specific moves definitely coming in. The war impact and the defense space is also buzzing. A long build-up for Mazgaon Dog. It's up almost 9% now. And Nalco also, look at that, a good move coming in the entire metal pack as well. Let's also look at the short covering candidates, and this also includes defense names and PFC, REC. REC makes it to the list. 2 days ago, there was a broking report also which was bullish in nature as well. Let's also look at the long unwinding candidates. It includes Muthoot Finance and Inox Wind as a surprising candidate coming in. Muthoot Finance, it's down more than 2.5% in the day's trade. And lastly, short build up. Let's see where's the action, and now it's in the hotel stocks. Indian Hotels is down 2%, and emphasis also from the IT space, that's also down 3%. A reversal of sorts we are seeing in the mid-cap IT space. Yesterday we saw that they were kind of, in the green, or at least in the showing a good strength. But that's all the stocks which should be in focus in the F&O segment.
All right, Chad, thank you so much for getting us those details. Now, talking about another small cap stock, now Marco Line's pavement remains in focus after winning multiple orders worth nearly 439 crore, boosting execution visibility for this particular counter. The stock has gained about 21% since the start of February. Jasmeet joins us to give us more detail on this counter. Jasmeet?
Well, Mahima, thank you for that. If you look at this particular counter, the counter operates in manufacturing and laying down the foundation for the maintenance of the roads. While they also have verticals which include highway maintenance, specialized project and specialized maintenance projects as well. Now, in terms of recent news, rightly said the company with an order worth was 439 crore, basically doubling the entire order book which they have currently by this particular win. And the order is to provide the laying down of top layer and bottom layer of road construction, infrastructure, as well as for other miscellaneous work. If you look at the whole order book, which is unexecuted as of the December, that's the Q3, it stands at roughly 347 odd crores. With this, it's basically reaching at 800 odd crores by the end of Q4. In terms of the additional order book, which is the unexecuted order book, that stands 600 odd crores, which are at a various level of finalization. In terms of Q3 numbers, we did see a good up move in terms of top line, where we saw a top line which grew at double digit, while even the EBITDA stayed at up to 16.5%, and the margin stayed in line. Now, what worked for the management is basically the overall government capex, which is happening every now and then, that's helping the company grow. Further, they also say that the company is focusing on selective projects which help them maintain their margins and have a better cost at theirs. While further, they also say that the major maintenance segment would leading the overall growth, as the maintenance segment sees an uptick by almost 29% YY basis. But the specialized project, that's the high margin project of the company, though it sees a downtick in terms of the revenue, but the profit is something that has driven growth in this particular quarter. It's up almost 14%, and the specialized contract project basically has 29% margin. That's nearly double of what the current margins are, and management being supportive and concentrating on specialized project is something to watch out of. How does the overall order book pans out, and how does the overall ramp up turns the overall top line for the company going ahead?
All right. Thank you so much for bringing us those details, Jasmeet. Tapan, your view on this one?
Yeah, Mahima, if you see the highway maintenance demand is rising slowly and gradually. They have a good order book, almost 500 crore, and no, EBITDA margin is also okay. If you see the valuation currently at 13B, and overall, if you see the EV by EBITDA, things looks okay at valuation point of view. Already the stock is 40% down. It is a asset light model, O&M expansion, lot of planning is there related to that. And you see government is already focusing on road infrastructure. The only thing is we have to see the execution delay happening a lot recently, and something commodity pricing which may impact their margins. But looking at the ROC and all that, things looks okay. So yes, at this level one can enter, not an issue.
Well, shifting focus to Atul Auto, that stock has been declining for the last 4 consecutive sessions. It has lost nearly 11%. Punit, as you were mentioning, we were having this chart, is the EV aggression of Atul Auto or overall in the market, the EV penetration, is it coming down, and is that one of the reasons?
Well, most certainly. We have seen that, continuous pressure on this particular stock. Last 1 year has also been a very tough one for Atul Auto. Now, largely when you look at, the company in terms of the sales momentum, the ICE three-wheelers, which has traditionally been a strong, a strong foothold for the company, has actually grown exponentially by almost 20% in the last, in at least these 9 months of FY26. So you're seeing consistently that segment growing, but the EV segment, where the company was expected to grow, show in the L3 vehicle category specifically, is down 11% as visible on your screen right now. And L5, something that the company wants to focus on, is very small in terms of the industry size. So we will have to wait for the company to make strides and progress in that aspect. Coming back to the EV part, the company competes firstly with the cheaper imports from China, as well as now that legacy automakers like Mahindra and Bajaj Auto have now entered the L3 segment as well. That could lead to some limited growth in terms of Atul Auto as well. Management has said that they will continue to focus on the L5 category, where Mahindra has a 37% market share, but there also the progress is very slow at the moment. So there are multiple key challenges in terms of reporting sales growth, and the financials also don't reflect that as of yet. But Atul Auto, definitely a stock where growth is something that investors will have to focus on very sharply at this point of time.
Right. Tapan, Atul Auto, the stock has been underperforming for quite a while now. Have the valuations now become quite attractive to enter, or one should avoid even at this juncture?
No, actually, if you see their competitors are doing much better now. They are facing a tough competition from Chinese EV, and again from Bajaj Auto also. And again, if you see, they are not diversifying as such, and the commodity price is also actually hitting their margins. Now there is a problem now. Even the growth prospects now, the way the management is upbeat about, but this is not reflected on their numbers. Of course, EV three-wheeler launches are planned and everything. Export market of Africa is already going well, but I think still they have to prove, and still I feel that no, still it will take time to have a good profitability. So for me, currently that is an avoid only.
Okay, so that's the view on Atul Auto, but the next one that we're putting spotlight on is Ruby Mills. Now, this basically is a company that is focusing both on textiles and real estate. Earlier more on textiles and now more on real estate. It's a Maharashtra-based company which kind of now develops, rents and sells commercial real estate, owns the commercial property, the Ruby Tower as well. So anybody who has been in Mumbai probably knows this. The stock has shot up 44% in just 2 days. Today also it's seen an uptick of around 12%. The trading volumes have surged to 50 times its 20-day average, and strong momentum is also being seen in this particular counter. Now, in terms of where the Q3 numbers go, overall the Mindset Estate Development Agreement was successfully closed in Q3, and now it solely vests with Ruby Mills. The overall numbers, revenue saw an uptick of 23%, EBITDA an uptick of around 11%, and margins did see a contraction of around 900 basis points. Net profit, however, also saw a decline of 35%. But that's with regards to where Ruby Mills go. But shifting focus onto an NDTV Profit exclusive, around 23,000 Indian overall seafarers are in high-risk Gulf waters as tension near the Strait of Hormuz disrupts shipping. Let's get in my colleague Shimi to give us more details on this. Shimi, over to you.
Yeah, so what we've been given to understand that, the Indian government is monitoring the safety of, thousands of seafarers along with the merchant vessels who has been stuck in the, the Persian Gulf of region around the Strait of Hormuz. And what we've been given to understand, the breakup of those vessels, so around 23,000 of seafarers has been stranded in that region. And if you see the breakup of that, 36 Indian flagged vessels are stuck there, is as of March 3rd is what information we are getting at this point. Out of that, 24 vessels are actually in the west of the Strait of Hormuz and 12 at the east of the Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman. 2 Indian flagged vessels are in Gulf of Aden. However, there is no such vessels, Indian flagged vessels, found in the Red Sea. So that update is also given. 7 Shipping Corporation of India vessels has been stuck there. There's no way to go, no communication is coming to them. So that is also very, very crucial information we are getting. In fact, the government has stepped up their monitoring from earlier 6 hours to now 1 hour. So they are reaching out, they are monitoring the situation every hour, which were earlier like they are checking on 6 hours. So that the kind of monitoring they are doing. And in fact, majority of these vessels are carrying crude, LPG, and most of the cargoes which has, item across the sector. So that's also making it very, very important. And in fact, 1,000 of those seafarers on board in the Indian flagged vessels. So remember, Indians are across the vessels, not just Indian flagged vessels. So total number of 23,000 is there across the vessel. Out of that, 1,000 is actually there in the Indian flagged vessel. So that's the kind of update we are getting at this point of time, and Indian government is of course closely monitoring the situation.
All right, Shimi, thank you so much for getting us those details. But with that, we're completely out of time in this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Tapan, thank you so much for taking out the time. And like I said, completely out of time, but Ask Profit up next. Do stay tuned.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया.
It's okay यार.
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं.
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, a show that solves all your stock-related queries. This is, of course, the afternoon edition. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me, Mahima Vachurani, as always, and we'll try and hit as many queries in the next 30 minutes. So you can start sending them on the number that's flashing.
40 queries is what we're aiming at.
And for that, you'll have to watch the morning episode. But we are trying to always hit the magical number of 100 in terms of the stock related queries, so we'll try and do that in just a bit. But start sending in your queries on the number that's flashing on the top of the screen. Call us also on the numbers that will start flashing very shortly as well. But largely a day that's, in terms of the market performance has been decent in that sense. And we'll stop at the word decent then, because we've seen a very volatile trading session yet again today. The Sensex up almost 200 points at this point of time. And the Nifty 50 that has continued to be on our radar, up 100 points. Now, at one point of time and two times actually, we were at about 180 points. But since then, continue to be at that range itself. Overall, you are seeing a lot of movement in terms of the sectors that are seeing rotation. So you see the PSU banks back in favor, and almost all of those sectors now trading in the green. But Mahima, in terms of the broader markets, it's been a better performance compared to the benchmarks right at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean, even just to point out, we've slid below the 24,600 levels in just that last half an hour, because we were trading almost 0.7% higher and now just below that. So, like Somit was mentioning, it's a tight range of trade is what we're seeing on the Nifty. But yes, as Puneet rightly mentioned, the broader end of spectrum is doing slightly better as compared to where the benchmarks go. The mid cap 150 and the small cap 250. If you can try to pull that up, the mid cap 150 almost in line with the benchmarks. The small cap 250 slightly below as compared to what the mid cap 150 is doing. But let's quickly pull up the BSE 500 before we go ahead and take your queries as to what counters are buzzing today and what are kind of putting pain on the broader end of spectrum. There you go. There's TCI Express, Mazagon Dock, Nalco, EIH in the green, and on the flip side you have Gujarat Gas, Coromandel as well as Rajesh Exports and EPL down in trade. But with that, let's also welcome in our guest for the day, Avinash Gorashakar, founder and head of research at Avinash Mentor Research Services, and Chandan Taparia, head technical and derivative research at Motilal Oswal, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good afternoon to the both of you. Chandan, your quick view on the benchmarks before we go on and take those queries.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. So, market witnessed rebound from lower levels, but again, the concern is follow-up is missing at higher levels. A couple of good things in the market structure. First is that India VIX is down by around 10%, corrected from 21 to now 18.88 levels. And if market level is concerned, Nifty needs to cross and hold above 24,650. Then only the stability will be back. So I believe today is at no trading band, as after a long time it's moving in a range of only 50 to 100 points. And if it moves about 24,650, then only the bullish bias could be there. While a failure move above the same can drive it back towards 24,300 to 24,200. So conditional trade setup only about 24,650 marks in the Nifty index.
Got that view, Chandan. So 24,650 and only conditional trades, as Chandan has also highlighted as well. But with that, let's start with our first query for the afternoon edition of Fast Profit. This one's from Bharti from Bangalore. She had a couple of one. Fractal was one, but the earnings are due today for Fractal. So we will pick up those queries starting tomorrow as well. But her query on Oil India, she's holding 20 shares, bought at 495, and asking if she should continue to hold or exit this particular counter. Avinash, coming to you, welcome to the show, and thanks as always for joining in. What would you suggest Bharti to do at this point of time with Oil India?
Yeah, good afternoon, Puneet. My sense is, I think Oil India is a company which is more on the upstream side. So, I think if crude prices go beyond $85 to $90 a barrel, then I think you could see a big upside for Oil India. I think in the very near term, I think it's better that the investor holds on to these shares, because considering the kind of geopolitical situation currently between US and Iran, I think there is very, large possibility that oil prices could flare up. I think in the very near term, at least for the next 3 to 6 months, it's a hold. My sense is if oil prices cross $85 to $90 a barrel, that would sentimentally be positive for a player like Oil India. In fact, the oil prices definitely would act as a near-term trigger for the stock. So considering that it's a hold, I would not be surprised that next year should be a better year. But the oil price increase is the near-term trigger for the company.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Oil India. We've got our first caller. Mohan is calling us from Bengaluru. Mohan, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
Very good afternoon. I just wanted to know, can I buy this Swan Defense and Global Industries at this time for a long-term perspective?
Okay, all right. Avinash, I'll take this up with you since he's looking at this from a long-term perspective. Do you think Swan Defense is the counter that you can enter right now?
Yeah, I think most of these companies, are sitting on a very large order book. As far as Swan Defense is concerned, it's one of those companies which got demerged, from the main holding company. And I think if one were to take the next 12 to 18 months, then I think definitely one could look at buying into the company. The company has a decent order book. I think execution is something which the markets are waiting. So probably, if the investor can hold on for the next 12 to 15 months, and obviously if numbers start coming in as per what the execution, cycle is, then I think one could definitely expect a decent upside. So I think definitely one can buy, but take a time frame of 12 to 15 months.
Got that view, Avinash. But the next question that's coming in, and this one's on TD Power Systems. And in this particular query, Ramesh S wants to enter this particular counter right now for a 3-month outlook. Chandan, what would you recommend if it's advisable to buy into TD Power right now, and if not, what would be the price that you would be comfortable with?
So major trend of the counter is positive, and it has been making higher tops, higher bottom. Even after the corrective market move, this stock is holding well. So I believe one can continue to hold the long position till it holds above 840. Even decline can be bought for an upside target towards 950 to 980 kind of levels.
Okay. The next one is from Shankar, who is writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Samvardhana Motors, and he's got 1,000 odd shares and wants to know. Okay, so he's given a combined query, and I'll take both of these because he's asking about Tata Motors commercial vehicle as well. Both of these at the current market price, can he go ahead and buy, is his question. Chandan, which one would you pick? And I mean, if charts are consecutive for both of them, then what is your recommendation?
Yeah, so positive on both, whether we talk about TMCV or Motherson Samvardhan. So first, to comment on Motherson Samvardhan, major trend of the counter is positive. In last 4 days, we have seen a corrective move from 136 to 122. So I believe decline could be bought. Utilize any decline towards 120 with support of 115 for an upside target towards 132 to 135. Talking about TMCV, a Tata Motor consumer vehicle, major trend is positive. It witnessed a small correction, that is the buying opportunity. I believe with the support of 450, utilize any decline towards 465 to 470 for an upside target towards 500, 520.
Got that view, Chandan. But another caller now dialing from Andhra Pradesh. Bharat has a stock query for us. Bharat, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Good afternoon, sir. So I bought 700 shares of SPML Infra at the price of 203.
Okay.
So I am looking for the long-term prospect.
Long-term prospect. Got it. Avinash, let me come to you. It's one of those most volatile counters, right? And retail investors love it. Roughly around, stock was trading at 35-40 rupees in 2023, hit an all-time high of 270, and since then has been volatile. Do you track this counter by any chance, and what could you offer Bharat at this point of time?
No, I think SPL Infra has a very decent order book, and I think most importantly they are into water projects, and a lot of arrears are expected from the government. There have been pending cases where the company has is likely to be awarded these payments very soon. So my sense is that despite the fact that the investor has entered into a slightly higher level, he needs to stay invested here for the next 12 to 18 months. This business is largely government oriented. So collections come at a pretty low, pace. Payments are slow. The working capital cycle is elongated. But I think if the investor can keep the faith in this company for the next 12 to 18 months, I think definitely numbers for FY27 are going to be a lot better. In fact, the Q4 is supposed to be one of the best quarters. So we are expecting a decent Q4, and I think FY27 should be a lot better. So I think he needs to hold on despite the fact that he's gotten at the higher level. Continue to hold for the next 12 to 15 months.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on SPML Infra. The next question that we have is on Bajaj Finance. In fact, not Bajaj Finance. Nandagopal is asking on Indigo Paints. He's got 100 shares at the levels of 1100. Since the past 15-18 months, it hasn't moved up. Should I exit is the question. Chandan, your view on Indigo Paints on the charts?
So the trend of the counter is negative. In fact, most of the paint company have seen a profit booking decline. This stock has been making lower top, lower bottom on the weekly chart, and I think trading at its lifetime low levels. So trend is negative, better to avoid. If you have any position, try to exit or any bounce. As of now, till it remains below 945, it can go down towards 850, 820 levels.
Got that view, Chandan. But another quick question that's coming in on Hindustan Zinc now. Now a viewer actually bought it at 400 rupees. And this is Raj Sekharan, and he's holding more than 10,000 shares of the counter. and hence we've picked up this query. He's almost in profits, almost 20 lakh rupees at this point of time, given it's at almost close to 600. He's asking if he should partially book his profits right now, Avinash, while continuing to hold the rest. Would you advise that at this point of time?
Yeah, I think Puneet, he's made a very decent amount of profit. So I think, he can obviously book some profit and ensure that his capital is recovered. And I think most importantly, silver as a commodity is likely to show a steady gain in the coming few, quarters. Not only industrial demand, but social demand, festival demand is also raking in demand for silver. And Hindustan Zinc being the only player in the private sector to make silver, they should benefit once the capacity increases. The markets have been very positive on the fact that going forward in April to June, you could see some benefits of the expanded capacity available to the company. So yes, I think he can book about 40-50% profits and the rest he can hold on. The next 12 to 15 months, I believe silver prices will continue to remain buoyant, and that will help Hindustan Zinc quite significantly.
Okay, the next question that we have is from Ajay, who's writing us from Delhi, asking about MRPL or Chennai Petrochem, which is a better counter to invest into to kind of enter into right now. Chandan, your view?
Yeah, so I have positive view on both the counter, but MRPL looks more promising as of now. It has been forming rounding formation on the weekly and the monthly chart, and every meaningful decline is being bought. Major support is at 183, 184, and I believe with that support, it can head towards 205 to 215.
Got the view, Chandan. The next question that's coming in, it's on REC, and Chandan, coming back to you because the short-term query bought at 382 by a viewer. Nitish is asking if you should continue to hold on from that perspective. Now, we've seen a corporate action also, Chandan. Is that having any impact on the charts for you?
As of now, the trend is negative to range bound. However, it recovered after the decline of last 4 days, but upside seems to be kept. Someone is advised to use the support near 329, and with the support of 329, it can bounce till 355, but it would be tough to surpass 365 marks. So use the small trading range if you want to exit in between. Major trend is negative to range bound.
Okay, all right. We've got our next caller. Shiv Kumar is calling us from Chennai. Shiv Kumar, a very good afternoon to you. I believe you have a question on the hotel industry.
Yes. So I wanted to know whether it's a good time to enter Indian hotels or ITC hotels, given that it has come down quite a lot in the last couple of weeks or so.
Okay. Got your question, Shiv Kumar. I'll take this up with Avinash. Avinash, what's your overall view on the sector, first of all, considering that, operational metrics are slowly and steadily improving with a lot of additions that are happening for all of these names, and between IHCL and ITC, which one your pick would be?
I think, the hotel sector continues to do well. In fact, October to March is the season. And we have been finding that average room rentals have steadily moved up. In case of ITC, numbers were pretty solid for Q3, and I think Q4 is also going to be pretty solid. Last year, they made a profit of around 630, 640 crores. This year, they should end with about 750 odd crores. The other company, Indian Hotels, has also done well, but I think, the performance was weak, but the guidance was quite solid. The company expects a very strong quarter in Q4. Apart from that, there are many small hotels like Lemon Tree or, for that reason, Chalet Hotels. I would say that Indian Hotels definitely looks attractive. And possibly, if this can be acquired by the investor, he needs to give in a time frame of at least 12 to 18 months. I think numbers would gradually improve, but they have the benefit of scale and the geographical reach. So Indian Hotels definitely looks more positive.
Got the view, Avinash. But Mahima, we had a query and I wanted to take it before we start the rapid fire round, and this was on Infosys. Now, BB Gupta, who is one of our regular viewers, he's put 26,000 in Infosys quite a long time back.
Okay.
And the reason I ask is because he's bought 480 shares at 60 rupees per share.
Wow.
So
wow.
We had some viewers who have bought in these companies at the attractive price point, but just at 60 rupees.
I'm wondering, when did he buy
It
that?
might be at listing. I mean, it has to be in the 90s, definitely. And he's held on to for almost 20, 25 years. But definitely one that we wanted to pick before we go. And so he's invested 26,000. His profit is almost 5.95 lakhs. And our producer being very quick with calculating that as well. But Avinash, At this point of time, what would you recommend Gupta ji to do? Because he's made a lot of gains. Should he continue to hold just because of the buying price? What would you recommend?
No, I think, Puneet, 26,000 is already something which he has already, earned. So I think, he should actually definitely book out 50% profit, because I think there are many other growth sectors like banking, auto components. I think the trick in the market is that you got to compound your wealth by looking at various companies which are into various growth cycles. So I think Infosys has made him a lot of money, but I think he needs to take out that capital and reinvest it in something else. I mean, maybe 50% is something which he can easily book out, and maybe the rest 50% he can hold on. But clearly, I think he needs to put his capital and capital should be reallocated to other growth companies. I think there are many companies within the banking, auto component stocks. So that would be a better choice.
Okay, all right. It's time for our rapid fire round. I mean, I'll not take much time and quickly start that. The first question is from Satyan, who's asking about Thangamal jewelry from a medium-term perspective. Chandan, buy, hold, sell?
Yeah, so Thangamal, I think, hold the position. It can head higher.
Data Pattern is the other one, bought at 3235 by Ramesh. What's the 6-month outlook, Chandan, here for this counter?
Yeah, it can go to 3,800 to 4,000, 20 to 30% movement from current level.
Okay, Union Bank, the approximate holding is 4,000 and 179 is the average buying price. Can I add more in this tip? Avinash, would you recommend that?
Yeah, I think he can continue to hold.
Good time to buy Astra Microwave, Chandan, with a stop loss of 980 is what Hiren is asking.
Yeah, one can buy and hold. Upside, we are looking for 1,100 on immediate point of view, 1,250 to 1,300 on positional point of view.
Okay. Castrol India is the next one. Is this a good time to enter for the next 3 years of time horizon? Avinash?
Yeah, I think definitely, looking at the kind of dividend payouts and the kind of long-term runway, I think he can hold on.
KPIT Tech, Avinash, bought at 1,730 by a viewer, Rajesh Sahu. He's asking what he should do with his 89 stocks right now. Is it a bet that's gone too far, or what would you recommend?
No, I think 1,700 is a very high price. I think it's better that he switches to some other sector, either banking or auto components.
Okay, ICICI AMC, can I hold or sell? Chandan, your view on the charts?
Continue to hold.
A 3-month view on Eternal, Chandan, as well?
Yeah, 3-month point of view target is 280.
Okay, Muthoot Finance is the next one. It's drastically gone down in further in the last sessions. Can this be a buying opportunity, Avinash?
Yeah, I think definitely buy on dips.
Karur Vyasa Bank bought at 310. Avinash, is it a good bet to continue holding from here on as well?
Yeah, I think here also it's a hold.
Okay, AGI Greenpack is the next one. Chandra from Germany wants to know, from a fundamental point of view, is this a good time to buy? Avinash, any view?
Yeah, I think if he's got a time horizon of at least 12 to 18 months, he could definitely buy it in an SIP method.
Okay, all right. So that brings us to the end of course, this round of rapid fire round and Ask Profit as well. Avinash and Chandan, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those queries. Unfortunately, we were not able to, complete that 100 mark.
We were little off.
Yeah, but we'll try it tomorrow for sure. 85 queries is what we were able to answer. But with that, completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit. But do stay tuned. India Market Close up next.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया.
It's okay, yeah.
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं.
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times Melody, 5 times Masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching India Market Close on NDTV Profit, and it's been a bit of a range-bound day so far for the Indian equity markets. We are trading in the green right now with gains of about 0.5% for the Nifty 50. The broader markets, let's pull those up as well. The mid-cap index as well as the small-cap index, you've seen a little bit of a cool-off from the high point for the Nifty 50. Mid-cap index trading with gains of about 0.6%, small-cap index up about 0.5% or thereabouts. Now pull up the heat map for the Nifty 50 because you've seen a few pockets where there has been a little bit of a sell on rise, but you have a few stocks that are leading gains. Hindalco on the top. Right here, aluminium is a key talking point in trade today. Reliance Industries adding quite a bit of heft to the Nifty 50's move today. Larsen & Toubro making quite the sizable recovery from yesterday's over 4% decline. Some signs of that were already evident in the way that it recovered from the low point of the day. Adani Ports about 2.5% higher as well. A few of the steel names making a bit of a comeback in trade today. What's not doing well, and it's pretty even Stevens at this point for the Nifty 50. You have Tech Mahindra, you have Eternal, but crucially, you have State Bank of India, which is down about 1.5%. In fact, it is the Nifty Bank and the PSU banks that have been underperforming in the recent past. Pull up the sectoral indices just to drive home this point, and you'll see at the bottom of the table here, IT is a key underperformer, down about 1.3%. On the other end of the spectrum, you have India Defence, which is doing particularly well, and the CPSE basket is up and about. You have metal that's making a bit of a comeback in trade today, and energy is up and about. So broadly, you're seeing a situation where some of the stocks that were beaten down over the course of the last couple of days are making a comeback. Quite a few of them frontline counters, but IT under pressure and PSU banks under pressure. Tamanna, what are the factors that you're seeing play out as of now?
What's really striking me is how the mood has kind of turned in the last half hour or so, because the Nifty did open higher but has remained range bound for a better part of the day. They've given up the gains. Nifty has given up its gains in the last 1 hour, which is suggesting a sell on rise strategy until the index decisively reclaims 24,700. The benchmark has been struggling to decisively cross that 24,700 level, and support remains around 25,560 to 25,600. It's also tested the levels of 25,560 once. Banks really is where the story is. PSU banks specifically have led the fall in the last 1 hour, and you're seeing the bank Nifty much lower than it was at some point in the day. And a variety of reasons why that is happening, because what seemed like a relatively peaceful morning on the Middle East war front seems to have heated up. So quite a few reports that are coming in. Iran has warned the US on the frigate attack and has said that the US has perpetrated an atrocity at sea 2,000 miles away from Iran's shore. So they're talking about the frigate Dana, which was a guest of the Indian Navy carrying almost 130 sailors and was struck in international waters yesterday off the coast of Sri Lanka. What Iran is saying is this: mark my words, the US will come to bitterly regret the precedent it has set. So that could be one of the factors that is worrying markets. Also this report that NDTV is breaking right now, Alex, and of course we'll wait to get confirmation before we put that out as well. They are quoting a Sri Lankan MP who says that there is a second Iranian vessel off the coast of Sri Lanka that has sent out a distress call to Sri Lanka and wants to dock at their ports.
Yes.
So it's seeming like an unfolding situation, and maybe that's one of the reasons why the mood seems to have soured a bit on the markets.
Yeah, certainly. This is, and we keep saying this, have been keeping on saying this, it is a developing situation. These things are emerging as we speak, and so quite a bit of that price action is what you're seeing play out as things stand right now. Now, we've got Rajesh Palvia joining us as well as Avinash Gorakshakar with us right now. Avinash, quick view on, actually let me go to Rajesh Palvia first. Rajesh, on the technicals, as things stand right now, you're seeing a sell on rise situation play out. How would you trade it?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so it's a sell on rise market till Nifty is trading below 24,700 zone. I think any minor pullback should be used as a sell on rise kind of strategy, as we have already seen that this is the third consecutive day where we are trading below 200-day moving average, and I think most of the large cap stocks has also broken their near term support area. The sector where we were seeing leadership is also attracting the profit taking, and sentiment is very low, so most of the traders, investors are on the back foot. So if you get opportunity around 24,650 for Nifty spot would be a level where one can attempt to go short with stop loss of 24,700, 720 should be your stop loss for Nifty spot. On the downside, 24,500, 450 are the immediate level to watch for, where again, one can book profit. So both side of trade would be there, but structure is sell on rise. Still, we are not able to take out 24,750 zone. Bank Nifty structure is looking weak. Looking at the breakdown below 59,000, and major call concentration is now taking shape at 59,000 strike as well as 59,200 strike. So these levels are likely to act as a steep resistance for any pullback. And most of the large cap private banks as well as PSU banking basket is also witnessing profit taking. So banking space also looking weak at this juncture, and maybe Bank Nifty can slide further to 58,300 or 200 zone in the continuation of this down move.
Individual counters, Rajesh, what would you look at? And there are a few pockets of strength. A few of the frontline companies, stocks making a comeback as we speak.
Yeah, so some of the stocks are showing sign of buying interest, and continuity of uptrend is there in some of the stocks. So from pharma space, Glenmark one can look at here. There is a buying interest from the lower level. Stock managed to hold about 20-day moving average, and looking at the recovery from lower level, we believe that if this stocks continues to trade about 2040-50 zone, I think there is a possibility of 2150, 2200 kind of target in the coming days. So Glenmark one can focus on. And another stock where strength is there is Polycab. Stock is moving in upsloping channel on daily chart, and stock took support from its upward sloping trend line. Stock is comfortably trading about to all its near-term, short-term moving averages. So Polycab is also showing sign of strength. Here also one can deploy some long trade for upside target of 8600 to 8650. On the downside, one needs to keep stop loss towards 8360.
Okay, Rajesh, stay with us. We'll come to Avinash as well. Just want to address the important breaking news on our ticker right now, where according to reports, the Iranian deputy foreign minister is coming and saying that they are ready to abandon the nuclear program if the United States presents satisfactory alternative offer. I think it's the single most significant statement that has been made thus far in the last, I would say, 3 days of this intense war expanding across shores. So we'll try and get more details on that, but this becomes very, very crucial because you need an off-ramp when there is this kind of a conflict and it's getting more and more stressed. You need someone to say something which you can cool off, and then things can move, and this is probably that off-ramp. I think this becomes a space to watch very, very closely, because if you look at the reverse that we've seen today all through the day, Alex, even since the morning, it's exactly those plays that have been hurting so far. So you've seen defense and metals that have been leading that charge, and perhaps you could push into that theme. He also goes on to say, we have not sent a message to end the conflict. We have not sent any message to the US to end the conflict. But if they do provide a reasonable alternative, we could perhaps look at ending the nuclear program.
This is perhaps a response to those reports that were suggesting that back-channel conversations had started with the CIA to try and end the conflict, right?
Usually there is always someone talking to someone. In the worst of times, that's how it works. When it gets triggered, then is the question. As too early to call it one way or the other, but we're keeping an eye on the situation for you. Meanwhile, fertilizer stocks are in focus in the wake of geopolitical tensions and supply issues. Puneet is joining in with more details. Puneet, fertilizer companies are getting beaten from all ends, isn't it?
Well, most certainly, and there are two key stories here. One is, of course, on the energy side of things, which is the liquefied natural gas. Now, that is a primary feedstock, which is for producing ammonia as well as urea, and hence India currently almost imports 50% of its LNG requirement as we speak. Now, you've seen what's happened with Qatar, what's happened with Petronet LNG, and GAIL coming out with the clarification. So hence, all of those will have an impact on the fertilizer stocks. Fertilizer almost consumes 29% of India's total gas that comes into the country, and almost relies 86% for their requirement on imports. That's story number one. So as we've seen volatility in prices for LNG, you continue to see impact on these companies as well. And the second one, a very interesting aspect for coming out from Elara, where they've specifically mentioned that there was anticipation that as the fertilizer prices increase, you could see that spread which you saw 2 to 3 years ago as a big benefit for fertilizer company. That might not be the case this time around, because what has happened then, that the raw material price, which is sulfur, was stable, but the end product price increased dramatically. So you saw that benefit for fertilizer company back in 2022 in the Russia-Ukraine war. That's not the case now. The raw material prices also increased. So hence, the benefit of any kind of instability might also not be there. And over and above this impact of LNG. So that's the two key stories, both negative for fertilizer companies at this point of time.
Okay. In fact, we have an exclusive conversation with Dr. Suresh Kumar Chaudhary. He's the Director General at the Fertilizer Association of India. Dr. Chaudhary, thank you so much for speaking with us this afternoon on NDTV Profit and just getting us a sense of what's going on. What is the biggest pain point right now for fertilizer companies? Is it gas prices, ammonia prices, the fact that a lot of raw materials would be stuck in the Strait of Hormuz, or all of the above?
See, the fertilizer sector of India largely depends on the imports of fine products, imports of raw materials, import of gases, and also the import of some of the intermediates. So the war situation at present, certainly, if not immediately, but in coming days is going to impact, although the impact is very difficult to tell at this moment in time, because presently, if we look at the forthcoming Kharif season, when after monsoon crops will be sown, for that preparedness, both fertilizer sector and also the preparedness of the government of India is already there. So at the moment, right on today, I do not see any big impact, but certainly for future, we need to be ready right from now. And the government of India and fertilizer sector are very closely keeping their eyes, monitoring the situation very closely.
Chaudhary, Dr. Chaudhary, just want to double down on that and get some details. So when you're saying that there was adequate preparedness for the Kharif sowing, that would imply that significant inventories would already have gotten pushed into the system. And so therefore, this particular season is taken care of. So is that interpretation correct? And two, if you're saying that this inventory is sufficient to take care of Kharif, that also assumes that at a certain point, given a few months perhaps, there will be a need to find alternatives. Is that interpretation also correct?
No, what I meant to say is, immediately, if you see on today, right there, so immediately there is not a very big problem today, right itself. But certainly, if this war continues for a long time and situation is like this only, then gas supply is really will be a major concern for us. Since fertilizers are priority materials, priority commodity compared to other commodities, because it has direct link with the agriculture. So government policies will decide that some priority allocation is made to fertilizer sector so that the fertilizer production is not impacted adversely. And so far, the farming means immediately monsoon after monsoon opening of Kharif season. So initially, what is required during the Kharif sowing season and immediately the crop growth season. So if situation improves a little, then things will fall in line and automatically the prices will also come down. So we are optimistic and hopeful.
Dr. Chaudhary, what is the kind of conversations going on with government right now, and any assurances that have been made?
Yeah, government is keeping a very close eye on the present situation, and because gas is the first commodity which is going to be influenced because of this war situation. So government is closely watching that. Secondly, the raw materials which are required for production of DAP in India and also production, this is the rock phosphate which is required for production of some other materials, NP, NPK mixtures and all. For that, our worry is that import should not be disrupt it. And also some of the intermediates, like some of the acids and all, which we are importing, that also should not be disrupted, so that the production continues well, for which Government of India is keeping very close eye on this. And the fertilizer sector, largely shoulder to shoulder with the government's efforts, is ready to provide all kind of support to the system as a whole. And fertilizer sector is trying that the situation doesn't go out of control and production doesn't hamper adversely.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Chaudhary, for speaking with us. That's Dr. Suresh Kumar Chaudhary, Director General at Fertilizer Association of India. Just want to turn my attention, though, to the global perspective right now, because let's be honest, that's where all of the action is. And even as European markets have opened a little lower, you may be seeing some recovery in the FTSE right now. A couple of statements have come in, which would be heartening really to anyone who's been tracking this war closely, with the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister saying that they are open to giving up nuclear weapons if America provides an alternative. Jonathan Shizzle, Deputy CIO at Westminster Asset Management, speaking with us this afternoon. Jonathan, always a pleasure to have you on. I want to start by getting your sense of whether this war will be as protracted as it seemed 24 hours ago, or perceptibly have things changed?
I think it's still too early to call. I think the news, as we all know, will be fluctuating dramatically, but certainly markets, are going to be moving with every piece of news flow. But from certainly our perspective, this looks like it can be a reasonably protracted affair, and therefore we're still somewhat cautious in the short term.
Jonathan, you've indicated in the past that your preference is for capital preservation. And in this kind of a scenario where you're seeing risk assets swing quite wildly, basis developments that are coming through practically on a minute by minute basis, what is your preference for asset allocation as things stand right now?
Well, it's very difficult because, the fact is most of more recent conflicts, the impact on markets have been fairly, some of them have been fairly dramatic and brutal, but fairly short-lived. We haven't had a proper bear market as a result of a geopolitical situation for some time. So, history would tell you that, you buy the dips and, things should work out okay. The trouble is this particular conflict is different on a number of, levels, and therefore it's difficult to see an early and quick resolution in the short term, and therefore this could go on a little bit longer. So we are a little bit cautious. We going into this from a risk, we certainly are multi-asset type solutions. We have carried for some time quite diversified exposures. Gold, which has obviously been a very good area to be invested in for some time now, still looks pretty good to us. A number of other commodities still look attractive. So yeah, we've been upping our energy weighting about a month ago, to an overweight position there, which is also helping in the very short term. But the impact, when you look at what's going on also in the bond markets, we've seen credit spreads open up a little bit from very condensed levels, and obviously equities are having a bit of a wobble as well. So it's very difficult to find many places to hide in the very short term.
Jonathan, would you look favorably at emerging markets in India right now?
Yeah, we've been very keen on India and emerging markets in general for some time, and that trade has worked very well. Yes, everybody's looking at the import dependency of a number of Asian, economies, including India, from an energy perspective. But I think ultimately the fundamentals of it's obviously emerging markets are a very different set of countries. But if you look at India and you look at a number of the key major economies in the emerging market universe, we think the fundamentals are still pretty good. So, I think the group had moved up quite considerably, led by South Korea and a lot of those tech stocks. They're coming back a little bit, so which is quite healthy because some of the gains have been very, very, very rapid in a very short period of time. So we're still keen on emerging markets, and we're still overweight broadly emerging markets.
Jonathan, as one of the commentators we spoke to earlier today said, that when this dissipates, and one would hope that this dissipates sooner rather than later, the central issues that global investors were faced with continue to remain. There's this whole conversation about artificial intelligence. There's a conversation about over leverage for several large economies in the world. And specifically on that artificial intelligence piece, if you're looking at the IT space in India, are you continuing to be concerned?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think clearly the world, the issues haven't gone away, and what's going on almost makes them worse. The over leverage of a lot of Western economies, that problem has just got worse. Inflation ticking up, therefore, the impact on falling interest rates or lack of them. So those problems definitely will have got worse. But turning to the AI space, from our perspective, we had reduced weightings when this whole noise started to intensify more recently. And whilst I think there's been quite a lot of overreaction in certain stocks, and particularly when you look at Indian IT, the fact is none of us really at this stage have a very clear understanding of where this is going to play out over the next 6 months, 12 months. The whole AI space is moving at such a pace that there will be an impact. I think the market is almost shooting from the hip first, and has been very brutal in the sell-off, and I think that has been overdone. But on a medium to longer term basis, the industry will change, quite dramatically. But I don't think we're really at the stage of fully understanding how that will play out. So I think some caution is warranted, but I do think in the short term, a lot of these share prices have definitely overreacted.
Okay, Jonathan, thank you so much for speaking with us. Always a pleasure having you on. I just want to turn my attention to what's happening in the markets right now, and Nifty back above the 24,700 mark. Even as we speak, those statements from the Iranian official, and we'll bring back those statements on screen if we can. He's the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, saying, just giving that glimmer of maybe a conversation going on and some kind of diplomatic intervention working, saying that we're ready to give up nuclear weapons if America gives us an alternative. I'm not sure what that alternative would be, but definitely it's something which has got the markets going. Reliance Industries, L&T, HDFC, the heavyweights are the ones who are contributing. ICICI, after yesterday's trade, seeing a bit of a pullback. And remember, it is banks that saw the most sell-on rise kind of pressure through the day. Avinash Gorakshakar with us. Avinash, thank you for your patience, but important to get your view on what's happening right now in the markets. Any signs that there could be a solution here, or at least a pause in hostilities will be seen as a point of recovery for Indian markets?
Yeah, I think, Tamanna, this statement coming from the Iranian deputy minister is definitely a big positive surprise. I think, markets would now wait very consciously how US reacts to this and what kind of discussions happen, because clearly, this war is going to be an expensive affair for Iran. And I think if this pause actually, gets delivered into a fructified decision of a halt in the war, then I think the markets could bounce back equally sharply. I think the markets would be getting a big sigh of relief, because that is something which I think everyone in the market is expecting. So I think we'll have to wait for a couple of days, maybe at the weekend or maybe sometime early coming week. I think you should get some response from the US, and that I think is something the markets would fully wait and watch for. I think after that, the markets would again decide what kind of trajectory it turns on, because if there is a pause and a meaningful kind of stop to the war activity, that is definitely a positive surprise. I think that is something the markets would obviously gladly, welcome.
There is a pretty substantial recovery from the day's low, and part of that being led by recovery in the Nifty IT as well. You saw some of those lines, and some of those numbers on your screen. The recovery in the Nifty IT as much as 1.3% at this point from the day's low, now trading with cuts of just about 0.33%. The Nifty 50 trading with gains of about 1.3%. And if we can pull up the contribution list for the Nifty 50, you will see that several heavyweights are contributing quite a bit. So these are counters that were leading the declines in trade yesterday in terms of the weightage. You had Reliance Industries that was proving to be a substantial drag, Larsen & Toubro, HDFC Bank, these three cumulatively accounting for 125 odd points for the Nifty 50 on the upside, and very comfortably outweighing the declines for ICICI Bank as well as State Bank of India, and even those would have come off the low point of the day. Somit Sarkar joining in to tell you about what the chatter from the dealing rooms is. And Somit, even as we're speaking, there seems to be quite a lot of institutional interest, and we saw in trade yesterday that quite a bit of deployment took place by the domestic institutions. What are you hearing?
Well, the entire mood has actually changed in the last 15 minutes for the market, if you look at. And this is largely based on that one statement coming in from the Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran. But yes, we are seeing a reversal in trade. Earlier, 24,700 was one of the crucial resistance level that was coming in for Nifty. But now that has been decisively broken and we are approaching towards the 24,800. So it remains to be seen whether we still, whether these gains that we are seeing are sustained throughout the market, throughout the remaining part of the market or not. But few stock-specific ideas that dealers have indicated in trade. Firstly, when it comes to premier energies, there are some sell flows on the large HNI desk is what dealers are indicating, and this is based on the fact that dealers are based on the rumor that the promoter might look to exit or sell its stake in the company. So that is one of the reasons why there are some sell flows coming in for premier energies. For Hindustan Aeronautics, there are sell flows on the institutional desk here. Dealers are indicating that the peak of the order inflow is largely behind Hindustan Aeronautics, and despite the up move that we are seeing in defense stock, that stock has actually underperformed. It's up just 0.8%, and this is largely because some sell flows are coming in on the institutional side on Hindustan Aeronautics. For Hindustan Zinc and MCX, there are buy flows on the large HNI desk. For MCX specifically, dealers have indicated that there could be some positive news flow that would come in, so keep an eye out for that counter as well. For Eternal, the stock has been under pressure of late, but dealers are now indicating that the selling pressure is largely over and we could see a bounce in the share price. In fact, with the market up move, the stock has already recovered. It was down around 2% and right now it's just down 0.4% in trade. So that's what I'm picking up from the dealing room.
Okay, clearly you're seeing this is a beautiful recovery. There's really no other way to say it, because the Nifty is now above the 24,800 mark. You have seen a 300-point recovery from the day's low, and most of it, a bulk of it has come maybe in the last 10-15 minutes. It's clearly this one statement which has worked, and we'll get you the exact quote on air as soon as we possibly can. But in case you missed it, the Iran Deputy Foreign Minister has come out and shown signs of being willing to have a conversation. A Bloomberg report also quotes an Iranian official saying that we had agreed to give up our uranium supplies in our talks with the US, and the Iran Deputy FM has said he's ready to abandon nuclear weapons if America gives an alternative. Rajesh Palvia, I mean, we talked about Nifty levels a few minutes ago. When we started the show, all of those levels have changed dramatically, haven't they? You're at above 25,850 or thereabouts right now. You've seen nearly a 300-point jump.
Yeah, one statement has changed the whole sentiment of market, and now short covering is initiated in the market as Nifty able to cross 24,700 major call concentration area. And I think looking at the data also, a lot of short covering has been visible in most of the call writing side also. And premiums are also shrinking, as we have seen in the last couple of days. VIX has moved up quite sharply. So premium was at elevated level. So now premiums are also getting, some kind of, shrinking effect because of some comfort zone is coming back because of this news flow. Though whether it will be confirmed by the officials or not, that we will come to know in later part. But this news has triggered the short covering, and now looking at the data, 24,700 now, the resistance has become now support area at this juncture. And a lot of stocks where we have seen pressure because of this impact of the war situation. I think those stocks have also started recovering. We have seen a sharp recovery in most of the OMC company. Hindustan Petroleum has recovered around 5% from the lower level. Banking stocks also attracted some, short covering from the lower level. So I think this development has market has taken as a positive statement, and I think if something comes in the same line, I think we may see Nifty can scale up to the level of 25,000 also. That's the next level where Nifty can move from the current level.
Yeah, all right. Just not too long back, we were talking about the potential for a crack below 24,300. Remember, this thing moves very quickly. You blink and you miss it. So don't blink and don't turn away from the screen. Let's go across to Puneet now just to get a check on which counters stand out with regard to the F&O cues that he's picking up. Puneet, what counters stand out?
Well, thank you for that. Definitely a stellar recovery seen in the markets. We said yesterday that there was a build-up of shorts actually in Lhasa and Tuburu. All those, who bought into that counter yesterday, laughing to the bank clearly today. But there are some other counters like Mazagon Dock and Nalco that have continued to, upkeep the momentum since the morning. So we put it out at 10:30 in the morning as well. A massive build-up of longs and continues to be so. In terms of short coverings, BSE is one of those counters because of which we've seen, and BDL as well as REC are some of the other ones that have also been in focus today. REC, the short covering much more steep post the PFC merger with REC. You saw that counter was under pressure, shorts being covered for the first time since that news has come out. Muthoot Finance as well as Inox Twins are the other one, but the percentage too low for longs being unwinded at this point of time, so we'll continue to monitor this. And finally, in terms of the fresh coverings of shorts that we are seeing and build up as well, Indian Hotels as well as Emphasis, but watch out for the IT pack. Given what we see in the markets today, continue to monitor all these stocks, but a lot more action to go. And back to you guys.
Absolutely.
Action is putting it mildly in terms of what we're seeing. More statements coming out of Iran. Is this an olive branch on offer? How should we look at it? Will there be now negotiations? I'm sure Oman will not want to host it this time because they hosted the negotiations on the 27th of Feb in Geneva, and then all hell broke loose. But let's see what happens. Very, very quick break. We're coming right back. There is so much action. Don't go away.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया.
It's okay यार.
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं.
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi. After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle 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 बस आज का jingle 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 चल करें थोड़े single 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 क्योंकि तू है single 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close, and it's turning out to be quite an exciting afternoon session. Before we move ahead and get our next set of guests, tell you why there's a sharp recovery in the market, I'll just bring to you the Google trending stocks. Now, these are the top searched stocks on Google Trends, and with good reason you're seeing BSE there. They've launched a new F&O index fund, and which is what you're seeing there. The number is the volume of search, 10K searches, and of course then the stock price. Tata Motors is the other one that is seeing searches coming in. So is RVNL. Hindustan Aeronautics, I'm not surprised, because defense is in focus, and Yes Bank is quite a widely owned stock. Remember, this is just what people want to know.
Yeah.
So Janta Ki Awaaz.
Janta Ki Awaaz, BSE is actually a pretty decent search to make right now, because the derivative contract that they have added specifically on the Sensex Next 30 seems to be causing this increased buzz on the stock. The stock is up as much as 5%. Of course, bear in mind that it's been a little wobbly, so is the rest of the market in the recent past. But joined on this side of the break by Vineet Bolinchkar, who's a head of research at Ventura Securities. Vineet, thanks so much for taking the time. I don't want to talk about an individual counter at the start, because seemingly the entire change that we've seen in heart for the equity markets and sentiment is because of that one statement that has been made by the deputy finance minister in Iran, and that has to do with an olive branch likely being extended, saying that they might be willing to do away with their nuclear program if concessions are made by the US. What do you make of this, and is it positive in your opinion?
Either ways, I think it's quite positive, because if you see the political establishment is gone. Whatever is left is, residues which are all scattered. And while there may be challenges to overcome this in the short run, but, they've already lost their firepower, and the ability to set up a nuclear plant or go ahead with those kind of things looks very difficult. And hence, their statement is more ascertainment of the analysis that I just presented you. So we do not see any threat of any nuclear war or anything of that sort. And that is very positive in my mind. And things look up from here.
Okay, this is where the news is coming in. Deputy Foreign Minister of Iran, Majid Takht Ravanchi, has said, and I quote, this is as per Sky News Arabia, by the way, that they are ready to abandon the nuclear program conditionally. Iran was ready to get rid of uranium stockpiles in the US talks itself, and Iran had sought something good in return. Some of these lines coming in on Bloomberg, some on Sky News Arabia. Important story from NDTV earlier in the day as well, about an hour ago as well, where it quotes Iran saying the Strait of Hormuz is only close to ships from US, Israel and Europe. Anyway, as far as India is concerned, that's good news if that is what's happening. I doubt this will be the final situation. It's a fluid situation as well. But talking about the Strait of Hormuz, onto an NDTV Profit exclusive, around 23,000 Indian seafarers are in high-risk Gulf waters as tensions near the Strait of Hormuz disrupt shipping lines. My colleague Shimi Chaudhary joining in with more details.
Absolutely, India is closely monitoring the safety of thousands of seafarers as well as merchant vessels across the port. Transit has been stranded in the Strait of Hormuz in that Gulf region, and what we've been given to understand that 23,000 of seafarers across the vessel has been stranded. And if you see the breakup of the number as on March 3rd, the sources indicated that 24 vessels are stranded around west of Hormuz, 12 at east of Hormuz, and some of them are at Gulf of Oman. Other than that, 2 Indian flagged vessels are stuck in Gulf of Eden, but there are no such vessels actually there in the Red Sea. So that's update coming in. Shipping Corporation of India has 7 vessels stuck there, and in fact, thousands of seafarers are onboarded on the Indian flagged vessels. So these are the numbers. The latest number are as on March 3. This is the latest update coming from the government sources. Now, Indian government has, stepped up the monitoring of these vessels in the high-risk zone. Of course, they are monitoring each situation from earlier every 6 hours to now every hours. So that's the kind of monitoring is happening at this point of time. Every hour they are looking into it, and in fact all these vessels are carrying mostly LPG crude and cargoes. And if you see the breakup of those, we have been given to understand that crude oil tanker are in the numbers of 6. 1 product oil tanker they are carrying, and that also include 10 LPG carrier, 1 LNG carrier, as well as 3 container ship, 2 bulk carrier and 1 dredger. So these are the kind of number we are talking about, and that is why government is now stepping up the monitoring and closely watching the situation.
Got it. All right. Thank you so much, Shrimi, for getting us those details. A few counters from the broader markets doing particularly well. Rice-based company, and this is LT Foods. Pull up the counter because it's doing particularly well. KRBL, and we spoke with the management earlier today. They talked about the fact that they're not going to be immediately disrupted, but there could be a disruption if this carries through for a period of 1 to 3 months. It's a pretty large window that was spoken about by KRBL, but LT Foods clearly reacting to the latest update that has to do with the easing of tensions or the possibility of an olive branch being extended by Iran. I want to go to Rajesh very quickly on a couple of these counters, specifically LT Foods. A pretty sharp reaction, Rajesh. Would you get into it at this moment is the question.
So very sharp reaction, for LT Food, and now stock is negotiating with its immediate supply zone, which is placed at around 420-25 zone, which is very important for this up move. Though stock has already moved 14-15% in intraday basis. So I think we could see some consolidation here, and if stock able to take out above 425, then I think the next trajectory on the higher side would be around 440-445 zone also. So those who have already bought at lower level can hold the position, keep trailing stop loss at around 410 to hold the position.
Okay, wait, hang on. So there seems to be some clarifications coming in. Remember, viewers, we are getting you information as we are getting it. We're bringing you information as we are getting it real time. Now, there seems to be a line on Bloomberg which says that Iran's IRNA, that's the Iranian news agency, has cited the deputy minister on earlier US talks. Now, this is where this clarification becomes important, that the earlier lines that Sky News Arabia was putting out and other agencies were putting out, were they on the current stance, or was this taken out of context where it seems like the earlier talks were being referred to. This is the Geneva talks before the entire war breaks out. We're going to wait to get more clarity and more details on our ticker as well, hopefully. But meanwhile, a lot of counters in the spotlight at this point, and just me joining in for more.
Well, Tamara, thank you for that. I have those list of stocks that are in focus on the back of the news flow. While the first one is a brokerage note, which is on the Adani Port and JSW Infra. While JP Morgan initiates overview on this particular stock on Adani Port with a target price of rupees 1944, and for JSW Infra, again initiates an overweight with a target price of rupees 310. Now, what they say is the overall sailing on a structural growth, which they see, which is benefiting these stocks, and they also see overall policy is something that's helping the stocks grow. Further, they also make a note that the overall port and the shipping business has high barriers which will benefit the counters which already exist in such space. Further, they also see the efficiency gains and the model shift to add additional benefit to discounters. For Adani Port, they make a note stating that scale and diversification to drive the growth, while for JSW Infra, the strong growth backed the execution track of the JSW group is something that will help the company grow further. Well, the second counter is Ramke Infra, while the company is in focus on the back of the agreement which has signed with Digiport, while the agreement is signed with Maharashtra Industrial Township for total contractual value of 1400 crore rupees, and the overall contract is for EPC work for 960 days. That's roughly 3 years from now. While further, the contract stipulates operation and maintenance for next 4 years as well. While the next counter is BAC, while the stock rallies after they get the SEBI nod for the overall launch of derivative contract. BAC to launch Sensex Next 30, which has 30 largest and most liquid stock after the BSE Sensex 30 index. For the last one is Mazgaon Dock, while this counter stays in focus, but as per media reports, Indian Navy to finalize deal worth rupees 99,000 crore for 6 German submarines, and Mazgaon Dock to get the order to construct them, and that's why this counter is buzzing in trade today.
Okay, this is also a news report that Indian Navy will finalize a 99,000 crore deal for 6 German submarines from Mazgaon Dock. Vineet Bolinchkar with us. Vineet, would you look at any of the defense plays, or there's just too much action, too much run up there already?
I think defense is a very long-term story, will do well. And especially the fact that, we are going to see with the US declining in power and so many conflicts going on, everybody is going to, go very strong on, securing their defense assets. So I think very, very strong trend will play out over the next 3 to 5 years. It's a multi-year theme and very, very positive on this.
Okay. I want to ask Rajesh you about BSE, because this is a counter that's up and about, and we mentioned the reason why it's probably buzzing, which is the addition of that derivative contract in the Sensex 30. But on the technical levels, with a gain of 5% intraday, would you trade it at this moment?
So if you analyze on the little medium-term structure also, the stock is having major support base at around 2600. In this correction also, almost stock took support from that same trajectory. So till 2600 is intact for this counter, I think there is a high possibility that, again, we may see the same kind of behavior going forward, and possible this recovery can extend further, and 2850 would be the next level where stock can move further higher. So at this juncture, those who have already bought stock should hold the position, as this recovery is showing, sign of furthermore extension. And 2700 needs to keep as a stop loss, and upward target would be around 2800 to 2850.
Okay, let's talk about aluminium, because a pocket of stocks, and of course we've been talking about how the metal pack as a whole has been doing well, but really the top gain on the Nifty 50, one of them is Hindalco, and the reason behind that is because the prices of aluminium have risen on account of supply disruptions due to the Middle East supply concerns. You have also had a bullish sentimental impact or institutional sentiment ahead of the March expiry that is playing through. So what are the various factors that are aiding those prices? You have a shutdown of the smelter in Qatar that has raised concerns about supply, as a result of which prices of aluminium have actually gone up. This is looked at as positive for the aluminium providers here. Nalco and Hindalco both have been gaining quite considerably. Vedanta as well, to a certain extent, has a component that it benefits from. The controlled shutdown of smelter could be positive for those Indian producers. Buyers would look at alternative options to source aluminium, and a full restart could in fact take as much as 6 to 12 months. At least that is the interpretation and assumption that is currently being made. So Vineet, the question though, in the run-up to everything that is taking place in Iran and in that Middle East region, is that metals had gone up pretty high. And so therefore money was being taken off the table, profit was being booked. At the same time, you have these fundamental reasons why the stocks should be going up. On what side of the fence are you? Would you be buying into metal counters right now?
So we are bullish on all metal counters. It's a couple of facts. One is that the supply chain constraints are there globally. Everything is getting disrupted. So, there's going to be, stacking up on all these supplies. That is number one. Number two is, we are seeing transition from, monetary assets to hard assets. So that trend is very firmly in place. Both these trends will play out. And I think that, long term, it looks very, very good for the trade on your metal stocks.
Okay. I just want to see what's happening with the Nifty. This is a strange situation. Markets are in a mood to celebrate any inkling of good news. We thought we had some good news. It's not quite clear. Now I don't know if this is confusion on the part of the Iranian news agency, or is it Bloomberg News that put it out without context, but this is why context matters, folks. When are you talking about what you're talking? What it seems like at this point, that when there were quotes of the Iranian deputy foreign minister saying that we are willing to give up nuclear weapons if we get alternatives from the US, he seems to have been referring to a conversation that they had with the United States in Geneva before war broke out. It's not necessarily their stance right now. This is how it seems as of this moment. So I would say, hold on to your horses. Let's wait and figure out what's happening. Rajesh Palvia, that's why you're seeing that recovery getting wiped out to some extent in the markets, those sharp gains getting wiped out to some extent in the markets. But nevertheless, would you, have any BTSTs in mind?
So I think from mid-cap banking basket, KTK Bank is looking very promising. Stock managed to give breakout of its multiple supply zone, and stock is holding about all its near-term moving averages. So I think this stock has potential to extend gain. 220, 222, we are projecting target for BTST point of view. On the downside, 209 needs to keep as a stop loss. And another stock where we are focusing for BTST is National Aluminium. Here also strength is there, and the way stock has managed to give breakout of last 3-4 week downtrend, I think this stock has potential to extend gain. 405 to 408 we are projecting target. On the downside, 392 needs to keep as a stop loss.
Okay. Very quickly, let's take a look at an important update coming in on Class 8 orders, which have surged in February with truck orders hitting multi-year highs. Puneet joining in with more details.
160% growth, we are seeing in the Class 8 truck orders for the month of February. It's a stellar picture, a big change that we've seen just in the last 2 months, and all players like Bharat Forge, Forging, and Ramkrishna Forging continue to be in focus on the back of this. Now, sales have surged to 47,200 units. That's almost up 47% month on month, but 159% on a YOY basis, and hence these numbers are very important in that context. This is also the highest number since September of 2022, and reflects that well above the 10-year average of about 24,900 units as well. So this could be the start of something. That's the second consecutive month where we've seen a growth of over 20%. Now the base is quite low of a very tepid 2025, but continues to be a very important trend that we mark out for, because the company expected Europe to do better than US is what they had said. Bharat Forge has said to us in ITC Profit. So important to analyze, if US starts doing better as well and Europe is doing well too, that could be a double bonanza for these companies. So continue to monitor this aspect, but stellar Class 8 truck numbers for the month of February.
Okay. So that might be a positive for a Bharat Forge, RK Forge and like. Let's go across to Aditya Rajkol joining us live from Tel Aviv. Aditya, are things easing or are they getting worse? I think that's the biggest question that we have right now.
Well, Tamanna, both ways. We're reporting live from Tel Aviv, but what I can tell you clearly is that at this stage, the airport here in Ben Gurion Airport has been opened early 6 a.m. This is temporarily for the incoming flights because there are more than 100,000 Israelis who are stranded in different parts of the world. So they have been getting them home. That's the top priority for Israel. But overall speaking, the fighting is only continuing. In fact, it is scaling up. There are new airstrikes that have been reported in Tehran, likewise in Lebanon as well. And since morning, there have been 6 to 7 alarms here in Tel Aviv as well. So every time there is a siren, people rush to the bomb shelters. That's a SOP that's being followed. It's the 6th day of the war. What is really happening, Tamanna, is that it's not restricted to land and air anymore. The international waters are subjected to these attacks and strikes and conflict as well. With the latest attack yesterday morning, where a US submarine hit an Iranian frigate. And in fact, more than 87 people have been killed in that. Now a second Iranian vessel has done an emergency distress call to the Sri Lankan Navy. We do not know whether that port call has been made or not, whether Sri Lanka agrees to allow the Sri Lankan Navy safe passage and a port call. Apart from that, there's a statement from the US Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who has confirmed that they are going after the Iranian vessels, frigates and ships all across the international water. So there are no rules of engagement anymore. There's a new kind of an international order that we are looking at, Tamanna, where US and Israel are just going after Iran no matter what location or what timing, and are just scaling up the attack. So this could perhaps also result in some kind of a blockade at the Strait of Hormuz, because Iran has pledged that they will not allow US, Europe, and Israeli ships around that entire area. Others like India, China may be allowed for now, but how safe would that be? There are already 10 oil tankers that have come under attack. You would remember Skylight as well, one of the carriers, in which 2 Indians have been killed, and there are several others injured. So it's a very, very volatile situation that we are witnessing. It's only the 6th day, and perhaps there's much more that is coming ahead, unfortunately.
And we'll come back to you, and we'll keep coming back to you, Aditya. Do stay safe. And thanks so much for that latest update. There you go. We have Aditya Rajkol on the ground in Tel Aviv telling you what the latest situation there is. It is a developing situation, so stay tuned. Meanwhile, you have airfares between North America and India that have skyrocketed after airspace is closed in certain pockets, with spot fares surging as much as 150%. We've got Danish joining in to tell you more about what is going on. Danish.
Due to the current situation that we're seeing in the Middle East, this is impacting the long-haul airfare. And if we specifically talk about the spot airfare, so see, spot airfare is usually higher because usually people buy these tickets when certain travel arrangements are not planned well in advance. But looking at the current situation, we are seeing that there is a sudden surge in demand for flights from US to India. And just to give you a few examples, if we look about connections between New Delhi, JFK and New Delhi, which is in New York, usually the spot airfare for these tickets is between 35,000 to 70,000 rupees, and this is the economy class airfare that I'm talking about. But even now, as per the research done by NDTV Profit, we are seeing that this airfare has spiked multi-times, 2x, 3x from the current prices. And if you look at the choice of airlines that are there are very few options. If you want to travel to India via an American carrier, those flights are completely sold out. So passengers are left with other less preferred airlines, for example, Ethiopian Air. And if you look at those ticket prices, even they are surging between 1.50 lakh rupees to 1.60 lakh rupees. This is just an example from JFK to New Delhi. But similarly, if you look at the ticket prices, spot ticket prices from Chicago to Mumbai, similarly, the airfare has surged between over 150%. So this is a very surprising, and one of the major reasons why this is happening, it is because of the key airspace closure over the Middle East, which is there because of which airplanes have to take a longer route. And if we look at the connections between India and the US, there's only Air India that has direct flights between both the countries, and then there are a bunch of American airlines that have direct connections. But then we also come to certain different airlines like Air France and KLM. So if anyone wants to even board those planes, they'll have to pay more than 1.50 lakh rupees. All in all, if we see, spot airfare has surged because of key airspace closure over the Middle East.
All right. Thanks so much, Danish, for getting us those details. Now, another repercussion of the ongoing war in the Middle East is a surge in crude oil prices, and that has ripple effects across various industries, and it also has an effect among them on FMCG companies. But let's bring in Ridhima to tell you what companies will have to do with crude oil prices where they are at over $80 per barrel, and if they go higher to 90 and even 100. Ridhima.
So FMCG companies could be required to increase their prices after the crude oil surge which is happening to offset the impact of it. This is as per a CLSA report. The report says that there could be an increase required for the companies, and the most amount of increase could be seen in Asian Paints, GCPL and HUL. So a lot of these FMCG companies are dependent on the crude oil derivatives, not crude oil directly, but still if the crude oil prices increase, there will be impact on their margins. And if we see the current price of the crude oil is around $80 per barrel, so the impact of price hikes could be somewhere around 0.8% to around 6.4%, and if it goes up to $90 per barrel, the impact on the prices could be required, which could be required to increase, would be around 1 to 11%. And if it moves up to $100 per barrel, the impact could be seen from 2 to 16%. So these FMCG companies, the percentage which the dependency is on the crude oil derivatives is somewhere around 20 to 25% of the input costs. And if we see the packaging cost of the materials, it's 10 to 15% of the total raw materials, and the freight cost, which is your shipping and your distribution cost, it is 3 to 7% of the sales. And the chemicals used in detergents for these FMCG companies, they form half of the raw material costs. So it will be something to wait and watch that how these FMCG companies react, and also how long the conflict actually takes time to fully get resolved. This will impact the prices directly.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Ridhima. About a minute and a half, about less than 2 minutes to go. Vineet and Rajesh Palve, thank you so much for joining us on the show today. Always a pleasure to have you on. It's been a topsy-turvy, dil tham ke baithiye kind of a show today. That's all I can say, because it looked so exciting and then it didn't. You know, I think I figured out what's happened, because what has been going around the market is a tweet by Sky News Arabia in Arabic, and as you can in X, you then show translation, and it shows exactly the line that everyone put out, that Iran says it's willing to give up nuclear weapons if America gives an alternative. But if you go through that tweet thread, then you realize that they have quoted out of context a conversation with that Iran deputy foreign minister who was talking about the conversation he had with the US in Geneva before the war started. So that's the long and short of it, which is why you've seen that up and down on the Nifty. Even after all of that, we're still going to close about 250 points up. That's not bad. Advance decline ratio is even Steven. Advances are on top. That's not bad. Bank Nifty has come off its highs of the day. Bank Nifty was a hero this morning, isn't anymore. The mid cap 100 at 1.5% is showing good recovery. I want to also look at the small cap before we go into that exact closing, which is going to be about a minute. The small cap 250 also about 1.5% up. India VIX. Let's take a look at India VIX. Good indicator of what the mood on the street is, especially when it gets so tough. This is a good number. 16% down is good. That means the volatility index is seeing things perhaps improving. Once you're back below 17, you shouldn't have to worry too much. You'll probably have a continuation of this momentum when we open for trade tomorrow. That's what Europe is showing us. That's what US futures are showing us as well. But even as we get into that close, I'm going to pull up the Nifty heat map for you and see how we have closed up this very volatile Thursday evening. The IT pack was one of the stocks that seems like it was lasting through this volatility. That has come off, but this is a sell on rise kind of a situation, a bit of profit booking. Tech Mahindra, ICICI Bank, only 1.5% or less down. for the biggest loser on the nifty heat map. But the winners is where the action is. The fact that all of these companies that were the sufferers of a conflict in the Middle East are rebounding is showing you what the market senses on where the war is going. So Adani Ports up 4%. Remember that Haifa exposure had seen pressure on the stock. That seems to be reversing. All metals are rebounding. Larsen and Toubro, because of its Middle East connections, had got pummeled down. Smart recovery there. Of course, the defense plays will always be in focus. The sectoral heat map very quickly should give you a sense of how the markets are placed. And metals are shining. Defense metals, CPSE is also because of defense pack, actually, because of government-owned defense companies. Infra, that's the theme that you're seeing. Pretty much green screen. I would say there's not too much to complain about after the kind of trading week we've had. The Nifty IT about 0.5% down. Just top gainers and losers in the broader market before we wrap up for this afternoon. Rajesh Exports, Gujarat Gas moved the losers. This is because they've called a force majeure, and you know it'll have impact on the next quarter numbers. They can't help it. They're not getting the LNG coming in. Qatar has said we can't, supply any. So that's a different story going on. TCI Express, Mazgaon data patterns is all defense on the other side. But I think action continues, Alex, because after this, there's that very exciting match to get to as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Tamanna. You said it. A lot of people are going to be on the edge of their seats. They've been on the edge of their seats all through the market day today. That's not going to stop because it's the semi-final of the ongoing T20 World Cup. One win each is what it stands at. And in fact, Adelaide went England's way. Guyana, of course, belonged to India. And it's round 3 at the Wankhede Stadium with a third title on the line. So what will it be? Take a look at this report to know more.
Wankhede, the ground of 2011 glory. But World Cup semi-finals here haven't always been kind to India. Both sides arrive without playing their best cricket and are still standing.
Yeah, I mean, for us, that is something we haven't really spoken about the perfect game. I think the quality of this team has been shown that on the day somebody can put their hand up and put up a performance. And then hopefully now in the last 2 games, especially now tomorrow night, we can put that special performance in.
When it gets tight, India turns to Jasprit Bumrah. They always do. But inconsistency has trailed them. Abhishek Sharma, hot and cold, Varun Chakravarti searching for rhythm. There have been 13 dropped catches in the tournament.
Nobody looks to drop a catch on purpose. It's not like we don't train it. I mean, there's a lot of focus going into our fielding, and that was one of the key points heading into the World Cup here. So the guys do train and work hard on our fielding. At times, is it a mindset thing?
England's campaign has been patchy and scrappy. Back-to-back embarrassments against Nepal and Italy, yet they are here. 5th straight semi-final. Sam Curran has returned to the side. Will Jacks has bailed them out with 4 player of the match performances. But Jos Buttler and Phil Salt, the most feared opening pair in T20 cricket, have managed just 84 runs in 7 stands, none past the 4th over.
We've won them tight games, which in World Cups proved to be very important as well, and we've got a lot of confidence going into the deeper parts of the game. We've won games, like you said, which we probably shouldn't have won, and it just feels like we've never really been out of any game so far.
Short boundaries, fast outfield, and due later, Wankhede will demand a lot of bravery. The team that hesitates will vanish fast on Thursday night. Neither of the teams have had a perfect run into the semi-final. Captain Harry Brook of England says that you don't need to have a perfect match to win a tournament. Perfect or not, the semi-final in Wankhede on Thursday night promises noise, nerves, and possibly fireworks.
brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
Where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff.
Good evening, you're watching Market Express with me, Shreyanshi Singh, and this is the show that's going to get you a lowdown in terms of the headlines this entire evening thus far. And let's take a look at the markets first things first, because the market in fact shrugged off the Middle East war tension as benchmarks rebounded from the oversold zones. And this is after 4 days of losses that you had coming in. So clawing back really, Nifty in fact really reclaimed the 24,700 level, and the Sensex also neared about 80,000 on the expiry date itself. Now, when you talk about the volatility index, that also dropped about 10%, easing market volatility. When you talk about broader markets as well, you're looking at a good run today as both mid-cap and small-cap index also outperformed the benchmarks. Let's also talk to you about the sectoral picture then, because sectorally, in fact, it was also a good day of trade coming in as value buying really emerged after the recent sell-off. So you're talking about investors picking up stocks in sectors the likes of metals and defense. On the other hand, IT stocks came back under pressure, and that's after a strong buying in yesterday's trading session. Let's also get you some updates this evening when it comes to the entire war front. Now, Israel and Iran have launched fresh strikes as the Middle East conflict enters its 6th day. Israel targeted missile sites in Iran and Hezbollah positions in Lebanon as well. And you do have Iran firing missiles and drones at Israel, many intercepted. Explosions occurred in Tehran, Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, with reports of strikes also affecting Gulf areas. That's something that includes Qatar and Bahrain as well. A US action also sank an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean, and you do have escalating tensions that are getting highlighted further. Now, the key headline to note here is also that the strikes did not spare residential areas in Tehran, with plumes of smoke also rising from those buildings, as you can very clearly see on your screens as well. And a second Iranian warship is heading towards Sri Lanka just a day after a US submarine sank the Iranian frigate Iris Dina off the island's southern coast as well. The sunken ship, returning from an Indian naval exercise, had nearly about 130 crew members, with 87 killed and 32 rescued. The new vessel, carrying over 100 sailors,
is in Sri Lanka's exclusive economic zone and has requested an urgent port call. But right now it awaits clearance. Officials, in fact, expressed concerns that it could face similar targeting amid the escalating US-Israel-Iran conflict. Iran has pledged retaliation, calling the US action an atrocity. The incident expands the war beyond the Middle East into the Indian Ocean and in our very own backyard, raising risks for shipping lanes and regional stability. Let's also talk to you about some of the stocks that we should be talking about right now. India's defense sector is moving back into sharp focus as the US-Iran conflict, in fact, lifts global demand for strategic capability. And MTAR Tech is one of the counters that should be making it to your radar right now, because you do have the managing director telling NDTV Profit that the firm expects revenue to grow by roughly 50% in financial year 27, supported by stronger export demand and a healthy flow when you talk about new orders. Now, he's also said that inquiries across defense and space remain steady, and this is despite a tight working capital cycle. Let's also talk to you about India's rice exporters that are feeling the strain as the Middle East conflict disrupts basmati shipments and delays cargo in transit. However, in terms of commentary coming in, you do have KRBL saying that it expects demand to hold steady over the medium to long term. And this is despite these disruptions to the tune of about, there's a very important update coming in terms of the commentary also coming in from the management, because you do have exports that remain an important revenue stream and the company is protected through full insurance cover on overseas consignments. Let's also talk to you about GE Shipping that was surging in trade and about 3% uptick coming in on that particular counter at the end of the trading session as well. And you do have global freight benchmark surging following the Iran-US conflict. The stock has touched a fresh 52-week high in today's trading session, helped by a sharp jump across key Baltic indices for clean tankers, crude and dry bulk. Now, the big mover right now is the Baltic Clean Tanker Index, which has spiked in recent sessions and is now signaling stronger earnings per voyage as well. And you do have GE Shipping, where the higher BCTI basically means better realizations and more revenue as ships sail longer routes in this volatile environment. Let's also talk to you about a massive shipping logjam as well that is building around the Strait of Hormuz, with sources telling NDTV Profit that 23,000 Indian seafarers are now stuck in high-risk Gulf waters. Tracking data shows, in fact, that 24 vessels were stalled west of the strait and 12 to the east as escalating US-Israel-Iran tensions choke maritime movement. Now, you do have the Indian government that is also increasing vessel monitoring to hourly checks and also has stepped up surveillance really, with 7 Shipping Corporation of India vessels also caught in the affected zone. So that should give you a brief highlight coming in terms of this important development that we're tracking at this hour. GAIL, meanwhile, is back in focus after receiving zero LNG allocation from both Qatar Energy and Petronet LNG as well, sharply tightening its near-term supply position at this point in time. The company has also warned that it may have to curb supplies to downstream customers, though imports from other global sources remain unaffected for now. Now, GAIL, in fact, has said that it is still unable to quantify the impact of the ongoing force majeure situation in Qatar, but acknowledges that the disruption is already affecting India's broader gas supply chain. The firm, in fact, is closely monitoring the evolving situation to assess further risks and operational fallout. Moving on, then, let's talk to you about Gujarat Gas that is in focus after the company issued force majeure notices to several industrial customers. And this is a move that comes as you do have LNG supplies that tighten sharply following the escalation in the Middle East conflict, leading to severe constraints when you talk about the availability. And the company, in fact, has told clients that this particular disruption is linked to war-related events which are not covered under its insurance contracts. Now, this may temporarily affect gas supply when you talk about industrial clusters in the region as well. And aluminium prices are rising in trade as supply disruptions spread across the Middle East. A controlled shutdown at a major smelter in Qatar is tightening global availability and pushing buyers to look for alternative sources. Now, traders are saying that the sentiment is turning bullish ahead of the will boost operational efficiency, sustainability and high-grade steel output, strengthening its global footprint. Alongside this, Tata Motors is also committing investment into hydrogen-powered trucks, underscoring a broader clean industrial push within the Tata ecosystem. Let's also get you the brokerage verdict, because brokerages are weighing in on Coal India and the tone in fact stays cautious. This was a major gainer when you talk about the Nifty 50. JP Morgan is maintaining its neutral stance, saying that the miners' fundamentals remain weak. And you do have, meanwhile, Citi that has also added the stock to its 90-day catalyst watch on the positive side, expecting higher e-auction prices to support near-term sentiment. Analysts, in fact, also note that every 100 per ton change moves really Coal India's EPS by roughly about 2%, keeping earnings highly sensitive to price swings. Let's also talk to you about Ramkey Infrastructure that has signed a major EPC pact, in fact, with Maharashtra Industrial Township Limited for developing core infrastructure at the Dighi port. And you do have this being a part of the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, so that should give you a background in terms of the geography here. The contract is valued at somewhere close to 1,400 crores, covering the full scope from design to engineering to construction, testing and commissioning. Now, the company has 930 days to complete the project, after which it will handle 4 years of maintenance extendable by mutual agreement. Let's also talk to you about ICICI Securities initiating coverage on Shadowfax technology with a buy rating. Now, they also have set a target price to the tune of about 175 rupees. The brokerage expects a market share-driven re-rating supported by rapid network expansion. It calls hyperlocal delivery the next structural growth engine when it comes to Shadowfax tech, and also talks about stronger operating leverage that is seen driving sustained margin expansion. Now, you do have the brokerage also highlighting additional upside from infrastructure leverage, giving the company multiple engines for medium-term growth. Meanwhile, Class 8 truck orders are seeing a strong rebound, with February marking one of the best monthly prints in years, and you do have the latest data also showing a sharp jump when it comes to demand, signaling that the freight cycle is also beginning to turn after a long slowdown. Now, when you talk about order activity in the season, that is also improving, helped by early signs of a cyclical recovery as well. Bharat Forge, Ramkrishna Forgings and Forgings remain key names to watch as replacement demand and fleet activity pick up. Let's also talk to you about Tata Motors that is seeing a clear divergence between its India and JLR businesses. JLR volumes continue to weaken as the company struggles with a slow global recovery and the impact of last year's cyber attack. But India's passenger vehicle business, in fact, is showing strong momentum, supported by post-GST demand and a busy launch cycle as well. Brokerages, in fact, say that the JLR business may take years to regain its earlier scale, while India remains the brightest spot. You do have healthy growth expectations at this point in time. And JP Morgan, in fact, has initiated coverage on Adani Ports and JSW Infrastructure with an overweight rating, citing strong structural growth in India's port sector. Now, when you zoom in on what the brokerage had to say, they're highlighting scale diversification and high entry barriers as key drivers at this point in time, along with efficiency gains and also a gradual modal shift towards coastal movement. In fact, that's a little bit of an update coming in as far as this particular JP Morgan note is also concerned when you talk about this particular brokerage as well. But with that in mind, let's also shift focus onto Mazagon Dock, that is also back in focus on news reports that the Indian Navy is close to finalizing a major submarine contract. The deal, in fact, valued at nearly 1 lakh crore, is expected to cover 6 German-designed submarines under India's next big defense build-out. Now, if cleared, it would also mark one of the largest naval orders in recent years and significantly lift the long-term visibility for the company's order book. Let's also shift focus onto some business news. India's retail auto market has delivered its strongest February ever, with sales rising nearly 26%. The jump is led by two-wheelers and also passenger vehicles, with both urban and rural demand staying firm. Now, dealers, in fact, say that the sentiment remains positive Also going into March as GST cuts, new launches and better rural liquidity continue to support buying activity across the segments. Onto the primary markets then. Omni Tech Engineering has made a weak market debut listing at a steep discount when it compared to its IPO price as well. The stock opened around 10% lower on both exchanges, reflecting cautious sentiment after the issue saw only modest subscription as well. The company had raised close to 600 crore rupees to fund new projects, repay debt, and also support its expansion plans. Moving on then, airfares from the United States to India have really surged up to 150% following airspace closures linked to the Iran-Israel conflict. Major airlines rerouted flights to avoid Iranian and Pakistani airspace, adding several hours to journey times. Now, when you talk about these disruptions, they're affecting key routes between North America, Europe, and India. Carriers report higher fuel burn and increased operational costs from longer paths. Travel demand remains steady despite the price spike. Moving on then, India has carried out record bond swaps to manage a large maturity wall in government securities. The Reserve Bank of India swapped shorter tenure bonds for longer dated ones worth over 2.1 lakh crore rupees in recent operations. This helps spread out repayments and reduces immediate refinancing pressure. The move also comes ahead of significant maturities in the next few years. Meanwhile, Morgan Stanley is cutting about 2,500 jobs worldwide, but this time the trigger is not artificial intelligence. The reports, in fact, are suggesting that the firm is facing pressure from a slowdown when it comes to deal making and a weaker investment banking cycle. Now, this is something that has pushed the bank to trim costs at this point in time, and the layoffs are a case in point, focused on senior roles and also supporting functions as the company tries to protect profitability. Analysts, in fact, are saying that the move highlights how global banks are still dealing with softer revenue streams even as the market remains volatile. And with that in mind, let's also move on to national news. Then, after days of speculation, JDU Chief Nitish Kumar has confirmed that he will step down as Bihar Chief Minister and move to the Rajya Sabha as well, ending over 2 decades at the helm of the state. In a post on X, he in fact said that this move fulfills his long-held wish to serve in both houses of the parliament and both houses of the state legislature as well, having already been a Lok Sabha MP, MLA and MLC. Now, you do have Kumar thanking the people of Bihar for their trust and assured them that he will continue guiding the next government and also remain committed to a developed Bihar. Moving on then, India and Finland have inked a series of agreements in the national capital covering environmental cooperation, migration and mobility and statistical collaboration, as well as Prime Minister Modi and Finnish President as well met to deepen bilateral ties. Modi, in fact, has said that the world is facing instability from Ukraine to West Asia. And he's also noted that India and Europe are entering a golden era when it comes to cooperation, united in the belief that military conflict cannot solve global disputes. Now, he's also added that the new India-EU free trade agreement is going to be further boosting trade, investment and technological collaboration. On to some international news then. The US Justice Department has taken nearly 48,000 Epstein-related documents offline for review, including files that contain unverified allegations involving US President Donald Trump. In fact, you do have officials saying that the files have not been deleted, but are being checked to remove personal data and sensitive material before being reposted. Now, the temporary removal has raised fresh questions about transparency, with the DOJ also insisting that the files are going to be returning once the redactions are complete. On to some news coming in terms of the men in blue. You do have India and England facing off in a high-stakes semi-final today, and the stage is set for a blockbuster. India arrive with momentum and a settled in-form core, while England leans on power-hitting and sharp matchups to also tilt the contest their way. The toss could matter, but conditions should still reward busy batting through the middle and control at the death as well. One spot in the final is already taken by New Zealand, mind you. The other is going to be decided in this particular clash of heavyweights tonight at 7 p.m. So do stay tuned to that particular development. But tell you what, that was actually the last thing that we could pack for you on this show. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express. Thank you so much for tuning in.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World BGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where